Well, in the future, I've talked to you about this. I think there'll be some kind of thing that you'll be able to expand and contract the size of your breasts. Like it'll be like an inflatable insert or whatever, and you'll be able to make them as big as you want. Not as big as you want, but like there are still. I mean, I understand some women want to look really good when they're going out to a club, but then if they're exercising or something, they want them smaller or playing like a sport. I get that. Titty ball. Um, yeah, but it's like this, like a realistic look, it seems to be. I think it would just be there's like a possibility of it just being like a needle that you just put into breast tissue, but with like lidocaine or some kind of topical numbing. You could do that and not necessarily have it hurt. Like lidocaine has cocaine in it, cocaine. Lidocaine is derived from cocaine, and it's like a numbing agent. This is my life where I go around and fucking butts. Have you been um well it's supposed to be to um I have to do that like individually and then I think you can put time on for that way. So I can be like, oh, this one's gonna end in 20 minutes, this one's gonna end in 6 hours, this one's gonna end in 4 hours. Basically the way it works is if you want your video to be shown on YouTube, it has to be less than 12 hours. If it's more than 12 hours, it's still safe, but only 12 hours of it is available. So sometimes I oversleep. I must say oversleep. Like I'll sleep longer than I want or whatever. I know I'll have a device that's going way long. And it's not like that big of a deal because I have so many different devices that I got backup. That if you were like you just had one device, it would be imperative to hit that 12-hour mark. And then like when I restart the camera's not working while it's restarting. That's why I have backups so that they don't keep back to William Montgomery. Do you think William Montgomery will ever let his girlfriend be on camera a lot? She doesn't. I'm gonna get Grant.
constantly talking to behind the camera.
Who never know.
And yeah, never see his face, but he's constantly like in the conversation.
Right. I think Grant.
I think he may have been John's
Grant, I think, owns the studio. I could be wrong about this. Like, I've heard him talk on the podcast. Like, one time, William was talking to Grant, and Grant was like, "What was that?" And William was like, "Weren't you listening to me?" And he was like, "No, I was talking with another customer." And then he just stopped talking. And then William Montgomery was like, "Oh, you were talking to another customer? Okay, I understand."
yeah.
I don't know if he owns like the
If he's another human person too.
right. All right. Yeah. So we have William Montgomery, who he and Casey Rock are really on the show on camera. We have Grant, Erica, who only got shown for like a second. Um, did you know? I've told you this before, but okay. So Erica would go to the comedy store with her ex-boyfriend, and her ex-boyfriend was a stand-up comedian along with William Montgomery. And when Erica saw William Montgomery, she was like all over him basically. And broke up with her other boyfriend. And then the other boyfriend went up one time on Kill Tony and was like, "Yeah, I think William Montgomery stole my girlfriend." And Tony's like, "Why do you think that? Like, what a weird thing to think. What makes you think that?" He goes, "Well, he did stand up like a couple weeks ago, and he started talking about doing LSD with some girl at her grandparents' house in Balboa Park or Lake Balboa, which it's in the valley. It's like a neighborhood in the valley." And he was like, and that was just way too specific for who else has grandparents that live in Balboa Park, or not Balboa Park. Balboa Park is in Orange County, but Lake Balboa, which is in LA County. And so then I think he confronted her on it, and she was like, "Yeah." And so I think she was like cheating on him with William Montgomery, or to get with William Montgomery or whatever, which is not cool. But all right, speaking of that, so you know who Brendan Schaub is, right? Okay, so Brendan Schaub has a big fucking mouth, and he can sometimes be really stupid. He's like just like a typical like dumb jockey guy. And this one time he was on his show, and he said they had somebody who did like a call-in show or something, who called into their show, and they were like, it was something like, um, they had some guy on, and he was like saying that he was going to shave his head because he's going bald or something, and they were like, "Yeah, man, that's a good look." And Brendan Schaub was like, "Yeah, man, I know a bunch of guys who slang a ton of dick who are bald, like Dana White and Joe Rogan, and this guy." And you can imagine, like, Joe Rogan's a married man. He doesn't want to be known like a guy slanging dick. And there were like rumors that Joe Rogan was cheating on his wife because of this guy.
I mean, like you said, it's wrong. Because he's doing like it's going on
Second point,
right.
the way that I heard it just meant that Joe Rogan's got a beautiful wife and he's just killing it. Like he's just all around doing really well in life. I didn't necessarily interpret it as he's cheating on his wife, but a lot of people did interpret it as that. And I just did not necessarily. Yeah,
Attract
right. Yeah, they met a server, and it was called the no head. What that meant is he didn't want to date anybody who had headshots because what ends up happening when you date a girl with headshots, chances are she's an actor, and he didn't want to date an actor. So that was his thing. And his wife is she had a child from a previous marriage relationship, and Joe Rogan adopted them and then had two children of his own, which I think is a pretty cool move on Joe Rogan's part.
So he fell in love with a girl.
Yeah, weird dog. And like they say that she was a model because they don't really know what else to say about her. Dude, she hit the jackpot.
Like the world in America. Like up there.
Yeah, she is. Well, she's up there. He's gonna be by the end of it. Just through his Spotify deals. His first one was $250 million. His next one was $250 million. You just got to do it like gets all of that money, and he has all his endorsements. He does the UFC, and I think that he has a really big opportunity in the future to be like, he's like tech billionaires and stuff. So I'm sure he can be that way too. And um,
Bitcoin.
yep. Oh,
Like he's not like a total Bitcoin skeptic.
no. Actually, I don't think he does. He has said if he doesn't, well, I think he probably holds it just from the early days. But he has said that if he doesn't understand it, he doesn't. He doesn't want that.
I'm sure he must have that.
mean, I'm sure he's still doing okay. Um,
Yeah. Why do you think he doesn't understand big?
well, he at least he said, "I don't want to endorse anything if I don't understand it, and that's why I don't understand any kind of cryptocurrency stuff."
Just doesn't endorse it, but you might still own it.
Yeah, exactly. Um,
I got some steak yesterday.
how was that?
Like, three steaks used to be like $40. Like, I don't know if you know, like, when I looked yesterday, and they were like, $90 for like three steaks.
How was it?
I haven't eaten them yet, but I'm gonna eat them.
That's baller.
But
We're done.
but the ones I got with two things that I wanted to like, so I was like, great.
Um, so Brendan Schaub, I know you don't care about him, but I've become like obsessed with him. Why did I become? This is a good question. Oh, because subreddit is so ridiculous. Like everybody just shits on it, and that's how I became like a monster fan. And he's he had this thing that happened. So he used to be a comedian. He has the lowest ranked comedy special in the history of Netflix, and he said he stopped doing stand up because his children and stuff. But like, it turned out he's just a really good comedian. So like, what's the point? Anyway, he 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 and got cheating on his wife. And like she didn't want him doing all that parties and stuff. And that whole scene, so to speak. Anyway, that being said, I have to use the restroom. Is that okay? I appreciate it.
No, no, so yourself, just make money with that.
That's one thing. I got some other stuff like that to do. Okay, laundry having to dry yourself. All right. You said you had something interesting to say.
Yeah. I came up with so, I kind of make many apples. Like, I guess they're at the park. There's like an apple tree. I found these mini apples, and one of the mini apples, the size of a little bit larger than a golf ball. It looked like a butthole. Like it had like the butt crack and like the butthole. And the mini apple was a green apple. And just thought that was very rare.
So the crab apples?
Um, I don't know what species of apple it is.
All right. Carol, what do you put? Anything?
I've been waiting for you to hear what
You have? Okay, what do you want?
the Kit Kat.
Okay, you know, I played against somebody. Like a game. They're good, but they're not like perfect and good. You're choosing people. But when you play them like that, they play that. Actually,
That's three, four.
that's really cool.
Was once in a lifetime. Um, show was very fun. Oh yeah, the other thing about comedy is that it's a lot funnier in person. Like, even though on the internet you think it's funny, but you don't watch something like it's actually nothing like Game 100%. And I've also seen Jeffries live at the time, and that was amazing.
Wow.
I saw some pictures of my buddies. It was in the sketchy town of Hamilton, Ontario.
You know who's from Hamilton?
Tim Moore.
You know who else?
Bill Cosby.
No, I think it's isn't like that's the thing. Pretty close.
He's from Brantford, Dog Night. Not even the same place.
Okay.
So you don't even know who's from Hamilton.
No, I mean, I'm not Canadian. I wouldn't know. Okay, maybe I'm thinking this is important. Some in Carolina.
I didn't think Tim Hortons said that.
Okay, well,
Oh, wait, I think he might be
from where's Brantford in relation to?
not even close.
Not even within like 3 hours.
Yeah, but that's but
I'm not. I don't know why I'm not. He used to live next door to my place. And
really?
yeah, that's next door.
Wait, California.
Yeah. College. Football player. And um, next door neighbor was Wayne Gretzky, and they used to always like anything up like from university. There's like a movie or a TV show or not show a music video, I should say, by Nickelback called Rothschild. The main Gretzky's um, he's in the music video and they shot it at the house. Just weird thing. Right. That's enough care tonight. Let's play this later on. No, dog, we haven't played any later on today.
Uh,
What do you mean too tired? You got your extra sleep and your thing's charging. You just got smoking caramel.
um,
Okay. Well, I want you to get your rest, but then when you awake, you want to play. All right, we'll come
I
back.
also
What work do you have to do? Yeah, but can AI do that? Can't AI do that? That's nothing.
still have to learn it.
All right, big dog. J-U-R. J-U-R. Try not to J-U-R. Argentine, baby. Did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died? Yeah, dog. Something's weird about his death. I agree with Marty. Something's weird. Something's weird. I don't know. I'm not saying that they did. It's just like it's just not normal for someone to die at age 54. Period. I know that he died in a skydiving accident, which can happen to anybody. But it's just I don't know. It's just weird. I feel like the ages of like 13 and 20. You want to see? I mean, you don't have to watch it, but if you ever want to watch one of the funniest scenes in television history, he gets this. He wants to buy a shirt because he's going on a date with this really hot chick, and he goes to the store, and the shirt is basically there's like a whole back and forth between him uh, and Bill Cosby, and it's very funny. I mean, he's had a lot of funny scenes, but that show was really big for African American culture. It was big for me because um, my parents had very diverse friends. So they had like you name it, they had that kind of thing. So they had black friends, they had white friends, they had of course Jewish friends, of course like different types of Jewish friends, but Asian, Latinx, uh, Nordic, and like they had friends from all over. But and yeah, and um, like England, and so like I got a taste of a lot of different people growing up. But um, well, I really liked my parents' black friends, perhaps the most, and this gave me like a view into an African American family, and it was um, really interesting view on the world because Bill Cosby made sure to have a child psychologist watch every show, make sure it was like appropriate for the people who would be watching it, and it's just like a different kind of show. Most sitcoms didn't do that; they would just have a writer come in and just try to make the best of possible. But the Cosby Show was not like that. It was about a family, and also the family, like the African American people we knew were like I don't want to say really wealthy, but they were like well, I don't want to even say wealthy, but they were like more comfortable than I would say probably like some other situations in the United States. And on the Cosby Show, it was the same way, where the husband was a doctor and the wife was a lawyer, and it was like basically when I would watch the Cosby Show, it would remind me of perhaps my own family, or at least the people we were around. And it was just like I didn't really see color with it. It was just a really funny family, and I really loved it. And it wasn't the first black sitcom, but it was definitely the most popular. In the United States, it was like the most popular show for like 8 or 10 years that it ran, or something like that. I mean, it wasn't exactly that, it was pretty close to that, or it was in the top five, like all of those years. And they used to do music. They used to do like these music skits that were really cool. They'd have special guests. This was a show that introduced me to jazz. I would hear jazz from my grandparents and my parents, but it was like I never would see like actual musicians. Like this was because you didn't have the internet, and like they had like Dizzy Gillespie on there, and they had um Loretta. They had they just had like they had Stevie Wonder on there, and that's one of my favorite episodes ever. So it was like they had music involved, and it was just a really cool show. Adam Sandler was on it. Um, Adam Sandler plays one of his friends on the show, and it was just a cool show. I really liked it. And so Theo, growing up, even though he was older than I was, I would be um, I would watch the reruns and like go through things, and I would go through them, and you just what I'm trying to say is I really empathize with his character. So when I talk about Malcolm Jamal Warner, yeah, I'm joking, but I don't want him to die. I really liked him, but there's pain in what I say. So maybe I'm just working through my mourning. Did you know that he died?
Uh, yeah, check out the Cosby Show.
Yeah, Doug.
Did
If
he
you,
play like the son or something?
yeah, he played the oldest son or the only son. Yeah, and there's another interesting thing about it. Remember I said, you remember I said like I really like Bill Cosby. I thought he was like the all American dad, and he portrayed himself to be like that. But like he had this dark, rapey part of him that was creepy. He had a son.
People at the time.
Perhaps, and they didn't talk about it a lot. But the way that Bill Cosby used to do this, he used to, like allegedly, I don't know, but like he would ask a woman, like back to his trailer or back to his house or something, and ask if she would want a cappuccino. And back then, a cappuccino was like not. It was like a pretty rare in the United States because it has like Italian origins. So you'd need like a cappuccino machine and everything. And a lot of the women would be like, "No, I'm okay," and he'd be like, "Oh no, let's have one or whatever." And he would slip the quaaludes in there and basically drug them that way, and then they would like, awake. He was like raping them. Um, and he had so in real life, Bill Cosby had a son named Ennis, Ennis, and Ennis. This happened when I was like a young man. Maybe I was like 10 years old or something. Ennis was uh, driving home from a girl's house on the 405, which is like the main artery of LA. And he had a Mercedes Benz, and just around that time, like to be a black man in a Mercedes Benz in LA was like um, it was rare, exactly. So he had car trouble in this area of LA that is like pretty mountainous. So it's between like Beverly Hills and like
like the valley, and so his he pulled over to see what was going on with his car, and he got out to. I think he had like a flat tire or something. And he got out, and somebody pulled up behind him. I want to say his girlfriend was following him home on purpose. Like everything was fine with their relationship or whatever. And then somebody else pulled up alongside them and killed Ennis on purpose, like murdered him. And I don't know if I don't recall. Let me look this up really quick. If they stole his money or anything like that. Give me
Just a
a
show.
quick breakdown of the death of Ennis Cosby. No, this isn't real life. No, this isn't real life. So he was 27 years old. He graduated from Columbia University. He was murdered on January 16th, 1997, on the 405 near Los Angeles while training a flat tire late at night. What happened? Ennis pulled over to fix his tire. A man named Mikhail Markov, 18 years old at the time, approached him during what appeared to be a robbery attempt and shot him in the head. Prosecutors said it was a random act of violence. Marquez later admitted guilt in the letter, calling it a terrible mistake. Marcus was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced without life. But this was it was a very sad thing to happen, and I always felt really badly. I mean, nobody needs their son killed or whatever, but here Bill Cosby thought he was on top of the world. He had a very popular TV show. He had an Ivy League son, and his son was murdered. And his son and Theo were like pretty close in age, or like the Theo on the show. And Theo was the like Malcolm Jamal Warner's character on the Cosby Show. The guy's name was the character was Theo Huxtable, the guy's character name. Um, it was a lot of the goings on that happened between Ennis, the guy who was murdered, and Bill Cosby. And so you got to kind of see what their relationship was played out on TV. And it's a really good show. And who else would be big on? Do you know who Zoe Kravitz is? Do you know who Raven Simone is? Okay, well, Raven Simone became like a Disney star. She was on that show. Um, who were big people on the Cosby Show? All right, so no, big guest stars like Adam Sandler and Dizzy Gillespie and Stevie Wonder. Um, so Dizzy Gillespie, Stevie Wonder, Adam Sandler, Sammy Davis Jr., Lena Horne, B.B. King, Clarence Clemens from Bruce Springsteen's E Street Band, Phyllis Rashad's real life sister Debbie Allen. They just it showcased black excellence and talent across generations. That's what ChatGPT said, and it's true. And it was such an endearing show in the United States that a lot of people, like the civil rights era was only like 20 years before then, and it was still not like perfect. Not that it still is today, but people would watch the show, and for it to be the number one show in the United States, it just wasn't a apology. I cut out.
It wasn't just a black show; it was an American show, and it really enjoyed it. And I really enjoyed that. So I do talk about it, and it would be like but it's kind of preserving something really like. Yeah, Osborne died. Um,
Did you ever watch Bel Air?
yeah, dude, that was another good one. I love that show too. Not as much. It wasn't. Um, it, it was really, but
That's how it was.
definitely. So he was a rapper. But yeah, that was, I don't know if I've seen all of them. I'm pretty sure I have though. They're like, like before they were streaming and everything, they just you would come home from school or whatever, practice or whatever. And there were only like a certain number of channels, and they had these shows in syndication, and everybody watched. So yeah, I definitely watched them, and
Did you watch
that one too. That's a big one. Yeah,
did you like
definitely. I would say The Office is like the last show that's been, I don't want to say that the podcast syndicated, but like that's when streaming started after that. But yeah, I really like everybody loves that. I think Patricia Heaton, the wife on that show, is frankly one of the prettiest.
Spice and
Man, that's it. She is a pretty woman. She's a, it's a very funny show. And that's probably like the last show I watched before The Office. A popular American show. What's the most popular Canadian show? Is it like Workaholics, Canadian show, or something like that? Oh, no. It's about the show. Or Trailer Park Boys. Did you hear me?
yeah,
Do you like that show?
I love that another podcast with Rothschild and podcast.
Who's the guy with the big glass? Who's the guy with the big glasses? Oh, geez, I can't hear you. What you said? Oh, is he funny? Oh, he does a podcast. He's about the mic. Oh, okay. Um, so he's funny.
Three of them have really good synergy. Bubbles is more so the serious, grounded one, but he still makes good jokes like the stupidity of the other people. But yeah, I think their target is one of the greatest shows of all time.
What show have you thought really connected with you, like the Cosby Show?
You're asking which shows that I connected to.
Yeah. Do you have Sesame Street in here?
We have this thing called, have you heard of JYOR?
JR in it?
Yeah. We have this thing called JYOR.
But
Jerking yourself off.
is that what you're about to go do?
Great show.
I thought that could be a show.
100%.
JR. You know what's hilarious about that thing? Is most people would just be fine by calling it, what are you, jerking yourself off? But that's not good enough for me. I need to take it to another level and just like raw. There's no lube, just callous hand or a fucking shaft.
Very specific style jerking off. Jerking off is way ridiculous.
Right. What
Really hone in on you want it,
exactly?
the listener to experience.
This dude asks me this several times a month. And a lot of times when he'll ask me so many questions because he's bored, and I get it. It's the middle of the night, and we're just playing a game or whatever, and he just wants no conversation. So he'll ask me sometimes the same question a lot, and I don't know. I know he doesn't recognize that he's doing it, but I'll be like, I'll sometimes just be like, remember what I told you last time about this or whatever. But he asked me what my favorite word is. And my favorite word is minutia. And that's kind of how my humor is. Like, maybe minutia, like humor, where it's very specific, like strangely specific. Like, basically, when I describe something, I want to get into the nitty gritty of it. I just don't want it to be vague. I want it to be very specific. And so, stay your word. It's like a very good that embodied that.
I agree. I think it's interesting that you, I think, because I have the same exact humor where you just feel very strange and specific. Yeah, like talking about things that are just like hidden in plain sight that maybe people like don't normally talk about.
Right. It's very hard to make sure people are like where everybody knows like, yeah, I know about that. Like I had that experience. Why doesn't anybody talk about it? Like I love that. Where I've given this 2 years this example, but it's a very sign of it where and I think about it a lot after the shower. So they'll be like, you ever notice where there's that one hair that gets stuck on your shower and it's just sitting there? And it's like, how did it get there? Like that kind of minutia that like nobody's talking about a hair in the shower. But he'll go into it like and then you try to get it off and it's like really difficult to pull off for some reason. And then you gotta like cup water in order to like get it off. Like that kind of minutia like where it I think golden. Like anybody can be like, oh, this is a fart joke, and this is a not joke, and this is a comedy joke, and that's all fine. But clean humor is also very difficult from just like simple unconventional. Really big and things that like everybody has experience. where did you go? That kind of stuff. I mean, well, I would think of much more years. First question is job. That's really cool, and I hope you get very good at video graphic editing. Thumbnail. Do you put like a border around the end of the character or text?
Um, Jimmy, a good flow.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's like a certain style that they have.
Right.
Uh,
It's an art.
that it's kind of, yeah, there's and basically the thumbnail is like the biggest decider of whether or not the video will do well.
Right.
And I've talked to my brother about this. He is like a very successful YouTuber, so to speak. But he said that he'll take the formats of successful thumbnails from other channels that are not necessarily like doing a recap video on his specific anime, and then you know, okay, this specific thumbnail got like millions of views on this channel, so I'm just gonna ask AI to substitute the characters from this anime into this like, general design of that thumbnail. So that's a lot of what I'm doing.
I get it. I don't want to say I'll never forget, but the two people who I really noticed doing thumbnails, at least, yeah, thumbnails better than anybody. Well, if you remember how Joe Rogan used to do it, it would just be like a picture of him and the other person, and then the number. And let's say Joe Rogan experience is like black and white, and then like number 1,000 or whatever. I didn't really think of. I think it is significant. I didn't think of that being that hard. Joe Rogan had enough pull, but there were two creators who I saw doing this, and they are the first two that I've noticed. The first one, you know who? I think she goes by Sniper Wolf. You know who Sniper Wolf is? Okay, well, she's this chick who I don't even know what she does. She's like a video game chick or whatever. And she wears these big glasses, but you can tell she's like super hot and doesn't need to wear these glasses. And she would do these reactions. Like what? And I would always be like, I hate it that like these people put all this work into these thumbnails, but that pulls your attention. And then the other person who did it was this guy named Mr. Beast. And I would look and I go, this guy looks like such a loser. I remember on the stream, this is like 4 years ago, I'd be like, who is this loser guy who is all over YouTube? This guy is a dork. He's got these stupid thumbnails and he looks like a nerd. And I would just like make fun of him. And then he would turn out to be, super huge influence. So you mark my words, I think that Mr. Beast is sitting on a bed of lies or a throne of lies because if you look at how many subscribers he has, it's 500 million or something like that. That means that 1 in 60 people in the world are subscribed to his channel, and I just don't think that that's true. I don't think that, like, I'm not subscribed to his shit, and I have a billion fucking accounts, and I just, are you subscribed to Mr. Beast?
Yeah.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Okay, there you are. Well, maybe people do, but I don't know. I don't think like I think it, you do a lot of YouTube and stuff, but I just don't think that I just don't believe those numbers. what I'm trying to say. He got into this
Yeah, couple of
no, he wouldn't.
he does not want to get
No, he wouldn't.
monetized.
No, he wouldn't. No, he would not. He brings in, once you get to a certain size on YouTube, they don't care if you do spots. And the reason why is because they know that you're uncanceled. They can't cancel Mr. Beast unless he did something. He didn't, like he had that thing with, I don't know, he had somebody working for him who was like transgender, who did something. What did they, you know what I'm talking about? You know better than I do. And they didn't cancel it for them.
Yes, like minor.
Yeah. Now, if Mr. Beast were the size of like at 10,000 subscribers, he'd have gone. No doubt. Mr. Beast would not, and let's say Mr. Beast had 10,000 subscribers, he would not have the ability to appeal to YouTube to say, like, hey, it was somebody on my team, it wasn't me. But because he's so large right now, that he just has a connection to YouTube, and then they would be canceled. Does that make sense?
I mean, I don't know if he would get canceled for 10,000. If he had 10,000 subscribers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something like he's not like, and that's, is it his responsibility to make sure other people don't follow?
Yeah, if they're under his team. According to according to YouTube, they call it child endangerment. They call it under the term and condition. Instead of child endangerment, you can't do that. And they would just get rid of it.
What was the child engagement that you can't do?
Like that transgender person did, basically like groom children.
Right.
So he would just be gone. But because he's so large, he has connections that didn't fit on the president. In the same way, he just had bots that he created that yeah, describe that.
And that, yeah, I guess it makes sense. He has immunity. What you're saying.
100% as an committee, and because he makes money for you.
Uh, with the thumbnail, and a lot of people do that. Like, I'm shocked.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm shocked face
Oh my god.
with like a shadow around the head. Sometimes it's a three panel, and they'll, or sometimes it has a white outline around them, or it depends what they want to do. And it's really bright color. And the font that they use is like almost like what that you see in comics.
Yeah. I mean, you know, YouTuber I used to watch corn analysis back in like 2017. I like this guy just had like the most like outrageous expressions and stuff. But I can't find his channel anymore. I don't know. He got all his money. He lost all his money or something.
That's what happened. That's really what happened. And I would put a lot of work into my thumbnail, but you never know when you're going to lose that account. So it's not worth it. Fortunately, I haven't lost an account in a long time, but um,
Yeah, play your YouTube account.
no, they're not. Especially around COVID time, it was ridiculous. Joe Rogan would be talking about something, and I would get I'd have to take an exam or like a quiz on medical health, what can be shown and what can't be shown, because he was playing in the back.
And he was like,
He would say that. He would just be like, look, CNN changed the filter on my video to make me look green when I allegedly came down with this. And I don't think that was right. And they would incredibly, they would know that clip was something they didn't want on the platform. And then I get something in my inbox that says, you got to strike because of medical misinformation. Okay, I didn't even talk about this. I don't talk about that stuff because not that I don't feel comfortable doing it, not that I don't feel that I know a lot about it, but because, or like I'm willing to learn on it, I think that I'm as well informed as anybody else. But it's a very controversial subject, and that's I do my best to say.
do you think there are nanobots and graphene in fact?
I try to confirm that's okay.
No, it doesn't. Right. If you don't want to speak on it, that's fine.
All right, well, enjoy it. Just I make it a lot easier to do something else.
Yes, and I guess sometimes it takes like a million prompts. Sometimes like something does not do a good job. With like kind of Adobe, I haven't had Fire. Sorry, I haven't had Photoshop. Like access to Photoshop on my computer in like years ago. So I finally have it, and there's a lot of new features that I know nothing about. So yeah, it's on, but they have like iterative build thing.
Right.
And that usually works pretty good. I think that's an interesting development that I never saw those two worlds colliding, but it makes a lot of sense that Adobe would be interested in using AI.
Right.
Uh,
So can you just
and
write your prompt in Photoshop and it plugs out what you need?
you know, for doing the base image, I'll use a program called or a website called Area, AREA, and then tweak that until I get something that's good, and then any other changes I'll do Adobe Firefly, and then any other like color correction stuff or layering or something else.
And then your brother just approves it. Does he ever give you edits?
I haven't even gone to that stage because I'm just starting,
Oh, okay.
but yeah, I'm sure that'll be part of the process.
All right. Best wishes.
Are you
Come back.
gonna be a ghostwriter? For
I would like to honestly. I think if you just said, Rabbi, will you help me come up with a minute or 5 minutes? We can come up with stuff that's so funny and that's good. Now, would you remember it? I don't know. He doesn't have the work ethic, and I would tell him this if we were here right now. He is not shown that he has the work ethic to be able to memorize 1 minute or 5 minutes worth of content within 1 week. I don't know if anybody like 5 minutes to remember everything would be different. I think it's doable, but you'd have to work like a lot.
but he just wants to go there um and rip. And yeah, you know what? He he's going through a lot right now. He has said that this is like the most difficult time in his life, and I do my best to be there for him. I give him shit, but at the end of the day, he's my friend, and I want him to be successful. I don't want him to hurt. I want him to be happy most of all. And he had this diagnosis or whatever that really got into his head, and he is very frustrated that basically, like he says that like they can say that you are neurodivergent, that you are um like what's the word that he said? Something like unstable or something like that. That's not the word. But really, it's just when they say you have ADHD or something when you really just it's not unstable, but something and uncoordinated or something like that. It's something like that. And he's very passionate. Like he was telling me this morning, like I really want to help people who are neurodivergent. That's what I want to do. And I'll watch this someday, God willing, and I want him to know that I support him in that. For as much shit that I give him, you know, that thing that his girlfriend told him years ago, that a million guys who want to look like you, I don't know if that's true, but maybe some people want to look like you. But no one wants to have your brain. They want your body, but not your brain. And it's got to be really tough. He he's got a lot going on. You know, I wish he was able to manage it better. Because I feel as good a job as he can, but it didn't help. Like he had a couple things that he was working on, and then he goes to this expert or whatever, and they tell him he's got like a billion things wrong with you. Like, no, you don't have that much wrong with you. In fact, you're quite normal. I tell him that I think he's smart when it comes to cryptocurrency, even though I tell him I don't know about the choices he makes with cryptocurrency. He knows a lot about cryptocurrency, of course, you know, more than the average person. I admire that about him, but um, I want what's best for him. And then he'll do this thing where he'll come in here for like 5 seconds and he'll be like, I don't know, it's just very um, indecisive, like very erratic with his behavior sometimes. And then other times he'll come in here and he'll be like, um, I want what's best for him, but I hear what he's passionate. And it's not in cryptocurrency, and it's not in being an actor or comedian. He's passionate about helping people who are neurodivergent. Um, if I could have helped him with that journey, I'd want to. And uh,
Uh, when you've talked to him, probably when not on, but what, like, how long has he been saying that he wants to help? How do you know what neurodivergent?
I don't either. So he just does it a lot, and I'm like, okay, fine. Um, well, truthfully, like just like the past 2 days, but I hear how he talks about it, and he's passionate about it. Like it's something that he like really glows. He wants to help people. I really mean it. Like
Has he said that neurodivergent?
that's exactly what he said that he talked about it. He talked about it
Okay,
like
so neurodivergent individuals whose brain functions differently from what's considered typical or normal. Spectrum disorder, ADHD, dyslexia, Tourette's, and other ones like dysgraphia, dysgraphia. sure. Yeah,
The first four things that you read, those are all things that he has. And the only one that I really see like Tourette's, but let me see it. But he has this thing where he's like, I'm severely autistic. He'll say about himself, I'm severely autistic. And I'm like, I don't see that. I don't even know what it is. But people who are like severely autistic are like nonverbal. They're like in wheelchairs. You're a functioning individual. You have a job.
it's actually not, I wouldn't say severely autistic. I mean,
And he can be quirky.
but he does seem like normal from when I hear him talk.
Right. So I do want to touch for him. Welcome. How are you? Cool. I didn't want to talk to the person anyway. Um, but it's like they can go J York. Well, if for themselves it would be J Tour. For themselves, not tomorrow. Um, J York. Right. So I think that
Nobody calls it J Tor.
it's J York. Exactly. Um, what do I think he needs? He needs a job. It doesn't have to be high finance. He can literally just go work at Rothschild or McDonald's. He wants to be a millionaire, and that's cool. But it's like he just needs something consistent to teach him life lessons. And um,
Has he had a job before? I'm
I,
assuming he worked at private.
yeah, I don't think he's ever had a job that like he's had for more than a year, really, which has been off and on things. Maybe he has. I don't speak on his behalf, but I think he has a lot of things where his personal life or personality gets in the way, perhaps. I mean,
Does he live with his parents
he lives and I mean, imagine even if he worked in McDonald's, if he's got Tourette's as severely as he does, like he says the N word sometimes.
or welcome to McDonald's?
Right. But I mean, that is something that has, like he says that to me sometimes, and and I just say, whoa, what? Or I'll be like, calm down now. I'll just say something like that, and I understand. Like when he gets frustrated, he'll say that. I notice like the one that sticks in my mind is I was fond. Sometimes I need to sleep and I'll sleep and he'll come in and he'll be like Rabbi, and I'll just hear N word and then he'll be yeah, and I know he doesn't mean to say that, and totally like the like it gets worse when you're in a crowd and things like that. So with that being said, I think it would be hard.
That's not bad. Great thing. That's not
So I think that if he could have a job, but there are some issues with that. But at least as a comedian, he wants to be a comedian. That's great. When I asked him, tell me a joke, he gets offended by it. And then I said, well, what are you going to talk about? And he says, I'm going to just go up there and talk about being neurodivergent. And I said, nobody's going to think that's funny. And most people, I've watched comedians watch every Kill Tony. I've seen every Kill Tony, and I watch comedians. I've got comedians right now. I've got a Tim Dillon podcast like, right in front of me. And before this, I watched The Fire of the Kid with two comedians all the time. And they have rehearsed bits, and they will tell you when you get up there and you're looking at a crowd, it's really difficult to swing it. So if he were to come and say, "Help me with a stand-up routine," what would I do? We would go to street jokes. We would go to a joke book and find funny, cute little jokes that we know will work, that are thought out and they're just in the they're called street jokes. They're jokes that you would find in a joke book that are cute, but nobody has claim over them. And we would take those and we would come up with a minute and then 2 minutes and then 5 minutes worth of material. And I think he could do really well. He could memorize it. And I know he could. But he doesn't want that. He has
Well, I'm not going the right way. But if he wants to be like well known from a material, just that try should have. You can brainstorm it first, not do it with other people, and go have that.
I disagree. I disagree. I think joke books will get you very far at the beginning, where you just need to get comfortable on stage. I'm not saying you can't work out your own material in it, but you literally have zero jokes and you're going to be on stage in 4 days. What else do you want? Come up with jokes that not everybody has heard, maybe some people have heard them, and at least get a minute worth of material. Look, I'll tell you this. I can be funny, but I don't have like routine. But I've given my pickup line, that I got like a minute worth of pickup lines, and I've done stand up comedy um on at least Twitter Spaces, and I've had a lot of success with it. And those are all just street jokes. They're jokes that some people have heard before, but they work because they're short and they're to the point. I'm not wasting anybody's time. And if that didn't hit, I've got another one for you, or another one, and I'm going to get you with a one. Over the course of a minute, I'm going to be able to put a smile on your face with one or two jokes. That's what you need. Now, I'm not saying that he can't, or any comedian can't have their own take on things. But if they're going to spend a minute building up a story and that story at the end is not funny, they're going to be booed off the stage. At least if you have jokes, you're not going to get booed off the stage. And right now he doesn't have any. Right now he doesn't have any jokes. So if he wanted to, if he was like, "Hey, I want to work on something," look. So this is the okay. Here was one. Here's the joke that he kind of came up with. So we were talking about his experiences. And I was like, well, you could, if you want to just have 1 minute, it's not the funniest thing, but if you want something that's personal to you, you could be like, this one time I went on Reddit and I saw this gigantic whore who was willing to have sex with a bunch of guys at an adult bookstore. And I went down there, and fortunately, I was number one on the list. And as this woman was sucking the dick, I had 20 guys watching me at the exact same time. And as I'm trying to come in her mouth, I'm unable to. It was like I was attempting to defuse a bomb. And if you've never been in that position, it's quite awkward, but it's something that happened to me. And then you move on to your next joke, whatever. I'm not saying that's super funny, but it's something that happened to him that we were able to punch up with some jokes, and people could, I'm not saying connect with that, but it's something that happened to him that's funny. And what else you got? What?
That's funny or stranger.
Exactly. We want punch. Exactly. The one punchline in that was it was like defusing a bomb, and I that was just something that I was like, well, that's kind of what it would be like. Now you could make that
You
into
could just go into ChatGPT and the story and then be like, "Yeah, tell me the story, and then Joey Threads would tell it.
exactly.
Just say that.
I think that's an absolutely fine way to do it too. And to memorize it and change it and make it your own, put it in your own voice, and go there and tell the joke. And but the thing is, it's so self-deprecating. Like if I heard somebody tell the story, I would be like, "That dude's a loser." But some guys can pull it off. Other people can't. Um,
Yeah, maybe it's,
it's
he's like embarrassed to tell me about it.
it's like it's too self-deprecating, perhaps, but it's kind of a funny little story. I mean, we were like, he doesn't talk about that much of his life. He doesn't have that much going on. But I was like, okay, you can talk about your cryptocurrency investments, and you could give them funny names. Some of them have funny names, like Fat Girl Investment Company, and you could just use that, like buying Bitcoin in 2009 or whatever the tagline was. But you could like, I could just do it right now. What's the deal with these crypto? Does anybody here know anything about cryptocurrencies? Uh, it's something that you can absolutely do really well with. You can buy helicopters and you can vacation in Tahiti, or you could be like the rest of the schmuck and be, know, essentially powerless because of some cryptocurrency that's named Fat Girl Investment Code. Who is naming these things? Dog with hat, Fat Girl Investment Code, jerking yourself off raw. You just name a bunch of whatever you want to name it. Just come up with funny names. Um, Eating Ass Incorporated, Doggy Style to the Moon, whatever. Who's coming up with these names? And what do these things even mean? Whatever. You can make fun of things like that. Not a lot of people would really, but it's personal. It's from him. But it said he wants to go full talk about neurodivergency. And I don't really know if it's funny about that. Honestly, if he were to do that, I think people would just feel badly for it. And I don't want that to happen. I really think that, the next time I speak with him, which is hopefully tonight, I'll give him my advice. Dude, if you want my advice, just take it for what it's worth. Why don't you just memorize a minute worth of jokes? And if you don't want to do that, let's come up with a story. It doesn't even have to be a real story, but just so that you have some success, you can build on that for the next week, and the next week, and the next week. And you can talk about being neurodivergent and all those other things. But he doesn't seem to want to do that. He talk about being neurodivergent. When you say that to people, they don't know what that is. And
This is like a meme. It's like Zoot on one hand, like I really want to neurodivergent people, and then Zoot on the other is like 5 minutes later doing 5 minutes of material on joking about neurodivergent.
to some extent. There's this guy in Tony. I think that's one his.
So maybe it's kind of like an introspective thing about his experience with autism and somehow adding a funny twist.
There's this guy in Kill Tony. But his ad. Oh, it's not. I know it's right here. That's hilarious. They say Hans Kim. It's not Hans Kim. Um,
um, Drew, Drew Nick. And he was like a veteran who got attacked by soldiers. He was like raped. So all kinds of bad stuff happened in the military. And they like everything to the ground, and he had a traumatic brain injury. And he refers to having a traumatic brain injury as a TBI. So he'll go up there, he'll be like, "Hey, everybody, what are the benefits of having a TBI?" There's all kinds of energy companies, energy drink companies want to sponsor you. So I've been doing taste tests of different energy drinks on Instagram and rating them. And I'll tell you what, I never thought it would happen to me, but it's like my dream job. Okay, if you haven't been that funny, in fact, the last time they were in Mexico, they did an arena show, and they took up, they had they had like four golden ticket winners, and whatever one got the lowest applause was couldn't perform for 6 months, and Drew Nickens was that person. Well, Tony Red Band and those guys, they did their best to coach Drew Nickens to explain to him. Drew, nobody knows what a traumatic brain is. It's like nobody knows what a TBI is. You can't just go into TBI. People don't know what that means. You have to say, I have a traumatic brain, and then they'll understand it. So basically, we use this lingo that people don't understand. You're going to lose people right away. And I feel like Zoom will do that if you just go to there and say, does everybody know what it's like to be neurodivergent? People are not going to do it. What is that? What is that? I feel like you have to explain what neurodivergency is. Like, there are some people who have, if you were to go up there and say, this is my first time doing this, or I haven't done this in a while, I am doing my best to get over some fears that I have and some issues, including that are neurodivergent. I think the audience would be much more supportive of him, and then, but he's got to give them jokes. But if he wants to go up there and talk about it, he can educate people on these things. But it's that basically people go to an open mic to hear jokes. They don't go up there to like learn about people's journeys. But I want to be successful. I'm going to try to tell him if you're really going to do this, which it sounds like you're going to, come up with some jokes in addition to the narrative, or you can have some jokes with it. But don't just rely on feeling like you're just going to nail it. You're because what I'm afraid will happen is he will bomb and he'll never want to do it again. And that's what I don't want. I want him to do really well. I don't know if he has that capability yet, but at least do well enough that he does it again. And then again and again. Basically, have some momentum going into it. If he doesn't have that, then he's just going to go up there. Somebody's going to do him. And they're just going to take him off the stage.
Or hopefully, if someone heckles him, he has a mark that's shot back.
Yeah, and he's not even anywhere near
Do you
that.
think he has that?
No.
I think that you can just say, like, shut the fuck up or something.
Yeah, probably there's an argument as well. Some of the funniest ones I've heard just off the top of my head are like let's say some ladies like, yeah, you just say like, sir, nobody wants your opinion right now. You call her like like a dude. It's just a slap in the face to them, like, or if some dude yelling at you, you just be like, somebody's drunk up here, or like, if somebody yells at, like, I like the way that William Montgomery does it, where he's just, hey, why don't you just shut the fuck up? That's the funniest thing. Like, like,
The fuck? Yeah.
like, hey, when I want your opinion, I'll give it to you. Shut the fuck up. Like, those are, but
Yeah,
he's,
I agree. Well, yeah, the way he talks on
yeah, you stupid bitch.
he
Hey,
gets- he goes on.
hey, you. Why don't you get your stupid bitch of a girlfriend out of this fucking place? What the fuck? Why would you ever bring such a whore into this establishment? Motherfucker, I'm trying to tell a story up here. I got this stupid bitch who's interrupting. Like that shit. That itself is very funny. Um, uh, that's that to me is, I don't know if it's the best way to do it, but if I were doing it, I'd be like that. I would be like, all right, if somebody comes up here and has, I am just going from 0 to 10 on them immediately, and people are gonna fucking love it because it's like, okay, that's funny in itself. If this person's just yelling profanity, like, that's one person that makes sense. So long as they were doing it, you know, like, if somebody were like, I don't want to say there's never a time for a heckler, but basically like what can a heckler add to it? I don't know. Sometimes, like, let's say you're talking about like a hot chick, somebody whistles in the audience, like, like, um, I'm not saying that's beneficial, but that's not, you don't have to freak out. But when somebody starts using words and then like, oh yeah, well you think it's so funny? Like, yeah, I do think that's so funny, you stupid bitch. How about you shut the fuck up? Hey, to your fat husband, get your fucking big of a wife out of this fucking place. Like, that to me, it's just, here's why that works. You have the microphone. You're so much louder than they are. So just, it's like they're like a fly in a restaurant, and you hit them with like an AK-47. You just get them fucking out of here. William Montgomery had this, so fucking
One of the funniest people from like an audience is funny. It's like they'll be going or whatever, maybe they bump a joke, and then you just hear out of the darkness, it's like, when's the comedy start?
that is so funny. Exactly. I love hearing, like, I hate heckling sometimes, but I fucking think they're hilarious. But you can come right back at that and just be like, you probably have started, you stupid piece of shit. Haven't you been listening? If you haven't, why don't you fucking go home, look in the mirror if you want to look at something funny?
Enjoy yourself.
There you go. Hey, on that note, go work on your something else. Practice. Practice your practice. Go watch Montgomery. That's what you need. Oh, hold on. Before you go, we have to look up what Montgomery means. We have to look up what Karen means. Karen, I think, means, what does Montgomery mean? And what does Karen mean? Or Karen means movement or something. Okay. Montgomery. Word Montgomery comes from Arabic word. Oh, Montgomery means to move. And Karen means to rebound. And Arab is, I don't know what language, but what language on Tala Arabic from Tala to move and transfer. Arab likely comes from English or French, related to carom English. The term used in billiards may be registered rebound. Okay, now we know. Do you know why it's called soccer?
No. It's called football, actually.
Yeah, but you know why it's called soccer?
Football, or I don't know.
Yeah, it's association, like an association, SOC, there's an SOC in it. Yo, why is it called soccer? Is it for like association football? You're exactly right. The word soccer actually does come from association football. Why is it called soccer? In the late 1800s, there were different types of quote unquote football being played. Rugby football, association football, the kind that we just call football or soccer. People were calling rugby football rugby, and association football is a soccer, short for association. And just dropped the A and made it soccer. It's British schoolboys play, uh, which they could do where they would add ER, two words for fun, like rugger for rugby. So Americans and Australians kept using soccer to avoid confusion in their football. Do you watch Canadian football, the Grey Cup, anything like that?
Um, no one knows football, but American football, Super Bowl. Um, that's pretty much, I'm not.
What was what the heck Wayne Gretzky have to have? Wayne Gretzky himself is not from him, but he was born with his grandfather. Oh, it's 30 minutes west. I knew it was close. Yeah. No. I know. But like they sometimes talk about him being from around Hamilton. Okay, that's what you know about him. And Wayne Gretzky's from like 30 minutes away.
Do you know what would make sports more entertaining?
If it's what happened.
No.
I don't think that would make it more entertaining.
One variation that each team has like a sniper, and the sniper and like hiding in the stadium, and basically you know it's one bullet, and then during the game they can take out like one player and like stop like a big play, or the snipers try and take each other out and steal the other one's bullet, and then the game like stop the play.
Do they actually shoot the person?
Well, it's kind of hypothetical, but like paintball or something.
Okay. You know how people got frustrated? So, uh, somebody, a streamer came in here, and I was in his Discord, and his brother talked to me, a friend of mine from Kick, Straight Savage. So, it comes from the cattle world, and when you would have like a bunch of different cattle, you sometimes want to mark them, but it's difficult to mark cattle because they're like there might be like, let's say, 500 heads of cattle, like 500 cows, and you're trying to claim like uh, a certain group of them for yourself, maybe to buy or whatever, just to mate or whatever on your for your brand. They came up with paintball guns to shoot cattle to be able to mark them from other people. That's interesting. Yeah, that's what we're gonna find that out. Yo, dog, didn't paintball guns, what they meant from like cattle marking? Give me a quick breakdown, like Joey Diaz. I don't know, what, 5 bullet points. Yo, dog, straight up Uncle Joey would say, straight up like people started as some cowboy rancher, not some tactical war game thing. Cattle marking. Paintball guns were originally used to mark trees and livestock. Like, yo, check that cow over there. You're not shoot your buddy in the nuts. The 1970s and the early 1970s, these things came out, and now Spot 007 markers made by Nelson Paint Company, Bob and cows for a game in 1981. A wild dude, dude, like, what if we used these cow guns to hunt for the match during in New Hampshire? For what started as a marker became a global sport with years and playable bunkers, but it all started with spending cows. From cow butts to warriors, now it's a whole industry. Speedball, woodball, military training, the beat down is just a camel. How do you like that?
You remember the fix that I was like,
Yeah. That, that Australian girl, her name is, it's like, oh, great. You said Rachel. Great. What was her name? Let me get her name. Her name was Rachel something. Who was that Australian lady who was considered the next Rachel? Rachel John. Yeah, Rachel.
that's amazing.
Right. That's how I remembered it because I knew. I was like, why did they call her Rachel? Why did they call her Raygun? And I knew. I looked it up one time when it was like, oh, her name is Rachel. Gun. Isn't that baller?
What did she do? She was like stood there and didn't
No, she just didn't do like what it really was, in
She
my
doesn't-
opinion.
try to sabotage them, like dancing.
What it really was, in my opinion, is she wasn't that good in comparison to people who you'll find in the inner city. So people mock her. She's not really that bad, but she just wasn't that smooth with it. And like, when you've got like inner city break people who are like, they're very impressive. They're like spinning on their head, and they're like, but they're not. They're working at McDonald's. I'm not to put that down. I'm saying in a good way. They're doing their best to like make money so that they can survive. And Ray God doesn't have a job and is able to spend the money to be like it's a lot of money to be in a living. Basically, what I'm saying is like give it some time. Those people who are doing it on the street, working the people who are working at McDonald's in the evenings, they'll be able to do it, and it'll be a really big sport. So I think they took it away in 2028, and I think it comes back for 2052. Yeah, let's check that out. Um, didn't they take away the break part of the 2028 Olympics, and it'll be back in 2032 or something? So why was break not seen as a good game?
All right. Debuted in Paris in 2024, not 28, in 2032 at Brisbane. They why was she roasted? They said it was a mix of yoga, interpretive dance, and comedian speaking. So they just didn't think that. She scored 0 points. She did a kangaroo style bounce, offbeat movements. Some say it was artsy, some said she used to be. I think the big thing was she scored zero.
Yeah, everyone was grilling or like
Exactly. It's one of those suspicious about, and I'm suspicious about it from Reddit. It's like when it's in every subreddit, instantly within like 6 hours. I'm like, what is going on? Like, it's in stuff that's like not even like I don't know. Like it should be
to be newsworthy
exactly
almost.
right, but it's like pushed out by the news wires as something that should be discussed. It's like a not a story, but yet everybody knows about it, and we just go through these things and do stuff. But it's just distracting. Basically, AKA Jay.
Exactly.
All right.
Was it Euros telling you the funny story or no?
Well, about the Australian guy got who's the only gold, I think he's a medalist in the history. Oh, yeah, the only medalist in the only winter medal, the only winter Olympic medalist in the history of Australia. That what you're talking about?
What is that?
Yeah, that's hilarious. So, Australia has never had a medal ever in the winter Olympics. It's like they don't have mountains and stuff, or like snow, but they
They do. They have mosquitoes there.
okay, but not like um. So they had a speed skater who was just they were just happy to have this person in the finals of the speed skating competition. And like the people who were going to win were like China, the United States, Japan, all these like Norway, all these like powerhouses. And then there's the Australian person. And what ended up was at least the United States, it was one of our big people. His name was like Apollo.
They all took
Exactly. Exactly. He was like the Michael Jordan of speed skating for the United States. So they made this huge deal about this guy named Apollo Betan, and one of the people slid and took out all the other people, and the Australian guy is just way in the back and just ended up skating through and won. And then he became a huge celebrity in Australia. He was on Australian Survivor and a whole bunch of other stuff.
whalers on surf.
Yeah, he's like a big-time celebrity in Australia. All because, like all the good speed skaters got wiped out. Yeah, but yeah,
Same thing as like the track skating. That's like really small.
right. Yo, dog, what's the deal with that Australian speed skater? He's the only Australian winter Olympic person. Give me a 5 bullet point breakdown of what happened. And what happened with his life? Wasn't he on Australian Survivor? And anything else he did? Yeah, so he was an underdog. He had this his name is Stephen Bradbury. In the men's 1,000 meter short track final, which is the big Bradbury skated the back while the favorite final head. Incredibly, all four front runners crashed in the final 10, letting into the gate and claimed gold. It was Australia's first
Oh yeah, it was the southern hemisphere, which are electrical. So the whole southern hemisphere. He perfectly put his very strategy. He deliberately come back in earlier rounds too, benefiting from collisions and disqualification, quarter and semi, leveraging his conservative approach to advance. He survived career-threatening injuries and weekly on after retiring. He transitioned to motorizing Olympic content, motivational speaking, and reality TV. He even appeared as a villain on Australian Survivor, where he found to be sports second alliance in the last 6 days. He was a hero on the audience. Oh, in March of 23, he rescued 14 goats from dangerous surf and later received a Rover Award from the Queensland government for his great thinking care. Bonus tidbit. The phrase "to do a Barry" has entered Australian slang, meaning to win and respected, often thanks to others in sport. How do you like that?
I love it. I love that story.
Absolutely. All right, go do what you need to do. Come back soon. Big thing. Come back soon, though. Okay? Peace, buddy. What you doing, though? You're such a blessing from the show. Welcome. Yeah, you ready?
No, is there going to jerk yourself off, bro? I'll watch something out.
All right, teach me all of the strategy from color. Okay? Sweet.
Alright.
Just such a grateful from the show. Thank you. You're so sweet. You're delicious. No, big boy. Big boy. Big boy. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. You're such a baby. That's big boy. What's that thing? Come here. Come here. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, mm.
foolish. What did you just do?
Has this whole debate. Israel or why did they're bound? It's like this. How it is that you're look at some of those. Let's look at
What?
stars. Give a entire
Oh, there it goes.
it's possible that you under
There.
an constellation, you will be swept along
Oh,
by the
babe.
general national force. Meaning, and he uses it way really more religion or ethnicity than, but he says like the Jewish to survive. Netzach Yisrael lo yishaker, right? But individual Jews, a different scope because the stars, people, so no, or anyways, feel bad. But if we're really next, we're going to figure them out. So, astrology refers to entire people, individuals. This is another aspect which time on was also very, very particular about what happened. He was that to adopt Arabic Hebrew philosophical concept, which made it very difficult to understand. This would just borrow terms out of any of these sort of trying to. Another one is the Arabic word klim, which becomes and I think Hindu perhaps that becomes Arabic, and then it becomes English. Use that term. He used the term before. So he's really quite novel with word. National pride. The Hebrew language says everything. We think only Hebrew. Word, they call the back, the rear axle of a car in Hebrew. Axle. You know how you see the front axle? Rear axle hakadmoni. Right? Rear axle that's in the front. So, the they have an academy where they try to dog, they try not to name French, especially in the 1950s. They had a try to keep people like economy, like sort of kala, different origin. Anyways, off track. Where is the climate? Not expected. As I mentioned, cloud is like specifically associated with the. So, if you what stars are aligned for that particular area, what happens? All the stars are differently over. I think you did right.
Good baby.
Myself. Abraham, because says, where you live, because of the different installation. That will look really cool stuff. There's a whole cycle of there's a whole cycle of fear.
People, including a top financial advisor that's heavily involved. Trump wants to get his agenda through, jobs. There's really already here. He wants to stop World War III. Not the very next thing that he ever told. Yeah. Oh my God, this is a giant. He comes out.
Let me just say, a top financial advisor, people we talking about his neighbor. Okay, it's just makes sense. I'm not trying to be a big person. Yeah, he may even be in some weird right. That's right. Well, this is like. Yeah. Now, they're blackmailing. Here's the question. We have just like Maxwell City. We have Alex Costa, who supposedly there was an unsourced or privately sourced, unnamed sourced person that Ford quoted said, I was told stand down. That is why he was not prosecuted.
The federal prosecutor.
To the fullest extent of the law. Why do we not, the Trump administration, the American people, demand that Maxwell testifies in front of Congress, Alexander Acosta testifies in front of Congress about whatever this operation was. What it was. It's a fire operation to destroy the lives of children. No civilized society thinks that important things like this. And it also opens up many questions about a financial system that we barely understand. Oligarchs, criminals, human traffickers, drug smugglers, and our own political criminals, by the way. This is what Nancy Pelosi has been so quiet about this, let's be very honest, because she has no problem with, obviously making lots and lots of money and lots of more politics. I mean, Barack Obama, these $30 million homes in Virginia or whatever they are. Why do we demand that they test people?
Israel. And the
two days, which is completely crazy, by the President of the United States. Yeah, I'm going to be hard on the leader. What their activity over the last 6 months is completely insane. They're bombing churches, they're stalking people, they're shooting people over Syria. But here's the deal. I was studying tonight. It's communist China. Not trying to literally. No, I would just say they're not the most important offensive theory. Absolutely. Because I know the difference because they cut off the U.S. money. Money. Israel was seizing power vacuum in it. Definitely trying a hostile takeover of the administration. That's 100%. Palantir people using technology to Palantir technology to merge all the different departments. If you have information on you with the IRS that's merging with, your arrest record, if you attended a protest, whatever the case may be, we see in the UK people getting sent to jail for tweets. We see all over the world. We know, of course, the Chinese credit score system that feels a little like a precursor to that. Tweet data is he thinks that these tech people are the biggest threat to the stability of the United States going forward because they have their own agendas that are cloaking in this MAGA movement. Do you share that view? And do you think that Trump has allowed these people to get a little too close and exercise a little too much power in the White House? Yes, I think that was a threat. And Chris is by dropping supporters. I mean, lots of people that can explain what's Oracle is also on Trump. So Microsoft, I'm not apologist for Palantir. A real answer. So you notice the New York Times always posts last year on Palantir. It doesn't mean Palantir is an issue. It's that why is everybody know about it? There's all the getting started. So Palantir has been trusted in some of the programs. What's bad either. Trump, how to come in and tell you what's really going on. Let us have a random order. And we will fix all your problems. And my point is, they are small little tiny. So technology has already been done. Right? So the idea that this is already integrated, that it is. Amazon, and these are Amazon, Alphabet, Alphabet's above Google. So it's Google, it's Amazon, that are currently doing it. It's not like it's coming. So I still people in the flashcards here's a bear, here's a money. Here's Palantir. Oh, that's the big tech takeover now. That's a group that fought with their eagles and Trump's they come in, putting charge of the thing that's already there. So I'm telling people, it's coming, it's already there. It's here. It's just Google, or it is coming out today, or it is Microsoft, or it is Microsoft, Amazon. The grids are there. Palantir is a usurper, an obstacle, a pretender to the throne, trying to come in and try to control because the U.S. government has been going and the Microsoft and the Amazon are creating a system that we already have. It absolutely makes sense. The reason Palantir was a red flag for me is what Peter 2 really seem to have a balance. And he doesn't really have an answer for that. He also suggests what sometimes they wanted. That seems like advice on their divorces. He just also says, we need to do what I'm doing to stop the Antichrist. Right. So it just feels to me that they are part of a very large group of companies I don't trust. It is worth noting that this company is, they want to start helping to surveil Americans more than they really are. I mean, that's sort of or help, concentrate the information or help merge the So that's the thing. Apple here is offering a call. Look at Denver. He was funded by but a month ago, whenever he was legal. Palantir is operating starting in place. I'm trying to say it's not just Palantir, it's the way we're saying we're asking. We're the year 2050. Honestly, it's already there. The Palantir thing is a fight about how okay, how are you? Well, it works, give me access. I'm saying it's already all there. I understand that. I think that, listen, I don't trust Elon Musk, I don't trust anything, I don't trust Sam Altman, I don't trust Mark Zuckerberg. It's not because I believe they're inherently evil people or things that are inherently evil. I think their agendas are radically different. And if you took an American off the street and said, what are the things you value? Very few of them are going to go want to terraform Mars and merge with AI and destroy the human race and all this stuff. So I do think that the tech community, it's important to have a thriving tech community, but it's important to not turn our country into a digital police state or China-style surveillance state. I think a lot of those people probably want to create something like that in our society. That doesn't seem like they would prefer that. Palantir is the most evil thing on earth ever seen. It is now. Why do we all know about Palantir? Not the other one. We don't know about Google, Amazon, that are doing 1% of the revenue. It's already there. Right. So we're all fine with shameless AI and social credit or and biometrics and social technology. We're already doing it. Just as a junior. So I oppose what Palantir is doing. I'm saying it's become a distraction to only them. Understood. Disclosure. Your sources, people that you know, how damaging is if this all comes out? Do we think that this is a leadership moment for the United States and Israel? Does this come out that this is what many people feel, which is a Mossad CIA blackmail? Or is this basically not, we're going to figure out that? Or will we have a lot of conjecture, we have a lot of there's enough evidence to say that's what it was. Is the disclosure not only will it be embarrassing to people, but is it going to suggest that one of our allies has been using these types of methods to leverage and control over our politics? Is that one of the reasons that they don't want it out? Well, that's all true. I mean, look, Lewinsky was really? So, deal because much of absolutely. Mainly it was like Maxwell or almost the media just keeps this debate. He wasn't officially Mossad. He was people race manager. This is all coming out. And this is the little more interesting. It's really the hours right now. All the information is from Excel. They just all this other stuff. They're simply independent. They focus on his plan. They worked all mage. It was all release until he got them anyway. That what's more important than this is the answer to what's undertaking the information. It's all about getting right to the state and troubleshooting with it and defending it. How you going to we're handling elections and the chairman from asking some polling. He said a voter Democrat, but I care about the voter freedom of the future. And he's and again, they say right 14 points of independence. It's a collapse. It's a collapse. It's a collapse. 5-6 points. For those hard-working days. I mean, this is a disaster. It's just too bad without seeing polls right having a simple as 26. It's also overshadowing another interesting and important story. That's that Comey, Brennan, Clapp, all these guys what was kind of with, manufacturing this evidence that Trump was installed. Crossfire hurricane is confirmed. Obama giving orders to Clapp and Brennan. They put him in surveillance and the out. They created the association. They didn't just the intelligence and then not the they created this association with some of this response. Obama was a CIA operative. His mother worked for USA. His mother was born in Hawaii. I mean, because Obama comes up all the time as this guy. I always think these politicians. I imagine that politicians type what's going on. But there's whole film the Communist Party USA. First Frank Marshall Davis. We didn't think it was born. Yes, it was born. Who was? It was Obama. I was born in Kenya. I'm okay. He's a cover story. I spent summers with Frank Marshall Davis in Hawaii. My real father, Marshall Davis, and his mother. It's the one that didn't stop born. Actually, they did that style. Frank Marshall Davis, the same house. Church with his mom and Frank Marshall Davis. Her with women all over the page. It's a very safe town. It's a famous president. This mother was a famous so here yeah, no, that's how I feel as well. Obama says why don't people come up with that Obama so well in the election. Obviously, it's a brilliant politician, but in the media, you go to hear these people don't know anything about. There's a lot of people Pharma and the big pharma was providing very interesting. I think obviously poison food in America needs to be dealt with. But Kennedy was talking a lot about these vaccines were mandated and not a lot of adverse effects. Rabbi is now not following up Pfizer saying maybe more about tonight, but I still haven't heard the one she was dead. Run now, only 2 years ago, they just like crazy. And they're making clients Pfizer. So Pam Bondi and Susie Wild, who's the White House chief of staff, running consulting firm, and their biggest client is Pfizer. Well, that's not great. And even the lawyers came out, all the people involved. Kennedy's trying to make consulting now. The White House somehow overrides it. I've heard Kennedy from people that I know. I think Kennedy feels like he's frustrated. I also think he has kept the poison seed out. But also, Kennedy was coming in there saying, listen, these mandatory vaccines, because of their adverse health effects, and now that's not being talked about. Everything's about, by the way, get the food diet. Sure, but let's not identify companies like Pfizer and all these people going forward. I mean, he came out today. I asked him, I mean, this is going on. It's a big giant operation. Well, gave him the technical skills and something in the West. Devil, you need to dump me. But who would he was afterwards last election? She would have put the year. She would have mentioned she works for Kenya. She was rather interesting. Did not know that. Read it with all the. He was coming up. Well, yeah, man. We don't even have. I have responsibility. Like a jack in the box. Said, I want to show you the universe of human business. We don't know this. We know these really people. Of course, Netanyahu said Israel's I have great friends in Israel and in America that are Jewish people that just so hard. A lot of them think what's going on in Gaza is atrocious and there's a criminal and should stand trial. But it is interesting to see that this administration is starting to spin out of control. It feels like that. The first 5 months or so, it was like almost and then it just started going sideways. And it was moving very quickly in the wrong direction. And I looked like I mean, I'm in this drum, and then he's poking holes in the book. And I don't want to be and I got to get to him. I mean, I'm in the White House calling on the guy. What do you think I'm doing all this? Tell me about yeah. So it went from your bag, whatever it was, yeah. They want this to go away. Listening to you since I'm 12 years old on the GCN network. I remember listening to you before 9/11. GCN network, we're talking like 1999. I mean, unbelievable. And that's, I believe that was the network you were on, was GCN. Yeah. Yeah. So that's how long I've been listening to you. Bring you in when stuff like this happens because I often get confused because we all basically say to ourselves, what the hell is going on? It's almost like gaslighting is so crazy. It's like you start going like, oh, Epstein was a black man. You should be like, oh, forget any of this. And you go, you suggest he's connected to the Mossad or anything. And you go, wait a minute, hold on. This has all been kind of decided. There's mountains of evidence. So to attack supporters or, people that are just raising questions, of course you're going to have to go out and say, hey guys, you know what you're doing. And for whatever reason you want this to go away, it's not going to go away until you disclose the information you have. And that's the problem. He's double down, he's doubling back, and it's just right there. And so, all the other progressives and all the bullshit, this year's thing is photo, and even the Democrats started bullying the 350,000 kids from across a bunch of them, sexually, whatever. Tom Mom, and they already saved 35,000 kids across every house. All this good stuff, and I don't want to see, but knowing that first, and I'm sure that's not another secret, but if it makes it able to leave it alone, all the things implications, cash hotel, and there's nothing here. This is what people say, really far up here was said on my show. God, credits them. People acting like they're personally. So it looks like they made a deal to be successful in research. It's the only way maybe depose Alex and let's find out who told him that. And that's to get U.S. 50 years ago. Yes, and let's find out. And at the end of the day, I'm not naive. You're not naive. We know that there's serious players behind the scenes who are concerned about all kinds of people. And I know you can't wave a magic wand and go away. Throw the whole jail for you, but there's no accountability for the type of criminal activity that everybody knows about. The lack of credibility. Not only this administration, but it's the government and the justice system. You're actually hitting the key here. I can go home if you want. We're going to wrap up in a few minutes. Just run the all right. I was hoping to go there, but you can run it to it out there. Oh, you're now good. I told you. I learned to do this with you. I just told you. I didn't even ask you. But what was this? You went to me. I was just about it was all fake. So as a side, I am such a believer in that. Lives are much better. I don't want them there. No pay for this damn thing. I understand. Alex Jones is taking be brave, ladies and gentlemen. And now it's time to tell you about Athletic Greens, the company that dropped me for talking about put in on my show about Athletic Greens many years ago, and we did it from Alex's studio, and then they dropped me. So here's what I'd like to say about Athletic Greens. One day, my friend from Athletic Greens died. He put Athletic Greens in a water bottle and shook it up, and he drank it, and now he's dead. Athletic Greens killed my friend. I don't know why. Maybe it wasn't Athletic Greens. Maybe it was just some do you think these people are that drink this? You think they're offended by this? All right, thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. I was just shitting on an advertiser for dropping me. I was talking about blood. They dropped me. They dropped me because I said I'm going to Greens a few years ago. Yeah. Don't talk about it. Stupid. Do something. And so the whole thing is a disaster. Change people. It's so sad. Because I can sit here, all of it, the other I feel like Trump, and I'm just wondering, I hope he gets fixed it, because I'm a president, and what's the first election that was the House and Senate? The polls are getting very big donors, people like Henry Madison and stuff like that, and a lot of connections in Israel. And I think there's probably pressure from that avenue as well. People that spend a lot of money to help Trump get elected are probably telling him, let's make this go away. Let's not have this be an embarrassment. Let's not force it. Sorry. Did you hear me? You're back. Okay. So that, what is that? Is that the animal here? Is that what you want to hear? No, this is a monster. It's December. See, that's like, it's December. It's like one of those certain sections. I'm seeing odds. See, what does that say about me? I don't see a lobster, I see a devil. I like it's December, so when the lobster's over and it goes to the full, the pumpkin. I don't like it. We try to make it nice while we talk about international, sex trafficking calls and this type of thing. By the way, Hollywood stands to probably get very embarrassed if this comes out too. This is not just political. There's probably a lot of big people in Hollywood. Let's talk about who we know. Blackmailing operation against dead people, science people, vaccines, thinkers, Harvard, Clinton, Steve Jobs, wives, all those people, and that's not the frustration, is that we know they're all in there. We know it's all going on. By Trump doing this, now joining with them, and in such a terrible way, and saying you're not part of our organization, you question this, what's that? Something less claim that God is a cult, God is a cult. So how are you processing this? Because I'm not like there's people trying to hold things up and the same thing as the energy accomplished by extension. Okay, join in the cover-up. Agreed. I process it the same way you process it. I think securing the border, having having the American working class maintain ground, and trying to provide a standard of living for people and not opening the borders. What they've done in the UK, it's caused tremendous strife. They're now putting people in jail for tweeting about social and cultural issues in that country. All the trials, all the pressure, all the demonization. Here's the crap everybody's absolutely hope that they live in those homes. Right. The firm, they're also both in the White House. It's major conflict of interest. Seems so. So it's not quite on Biden level stuff, which everything. And again, I'm not trying to say that the only problem. A lot of it is it's complex, it's huge, lots going on. You're trying to make deals with the deep state. They're like, sir, the secret US down. They walk into the crowd and oh, by the way, stuff we read from the Democrats, it's all about you. And it doesn't real. We are the next 3 cycles. It even 3 cycles begins about Trump. So I think that's part of that they'll kill me because they tried to, investigate. Very few people are satisfied with the explanation of what the assassin was. I was meant to drugs or you know online food trade. You know that much about him. The media is only the kind of narrative about him, but that was clearly a complete crush with gas. Do you think that there's any fear in that sense that Trump goes, that people are saying for keeps? I mean, I think that's the other day. I mean, all Trump wants 60 years. It's literal everywhere about law reform. You know, I started to feel that. You know, what you like to do is you know, where they when you shot, it uses production. We're not expecting the presidential speech of Trump or Obama, any of them, which I've been to, or Bush, W. or any of them, all of those. You have the Secret Service directing press back. They tell you when you don't be there when you get shot, he falls down, they wave him back, he pops back up, they let the press in. These are TV productions. So people see that production, and then they know it's fake. The whole thing is a production. But I don't know what it's like. They have real people shooting at them, and then they just literally produce here. And you can't think real like that. You can't think because it's another shooter or a guy getting killed or other people shot in the background. You know, I mean, the greatest directors all fused together. Steven Spielberg, Rothschild, Scorsese, nobody could do that. Nobody could figure that out. It was real. Because you're not great. The Democrats look at the Congress and the vote go, I'm the this big. It's this big. And when it crashes, it's exactly what it does. Long story short, I hear my wife is almost long day. So we're going to start at the same thing happened. My family shot in his accent. The point was, is that agree with the France. The point is, no, that wasn't real. And all the lawfare and all the indictments and the mug shot and the musket shot was real. And because of that feeling, and because of what happened, they're not trying to spin that money go away. But people that see, so they push the media back. Well, if you go to any maybe corporate deal, they kill them either for it or come back. And then once Trump comes back up, they're like, okay, he's okay to come back forward because they're producers, they're filmmakers that run this. They're trying to get a lot of shots from videos that went out of Trump. And so they all see shot thing is here to run back. Then he pops back up and Charles okay, they bring back up, bring the cameras back up. You got a bunch of Pulitzer Prize like retirees there. But they're going to do what the Secret Service says. So people go, oh, that's a production. Well, those the NFL game. Okay, that's a production. That's what the game is. It's real. So, yeah, it is a production. It's a production. It's a real event that's happening. Before you go, what do you think media wants? I mean, they go up Syria today. Gaza is insane. They seem to be hinting that they're not done what they want. I heard from people who there's articles out. This is not a secret. I don't think they feel like enough damage is done. They want to do more. What do you think ultimately in 4 years they would like to see? Netanyahu would like to see. Like, what would be their goal here? To Gaza in the image of what they want? I imagine that's on the table. Is it another attack on Iran? What do you think it is?
I'm an expert on
As much as you want.
Benjamin Netanyahu has been previously represented the most right-wing, aggressive. When you shot Rabbi, associated with him, killed him.
So he was very much.
Just let's just say,
And then finally,
so you.
For sure.
Yeah, we're the master rebel. They're going to drive a group out of the Pharaoh did years ago. That was wrong. Perfect either, believe me.
They're not little eggs, but I get it.
The optics are not good. Savage, a great guy. It's a net. I mean, popular countries in the world to the most.
Yeah, they've had a rough couple of years.
So, Netanyahu, record, you pull up articles. Israel funded the creation of credit. One group in, challenge them, and then forget about it later. For a long record, 18. I said, I bet 6 months to find out. Israel's out on me, trying to take him out. Thing sounds good. I don't like the liberal cut. Radical Druze and others. But Israel literally ran field hospitals for Al Qaeda. So October 7th at this stand down, this little armed camp, really intelligent. It was 7.5 hours. Nobody responds to that's grabbing all these kids. You fart in Israel. So, and then you know, the army that was a couple of years ago. He said, when the war is over, we'll investigate. Well, 25 years. Right. Stays in power, having crisis. Really comes down to him and his party. They don't get an election for 5 months. That's what it is. They can't even have elections because of the spend. Iran's no angel. 20-some years ago, he got Syria 8 months ago. The last one is Iran. It's not just about getting that close to Syria. Under international law, Israel can drill Marcos down. And they've got one of the biggest gas fields undrilled because the conflict is more rich than Jewish. Turkey is in. closer to nothing. The southern you can say, well, there's people gas all the way. The right to the trade, the Syria, you gotta use the hub. Started with it for the pipeline out of Israel. Not even we're talking $7 trillion in add it all up, it's over 20 trillion. The military control. Israel has never actually, you're telling me, they never got a proper war. And so there's a strategic alliance and control. So I don't just blame Israel and all the Israelites.
Yeah, I think you're right. What is it with Ukraine? They're still cutting big checks. We're still spending a lot of money. It seems like we're trying to get their country nuked. Hopefully there will be a deal in place. Embrace my second thought. That was a very big possibility, but it seems like the policy of America is to push Putin into a corner until he uses some type of tactical nuclear weapon. I can't see any other.
Well, as usual here, analysis is just, yourself is accurate. The head of finance, the head of Germany, the UK, they said our business plan is 20 to 30 years to explore Russia, build back in Russia, finally bring Russia to the finance. Well, they weren't Russia outperforming. We'll be nations, artillery drills, 300 troops. So that's not working. So these clips would usually influence this. And you've got, just like the now with McNamara, he's been this for a year. They've moved to a place where they could have won very quickly moving to the north. They could have won, destroying it, but they never did that because it was just a way of pawns. Just stop branching out courts. So it's all transported, and even for 15 years the U.S. rose through a government stirring up projects. And they don't care. As long as they can keep it going, they're laundered $300 million in so many years. And it's all been weapons laboratory. So they don't care. They're talking about 30% of the EU budget now going to Ukraine. So the war is a big black hole that you can launder money through. And Putin's more popular than ever before. Like it's not like Iranians and will go away. Right? Well, those that were popular, now they're popular. It's already popular. He's really popular. It's not like they don't win. But war is the health of the state. And if you go back to the movie, called The King, which is a true story, you find out at the end that his ministers have a rebellion against England with the Scottish and the Irish and the Welsh. It's all a true story. There's a public down here. His French cousin really lives north of French or British. They don't tell the news of King. It's a true story. So he goes and war with France, and he only all his money died. Wins. His president up to his relationship. That's why he meets with the King of France. He's doing a great job. He really have a leader. And they we staged all this for you, sir. Now you put it on the slate. We're not treating of England. It's a true story. It stabs you to death. Learning. This whole thing was real people died in the real war. It was totally staged and put down rebellions in France. That's how the real war works.
Psychotic, unfortunate. I hope the Trump administration comes clean. It's the only way forward. People We need the abuse of children to go unchecked. Our government leverage over our government and influence that. Not to say that we are passive or that we are little angel cakes, as you would say. Certainly not. But everybody needs to get all the information out, and I appreciate you. I think you're doing an amazing job. I love that you still come on my show, and I really appreciate it. A lot of people they think all this twisted. No, it's sick.
Acosta.
Nuclear weapons and biological weapons with millions. To stop the conquest economy, we've got to have change. Yeah, and we keep hearing about all this. It's got to stop. You can't get under control. You have to nuclear weapons on the 3 ladder. It goes from like 4 in the rank. 35 now. Even more, we're 16. That's World War III. Because it goes up the escalation ladder. So they'll it just goes and goes and goes. And the elites would rather destroy the world than sacrifice their positions of power. They've got their bunkers, like the very close base. True story with Curtis LeMay. When the movie came out in 64, made in 63, classified.
The Derek.
Look this up, folks. They come. Supreme Allied Commander, super hardcore. German. Wasn't like it's supposed to be a war. They come to us. Our own military bases. Blame the Russians and said, we think all of the 20 million Americans in their response. We wait a few years under mutually back and fired, and that's Operation Northwoods. The movie Dr. Strange was leaked basically to Kubrick. The film to show it.
Traditional Jewish law for their actions.
Product. They knocked out most of the population, and they came to
culpability of
and then
did not
guess who the adjunct?
Wow.
27.
It was not printed in their personnel.
So the Project American Pictures people, and then Dick Cheney on it. So this is the movie Dr. Love is a what almost happened. The Cuban Missile Crisis. The U.S. missiles on the border of Russia, several months ago, Turkey. I'm not a Russian. The point is, we're all told in school books, the Russians assholes. No, Khrushchev was on TV, taking missiles out. We put missiles on their border. So it's the same story. The average American. Eisenhower's better. Crazy power mad general. Now what have we done? We put missiles on Russia's border. A year ago they said, you've already heard 2 or 3 days we won't respond. I see a large thousands of missiles. We have to believe it's a nuclear secret. Shoot. Oh my God. Take out all the Russian bases. Most of Russia's weapons are in the West. Most of them are in the West. You shoot them. We've got to believe it's a nuclear sneak attack. That's why we're so U.S. Are we close to nuclear war? Energy, scientists come in Chicago that looks at and said we are close to nuclear war. Remember 2 minutes to midnight? It used to be 2 minutes to midnight. Something like 20 seconds to nuclear war. Yeah. So,
I checked, we're 20 seconds from midnight. Thank you so much. Alex Jones, everyone. Thank you. Alex Jones with us, legendary producer, friend of the show. I've been lucky enough to speak to him about a lot of the crazy shit that has gone on
to get around that.
in a few years. And just right out with it, we wanted to read on what is going on because, from the outside, the Trump administration hangs on exposing this cover up, pulling the lid off this cover up,
We're openly
and then you get an office,
persistent.
and now it seems like you're part of this cover up. So, what in your estimation has happened? Well, all I can there's something outside of the fact that it was
That's 3 decades where basically
15 years ago, they leaked Justice Department.
serious.
Murdered, and there wasn't even trafficking, there wasn't even
Test very
close. Flies in the face of the world making something like disappear. This is a complete coincidence that a lot of this can happen around the time that eventually Netanyahu became a visitation of the White House. I don't want to get but Netanyahu is was heresy. There's New York that was not his business. And we have a third of what was coming out. So, millions of dollars right before it got after he died. And so that's the reason why it's great. I was going to make that point. There's so much about it. It is funny. What's going on? Bar and 17, 20 hard credentials. We have teachers. And then was a CIA. Was CIA. Right, so space relations, so since that become crazy, there's everything to do. And so, Trump had to be against Trump because he knows something else works. This morning, that's it. So, well, they were having a deal talk. They would have brought it out and they tried. So, I have to I just want to say this today. Bonnie sent me 10,000 hours of video. She sent me 10,000 hours of video. I had dinner last week with the vice president. He told me that that was commercial pornography. He did not have videos of any powerful person in a compromising position. That's the point they're going with. If that's the case, why would Pam Bondi call it evidence? Why would she say it's evidence? She's not an idiot. She's the attorney general. Why would she say there's files on her desk if none of these implicating anybody? It just feels like they're covering something for sure. 100%. And I feel like they're telling a story, and the story doesn't make any sense.
And most of
there are too many tribes here. Okay, a common bonding image. And
very rare.
Totally different. So here's what we know from this poem. And I'm not trying to go to the story and it's out of ways over. I wrote most of the never development that happened in the last 6 months ago. Here's what we know 8 years ago. Surgeons in their early they're getting that. The marks are even that small that information that was coming to providers. Oil, you know, one of the top whistleblowers so much. He says, my sources say they got some of those videos and files and everything. So I'm saying, yeah, he's been set up for meeting tonight. My sources are made he's exposed the fact that he's been set up. The next day he goes out. The coverage he's minor said, this is one. There's a lot more to do work. With Tommy's daughter and Tommy would be in trouble the whole time. But it was 24 hours, we're going to go grab it. 24 hours goes by, grab it, get out of New York, Missouri, we got to again do it. And then they're putting these files. Obviously, if the Democrats before Trump and after Trump now control the file, people like Tommy control it. Are they going to leave it? Because it's logical to say they're going to probably themselves, oh, we really don't folks, I'll serve another jump in late March. And indeed, why the FBI works the top of the FBI's investigations, they don't get the fruit loads of the new ones. And all of the other seem to report. Then the FBI would confirm this, looks at it, it's got all the stuff about Trump in it, true or not, bonding them from that, it's in Trump, it's got all this about you. Then you see the headlines in the media about no, you can trust him. She killed him. She acts alone and didn't do anything. Case closed. And I said it a week ago. Trump has learned, or possibility, despite giving the price of pills, they're not just going to take out that stuff about them. They're going to edit all this stuff, recycle here. Trump comes over to last Saturday, 8 days ago. Hey, they control the file. I'm saying if he doesn't censor what's bad, that's going to be expired. He says they put a bunch of people in there, which I was even part in. So that's one track. Scared and hysterical. The other track was he wasn't included. He wasn't included. So now the jury's going he's going to be suspect. Same people that were prosecuting Hurricane, prosecuting Obama, Helmy, did all this for known fake fraud, for known federal. So I don't believe it right away. They didn't bring up that beyond. So,
where there was a
anytime Massage going to operate with this, they're going to need a agreement. Right. His dad that was MI6, Mossad. So, then he one of these, search whatever that young was, we go into the full files, there's almost kind of facility in New York. Barack there for around the time, 30-something years here in New York. All of a sudden, the plane, as soon as that Yahoo shows up, we are. Interesting. That makes sense. Yeah. London. That's right. You're smart.
to say I do
They're
not.
not really yeah.
A little bit.
Here's my question. Way back while sitting in the jail, I believe in Tallahassee, Florida. We have Alex, supposedly there was an unsourced or privately unnamed source. Alex Costa. I was told to stand down. That is why he was not prosecuted. The federal
job.
When I'm taking a
Trump administration, the American people demand Maxwell testifies in front of Congress, and then Alexander Acosta testifies in front of Congress about whatever this operation was. I think you have a good idea about what it was. But it was a vile operation to destroy the lives of children. No civilized society has ignored things like this. And it also opens up many questions about a financial system that's involves oligarchs, criminals, human traffickers, drug smugglers, and our own political class. Nancy Pelosi has been so quiet about this, to be very honest, because she has no problem with, obviously making lots and lots of money. Lots more politicians. I mean, Barack Obama, he's $30 million, whatever they are. Why do we demand that they testify, Alex?
Well, on the story, I'm not considering us. I was about to go. It's like, I was about to go to this. And you've got these lawyers acting at 8 months ago. Part of our and then before you know it, came out and said it comes to us. We're never going to say it. Which is more doesn't mean Trump did anything wrong, but he's implicated. He's embarrassed by it. He's the president. So you can't trust somebody to testify. Sorry, don't look at other people. Well, he should say that I should all the point is that pressure mounts for his team is hopefully releases before the election. I would have thought that the voters are going to go and on research from the struggle that you're going to get along with any of this. And they're going to be able to take a lot of that. So I think Justice Speed doesn't have a fall. But the thing is, if they will get all police make tech time, I really need to lose heavily in overall. And his wife lived him over. So he can't hear those police will say what he had. People come out and say, Trump's being told this will crash the stock market. This will bring down America. This is a setup. And I'm defending that logically. The world will think back at it so silly and so there's all this these demons. This is not a well, they can't use the giant wall.
This is driving people insane, and I think it's justifiably so that people at the highest levels can get away with stuff like this, and that it can be covered forever. And I think a lot of people.
It's diplomatic and everything.
It's diplomatic and everything. I told fans, I said, if you don't disclose everything you're doing, nobody will support it. You got to leave. The completely part of this cover-up, everything doesn't come out. I think it paralyzes their presidency. He agrees with me. Like it my job.
Relation.
I mean, he agrees with me. The calls are coming from inside the house. We know that Benjamin Netanyahu shows up. We can immediately see an about face, which is completely crazy, by the President of the United States. And I'm not a paranoid Israel hater, but they're actually over the last 6 months, he's completely insane. They're bombing churches, they're starving people, they're shooting people that are
knock out the Democrats because they got all the U.S. money, deep state money. Israel, Yahoo, seizing power making minutes, absolutely trying a hostile takeover of the administration. That's 100%.
Are you worried about these connections with Palantir, with all of the using technology? technology to Palantir technology to merge all of the different departments. So that if you have information on you with the IRS that's now merging with, your arrest record, and if you've attended a protest, and whatever the case may be, we see in the UK people getting sent to jail for tweets. We see all over the world, and we know, of course, the Chinese social credit score feels a lot like a precursor to it. Steve Bannon said that these tech people are the biggest threat to the stability of the United States going forward because they have their own agendas that they're cloaking as a MAGA movement. Do you share that view? And do you think that Trump has allowed these people to get a little too close and exercise a little too much power in the White House? Explain what's happening. Microsoft, Amazon was worse than Microsoft is second. They've already show you. It's Amazon, so they're the ones that are currently doing it. It's not like it's coming. So I just tell people, here's a bigger, here's the money rabbit, here's balance. No, that's the group that thought their angles with Trump. They play in charge on the thing that's already there. So no, it's not that it's coming, it's already there. Palantir is just as dangerous as Google or at Microsoft or at Amazon. Microsoft, Google, Amazon. And I'm saying statistics are 90% started there. Palantir is a usurper trying to come in. Trump control because the U.S. government's been directing the Googles, Microsofts, and the Amazons already created the system that we already have. Does that make sense? It absolutely makes sense. The reason Palantir is always a red flag was like, should the human race exist? It kind of stutters, stammers, doesn't really seem to have that one seems easy. He doesn't really the answer for that. He's also suggested things that people want Epstein's Island. They wanted Epstein's like it just do what I'm doing. Right. So it feels that yes, it's part of a very large group of companies that don't trust. But it is worth noting that this company is, they want to start helping to surveil Americans more than they already are. That's or help to concentrate the information, help merge.
point.
Much more
6-7 years ago, wouldn't give access to AI. Actually, Palantir is offering to come.
I read the Bible very well.
But a month ago, starting in place for Trump's age. I'm trying to say, it's not away. I'm saying it's already there. The Palantir thing. Okay, I'll hire you to explain how it works. I'm saying it's already all there.
No, I think I don't trust Elon Musk. I don't trust anything. I don't trust Elon Musk. I don't trust Zuckerberg. It's not because I believe they're the evil people or the basics. I believe their agendas are radically different. If you look at American off the street, very few of them are going to go and want to terraform Mars, merge with AI, destroy the human race, and all of this stuff. It's tech community, but it's important to not turn our country into a digital police state or a tiny cloud surveillance state. I think a lot of those would probably want to create something like that in our society. You know, that does seem like they want to prefer that.
I want to hear your let's just say Palantir is the most evil thing on earth. How do we all know about Palantir and not the other? We don't know. Amazon, they're not. We're all learning about surveillance and AI. Doing it. Everyone else. So it's become a distraction. Understood. People you know damaging if this all comes out. It's a watershed moment. The United States and you know, Israel. Say what many people feel, or we're never going to definitively know that, or will we? There's enough evidence in my book to say what it was. If the disclosure, not only will it be embarrassing to people, but is it going to suggest that one of our allies using these types of methods to gain leverage and control over our politicians? Is that one of the big reasons that they cannot want to be? So some people people as well, right? So liminal sexual. So yeah, Epstein was the media didn't is it Mossad? Is it Mossad? Well, he wasn't officially part of the highest level. His opera was lower the boss. So his lane come out. This is the leverage that is really using to do all that.
My second.
It's a collapse. It's a collapse. It's a collapse. 6 points. Overshadowing another interesting and important story that's that Comey, put it in essentially participated in what was called an attempted coup with, manufacturing this evidence from his installed by Russia. Yeah, cross for hurricane. And it's confirmed. Not just giving orders to the but before 2016 was right. Just work for USA was born in Hawaii because weird comes up all the time is this, and I always man, and I imagine that Barack Obama would be like a similar politician, like a type of thing that what's going on. There's whole film, research. It's all out. Where do you think he was born? Yes. Yes. Okay. I was born in friends of my grandfather. And it's Frank Marshall.
The ultimate any organized
Obama. So you're, from an intelligence standpoint. That's right. I feel as well. I mean, the main problem is Obama said that he was fathers. He was like my father and stayed with them. He was friends with my grandfather. Well, I know people say, I've said that Obama essentially led kind of a secret double life his entire life, and they were shocked that he was polling well in the election. Obviously, he was a perfect politician, but he didn't go near any of the secret life. He didn't go. There's a lot of people that obviously just told to stand down, but I know people like all these large financial institutions that knew him that were shocked that more details about his private life were emerging. Well, you're not going to it's well known in these control. And he is literally hearing secrets or seemingly people that always embarrassing it is. You know, I mean, I was. I don't. A lot of influencers and people that do it so much. They need to be able to see that and hear all this. And tiny audiences. I don't like that because television and the state is against Honda. It's one of their straight overall. And it's heavily enforced for good. They'll see it tomorrow. And they're doing amazing things. So I don't want to do all that. Because I tag Tom, which I never do. And then you get the worst end of that enemy. Keep my integrity. And I don't know if you course correct. One of those going to interact with slowly all day. So it's about that. But you look at what we Iran, you look at Israel, you look at Canada, really ridiculous oil war. If you want the lawsuit and you look around the border, basically what you say, Trump is keeping it. It's almost like the Trump is trying to. I think obviously poison food in America needs to be dealt with. A lot of these vaccines were mandated. I had a lot of adverse effects. One is now not following up Pfizer saying, you know more about tonight, but I feel like the White House you can say, 2 years ago, that exists. It's all in part. And they call it Pfizer. So Rodney and Susan Wiles, who's the last chief of staff, running consulting firm, and their biggest client is Pfizer. Well, that's not great. And even today, the lawyers came out, all the people involved. He's trying to be consulted now. So Homeland Security is we're bearing the information. The White House suddenly overrides it. People that I know, I think he feels like he's frustrated. I also think he has to get a point of food down. But also, Kennedy was coming in there saying, listen, these mandatory vaccines, a lot of them had adverse health effects, and now that's not being talked about. Everything's about food diet. Now, by the way, get the food diet out. Sure, but let's not identify companies like Pfizer and all these things going forward and big food. And it's not what's happening there. The big they literally did. It's a big time organization. Wells gave it organization skills and throw me in the way. You need the devil you don't need. Who was she that she was for it? She works for it. She works for Josh. I did not know. That's coming up. Israel's a guinea pig. I have great friends in Israel and America that are Jewish people that are religious. Some are, and they a lot of them think we're going to cause controversies and trial. But it is interesting to see that this administration is starting to spread out of control. It feels like that.
9 months or so. It was like almost perfectly off the record. And then it just started going in sideways. And it was really very hard right here. And then failing. All of a sudden, I want to vote. It's wrong. And then he told him out of the vote. Follow me in this. Follow me in this. I gotta get to a lot more. I mean, I'm going to go out, call up and be like, coming in, doing all that. Something I've never asked for. I'll put you there when you were president. Yeah, so it went from, you're bad, we're going to rip on this tap, you 2 weeks ago. Yeah, no way. He wants this to go away. And you, I've been listening to him since I'm 12 years old on the GCN network. I remember listening to you before 9/11, either way. And GCN network, we're talking like fucking 1999. We're talking 8-bit internet. I mean, unbelievable. It's like, it was a network you're on. That's what I've been listening to you, and that's why I feel it when stuff like that happens, because I often get confused because we're all basically saying to ourselves, what the hell is going on? It's almost like the gaslighting is too crazy because it's like you start going like, who said Epstein was a black man? Who said any of this? And you go, why would you suggest he's connected to the Mossad or anything? And you go, well, you better hold on. This is all been done and decided. There's a balance of evidence. So people that are just crazy. Of course, you're going to have to come out and say, hey guys, we know what you're doing. For whatever reason you want this to go away, it's not going to go away until you disclose the information you have. Yeah, so I'm making this. This is a spiral, and it's so sad. Openly with 300,000 all across, slave labor. Tom on the rest, 35,000. All this good is happening. You don't want to see this happening. But the way this works, it's amazing that I don't know if it's true. But if Trump makes it look like states make them alone, you see, tell us to go. Cal Serve, really smart people, so we're just going to show. They're reviewing the advice. Just British them are the very same people who are acting like rumors. So it looks like they made a deal to accept this for a reason. It's the very same immigrants that turn on them. Are taking notes of the person that would do classified. They only want to have what Trump had. They release it. Release it all the only way. And Alex Constant, let's find who told you that. So I mean, let's find out. At the end of the day, I think that I'm not naive. We know that there's serious players behind the scenes that are exerting pressure on all kinds of people. And I know that you can't wave a magic wand to make the deep state go away, and you can't throw them all in jail overnight. But if there's no accountability for this type of criminal activity that everybody knows about, then the lack of credibility is going to eat away at not only this administration, but at the government, the justice system in this country. No, you're right. You're absolutely here. And by the way, I got so much more. What you read about in a few minutes? My bladder's about to bust. Can I just run pee? I'll come right back. I'll say, oh, you're doing good. I told you, oh, shit, I learned how to do this with you. I just told you I didn't even have guests. Just like the man was up to me, that was the thing. So I have such a self-belief in death. That was me using mine so much. Hang on a minute.
Yeah. Okay. I just can't think. I understand. Alex Jones is taking people and trying to tell them about athletic greens. The company that dropped me for using $30 something about election. I did one online show about athletic greens many years ago. And we did it from Alex's studio and they dropped me. So here's what I'd like to say about athletic greens. You know, one day my friend took athletic greens and he died. He put athletic greens in a water bottle, shook it up, and then he drank it, and now he's dead. Athletic greens killed my friend. I don't know why it happened. Maybe it wasn't athletic greens. Maybe it was just some kind of a random medical emergency. I bet it was the greens. He was frosting his mouth. He was, no, it's happening. And there was greens coming out of his mouth. I can't believe it. It's athletic greens. I'm dying. It's killing me. I knew it was fake. He goes, I knew it was fake anyway. You can't help me by putting a pile of green shit in the water. It's a lifestyle. I knew it was fake. I just wanted to leave you and him. And then he just started going, it's a seizure. And I'm just saying, you can say meals do that. But I'm just saying it's comedy show. I didn't say it's a joke. Of course, obviously, disclaimer, taking my friend. They did drop me. They tried to get the back before the going to lose. It happened, you guys. To my show. We're sorry. Take it. You think you're offended by Alex? What do you think these people are? Drink this. You think you're offended by this? All right, thank you. Thank you. Look at that. I was just shitting on an advertiser to drop me. He goes, no, they dropped me. They dropped me because they said I could agree on the show 2 years ago. Yes. Learn about it. And now, so you say, don't look at it. Don't talk about it. It's not just stupid. Do something. So that like, so you don't think there's no such thing as a disaster. Each one of us has people that's so sad. Because of integrity issues, I can't sit here and put up one word. And all I want is to put stories. So, really cool. And I just wonder how we're supposed to get out of this. Normally, you come at the first election, they was out. So the neighbors, according to pollsters, we were turning to win. He was getting record numbers. A lot of this crazy from donors, people like Mary Mouse and stuff like that. Connections, Israel, obviously. And I think there's probably pressure from that avenue as well. Of people that spend a lot of money to help Trump get elected that are probably telling him, let's make this go right. Let's not have this be an embarrassment or worse. They cut out of here. Yeah. Did you hear me? You were back. Okay. Yeah. What is that? Is that a devil on your Hillary Clinton on your? No, this is the lobster. It's the summer. See, it's the summer. It's the lobster. It's like those. It's like those quads. See, what does it say about me? I don't see a little dressing too. I like it's the summer, so when the lobster's over and it goes forward, we put a pump. We try to make it nice when we talk about international, sex trafficking calls and this, that, and the other thing. By the way, Hollywood stands to probably get very embarrassed if this comes out too. This is not just political. There's a lot of big people. Let's talk about how we know is how I call them. Science people, figures, Harvard, Hollywood, Steve Jobs' wives, monthly article, magazine, all those people. And that's my big frustration. Is that we know they're all in there, we know what's all going on, and I'm not doing this. He's still joining with them. And he did it for passes him, securing the border, having it, getting the American working class their feet ground, and trying to provide a standard of living for people and not open the borders. What they've done in the UK has caused tremendous strife. They're now putting people in jail for tweeting about social and cultural issues in that country. 15 million committed crimes. I mean, here's what I know. I'll even have to make money to do this. I started hearing this about a year ago. Really close. 78, Daddy 79 now. And all the trials, all the pressure, all the name he doesn't crack up. Certain point, he doesn't really crack up, man. You say, oh, I had this months ago. I'm making it better. Water. But the issues out there, but damn, it's not instinct stuff. It's not something to be rough. They'll bring in some issue, they'll scream at them. And say, I only want to hear about stopping World War III, bringing us to the back, securing the border, and defeating election fraud. People that talk to him, yeah, well, we can have it, 6 30 years defending this. That's not the NC government. And if people listen 30 years, 50 years, they'll just say, fuck you, then they'll go, so, it's not just the global news. He's with this a guy that doesn't give a crap. So at a certain point, for fighting corruption, when he doesn't give a crap about his constituents, experiencing, I was experiencing, so I love it. But with us, it's sort of really Stephen Wiles have the most outside influence in the administration. You think that's true? I'm not defending Stephen Miller, but from my sources, he basically has a meeting on for domestic stuff. And he says he will. And the one thing I have to go through, I just know that it's all the firm is going to number one. One thing her and good buddy is very tight. Is that well? Absolutely. Right. They're a huge consulting firm, but they're also both the White House. It's a major conflict. Seems that it's not Biden. And I'm not trying to say that the only problem. Right. And a lot of it is complex. A lot's going on. And Trump's trying to make it, but if he thought he could make a deal with the nation, shut this down. They will trap it. Stuff we raised from the Democrats, it's all about you. I mean, it's real. Recycle. BS about Trump. Do you think there's any part of him that they'll kill me because they're trying to, maybe try to, satisfied with the information that, wouldn't assassinate Matthew Crooks or, online praying, what you build up in the media. Kind of put a narrative about him, but that was clearly a approach with death. Do you think that there's any fear in that sense that Trump goes, that people might forgive? 14. I think that's the other thing. I think overall Trump wants to from America. I'm trying to move in that direction, but there's a new video out that's viral every year. I saw that, yes. On July 13th, the crew being waved up and he's shot. And he's speech for Obama or Bush, all those. The Secret Service directing press up, directing tell you when you can't. He falls down, they wave him back. Back up. These are TV productions. So people see
and production. But I know ballistics, they didn't have real people shooting, and then so you're not, you can't think ballistics of another people in the shot in the back. I mean, the greatest director of all figure that out. Something that's been this big. And when it grazes you, it's exactly what it does. And because 11. And then Mike, the point was, no, that was real. All there, the indictments, was real. Because of that failing, and because of what happened, they tell the media before they tell me that, and then once it pops back up, they're like, okay, because they're producers, they're filmmakers that run this, videos are put out for Trump, and so they pops back up, it's normal, okay, they creep back up, bring the cameras back up, you know, a bunch of surprise-winning photographers there. People knows the NFL game. Production doesn't mean so yeah, it is a production, but that is of a real.
Before you go, Yahoo wants. I mean, on Syria today, they seem to be. I've heard from people in their it's not a secret that they think they they want to do more. What do you think ultimately in 4 years would like to see that Yahoo say, like, what would be your goal here? Would it be to reconfigure Gaza in the image of what they would want? I imagine that's on the table. Is it another attack on Iran? What do you think it is?
Long periods of time. And not so
well, this I'm an expert on. So how much time do I have?
And he is.
Has been in power the most. Their way, it's on record. And now let's just say so but we're the desert. Years ago, right? Wrong to the Jews is wrong here. Angel cakes are they're not little angel cakes. Are not good, right? It's the one that really American citizens. 2 weeks ago, I said that we're all popular countries in the world should be. I don't know, a couple of years. Until 3 years ago, Israel and funded the creation of critical appeal. So we got one group of people like put a nuclear atom over the bed. Acknowledges that. And then people forget about it later. It's not. Like I said, months ago with Joe and Turkey is of October 7th, and then you came down this little part of the camp. The rebels really confused as well as military on 7.5 hours, nobody responds to Hamas coming across the fence for relations. And then they're looking at this one here. So, and then you would think there was a standout. The Army might do. He might have. That was when the war's over, we'll investigate. Well, for 25 years, Syria's hard fought. He stays in power. Right? Crisis. And so it really comes down to him and his party. And they don't hear elections for 5 months or emergency declaration. They can't even have elections because of this. He understands the weapons they understand the capabilities of Iran's going to be but if you look at Wesley Clark 27 years ago, he has some backup 27 years. They go the next 5 years, we're taking well, they come into Syria and he goes through the last one is unreal. And it's not just about getting Syria. Under international law, Israel gets 12 miles out. Maybe one of the biggest gas fields undrilled. So there's trillions of dollars and they build a pipeline that goes up to Turkey. So Turkey is involved. It's like he's going to those guys are on the support signing towards the joint town. And so it's all the U.S. is involved. It wasn't because it wants to stop the road out of China through into Russia and Europe. Other is the key one to building up the Europe up there. And it's gas all the way out from Israel, Lebanon, Syria, all the way. And so Israel wants to build the making of Israel for shipping liquid natural gas. He has a pipeline up to Europe. It's going to bring more gas. It's got more gas. Well, that
It's like Vietnam. Their business was not very. They quickly moved north because destroying it, but they never did that because it was just a way to follow back there. There was like 3 million himself and just start dredging out the ocean and so it's all important. And you get 70 years for us. Overthrowing everybody's Ukraine, stirring it up. Russia. And they here, as long as they can keep it going on $300 billion. They're talking about 30% of the budget. Award the reporters that you can hold their money. Because the other day, the Iranians and the wake away. They're popular. They're popular. Right. The king was a great. And his true story. The public here. And French cousins really don't know why they conquered French or British. Right. They don't tell them, died. So this is a true story. So he goes with friends, and he always fighting friends. How you put it on stabs him. Real war, but it was totally safe. Millions of friends. Now, the guy, unfortunately, I hope that Trump's it's the only way forward. People in this country need. Not let foreign governments leverage over our government and influence that. Makes us, completely normal. To say that we are, or that we are little angel pigs as humans, we're certainly not. But everybody, we need to know the information out. I think you're doing a good job, and I love to hear you still come. I'm sure I appreciate you. But yeah. Machiavelli, because they're taking all this twist. Nuclear war. Understand conflict. With nuclear weapons, with biological weapons, with a million people, we have to stop the bloodless economy. The economy that we're hearing about all these things, but it's not just not. Because all they're doing war. Yes, escalation. It goes from 1 to like 4 to 35. Since World War III, we're next to Trump now, so let's usually just on Moscow, so no score. Elites would rather destroy the world than sacrifice their position. Exactly. Succumb Supreme Alexander, was only food
march. Look like it's pussy, you know, or sure, we're military base, planes, and we're going to blame the Russians. Attack Russia. 20 million targets in response. We went a few years. Military. And that's Operation Northwoods. The movie Kubrick, and he made the film. Meetings. How would you get gross to most of the population? Eisenhower, and then the adjunct. Wow. So you see a lot of the Cheney, and the ghost of May, the movie club is not almost happened. Nike missiles were in several places like Turkey, medium range nukes. Russia, I'm not Russia. The point is, they killed all the Russians put medium range nukes because they're Russia was on TV, 10-year missile now, but our media was so cool, nobody knew we missiles on their border. So it's the same story. Something generals. Now what are we doing with missiles on the right? So you're going to see. You already are every day. It's 2 or 3 days before we're supposed to. We see a large aeronautic attack. Missiles. So my take out all the Russian pieces. Most of the weapons are in the wind. The Russians are in the wind. It's freaking huge. Remember York midnight? What is the nuclear war? Cuban Missile nuclear war. 20 seconds. Shows on X. Thank you. Alex Charles friend of the show. I've been lucky enough to speak to him about a lot of the crazy shit that has gone on the past 10 years. And, we'll just come right out with it. We want to get your read on what's going on because, from the outside, the Trump administration is on exposing this cover-up, blowing the lid off this cover-up. And then they get in office, and now it seems like they're part of this cover-up. So, what are your estimations?
Primarily,
well, all I can do is observe. Sources. 15 days ago, they leaked to Axios. There wasn't human trafficking and blackmail. Defending her, I agree. She's in there. Like you said, go back to the then,
young Christian. Jews.
And then all the relationship with the Democrats. And this is all the Democrats have problems. And you're just idiots. Well, this surrogate, and what was they bring us out and talk about right now. that. So when it's back soon, in a year and a half, and you come out and say, there is no list. Okay, there is a list, but you're still an idiot. So, okay, well, the grand jury transcripts from the 29th one. Tommy's going to work on the cover. They have education years ago where he died in jail. So, you really need to make a try. Come on and say, I'm more guilty than what he did. I don't think the truth.
And that's
What? I'm just like, this is beyond insane. Yeah, it's like Trump blowing his feet off. Well, we know this was the blackmail operation. It was also a money laundering operation. The Jeffrey Epstein was working for billionaires like Les Wexner and many others. We know that there's been a lot of talk about the connections to Epstein Act intelligence and moving money around the world, making sums of money disappear. It's a complete coincidence that a lot of this seemed to happen around the time that Benjamin Netanyahu defended President How she convicted. Robert was on record. Very problems with Rothschild and mistakes and Rothschild. The law of Shield was came out. And it's like what he done 10 years ago. All of a sudden, millions of dollars was sucked up for years. And so, the latest research is pretty close to Epstein was a junior to get laid into the family in the 60s. It was business that no one interconnected. And it wasn't for the judge of the girl that was having a side or nerve or the larger issue was money laundering and then how the Democrats fundamental assessment was in Mexico. And Trump is not as called that juries to really for the stuff from her trial or the trial that ran. Epstein died. Custody. The detention center. We should pay billions. It was 1.1 billion rather than died, but it was actually over $1 billion. He was in custody. 5.5 years ago in New York. It was his business. And so we did this treasury department. So now, Senator White and if this isn't the next broke, I said, where did the millions of dollars go before it got after he died? And so I'm reading what he appreciated at that point. This is so much about money. And it is about the money laundering that was going on. You got Bill Barr, who had Donald Trump school, and 20 hired without credentials, and a top ranked teacher, and then Barr was the CIA. And Barr was the head of a retail operation in the White House. And I think on the price of about space relations, aliens, girls are ranked up, and they took the kids on doing what children, so, yeah, Trump had beauty pageants and Trump had casinos and sporting events. So that's what we're getting Trump. They would have brought it out if they tried. What's happened first, 2016 to 2020. But they really acted like this. I think the jury took the jury is on the majority of people. Our
never looked at it. There are big power like Bill Gates.
Dangerous.
Some people that will attract you, but then we have to get out of it. And so, you real brought up, you know, for me, you have time. We have all different runs. I just put it on December, $10,000. She's 10,000 hours a year. I had dinner last week with the vice president. He told me that that was commercial pornography. You know, the videos of any powerful person in a compromising position. That's the party line that they're going with. If that's the case, why would Pam Bondi call it evidence? Why would she say it's evidence? She's an idiot. She's the attorney general. Why would you say she's files on her past? None of these implicated anybody. It just feels like you're covering something for sure. 100%. And I feel like they're telling a story, and the story doesn't make any sense. So, there are three tracks. Economics file with Dan Patel and Martina or mix of that or but so here's what we know from the time. And really I myself in the summer in the 70s week, so I wrote most of the relevant so here's what we know very good. Very release they get in March of doing this. Everybody have the press conference. Let's get it in. I have oil comes to make, for the time that it was a lower so much. He says, my New York sources say that they get a massive state videos against also the Democrats press giving the Trump. He's been sitting up a meeting with her denying my sources are. Okay, she's going to expose the fact that she's the next day she comes out and look at what she says, space one. There's a lot more to do. He's telling me his daughter and telling me right again between control all the time. If they don't give it to us in 24 hours, we're going to go grab it. 24 hours goes by, they go grab it, and they're going to get a New York resign, they got to dig it and they'll do it, and then they're going to get these songs. That's the setup. Obviously, Democrats support Trump and Trump and now. And that's going to be how you come and control it. Or they're going to leave stuff in those scripts. No, it's logical to say they're going to probably come on the shelf. Where was that? Oh, he's really got the real file. So Trump's like, yeah, go get it. Great, get them. They get the files, and then I told you, the sources, all the conservative others, he showed me the text message. That indeed, when the FBI works with them, the FBI investigations, they get the drug files to New York. They send it all over the government buildings and say, do what you want. Then the FBI department looks at it. This stuff about Trump, whether it's true or not, on the other hand, Trump is going to listen to it. Then you see there in the headlines interview with Martina, and crosses no. Trump does, he no control. He's either come on and do anything, and close. And this is what Trump said. We can have it on scene. Trump is learned on this possible things to fight different places. They're not just going to take out this stuff. Like, all the Jane does, all the stuff, recycle in, and Trump don't go for social list. Saturday, they got that. They're more or less control the time. Not saying anything doesn't make sense or what's bad. That's not the fun. So that's one track of what it is like. So scared. The other is he was a very cool boy. He was running big. He has some stuff he wanted to so deep. So now the jury's coming on Trump, but now he's coming to suspect. You have oh my God, I've seen sources suddenly dropped one egg, starts doing whatever that was. It's a profile on the cameras almost good. I was like, in the Caribbean and still hands are active in Mexico. One age, goes up, the upfront margins in the FBI. Right after that, the young doesn't tell you. And I don't believe my sources, this is another one. It is wrong. But it's based on in his administration. They can talk about his advisor. That's heavily ruled. Trump wants to get his agenda through jobs. He's really a discussion. $3 trillion a year. He wants to go back for $300 million. He doesn't say thank you. Yeah. So he goes, oh my God, this is a giant right. He goes out and says, well, I'm going to do business. He's not going to say what he say. That's a tough financial advisor. Are we able to talk about his neighbor? We are. Okay. Right. That's right. Hold on. Don't sue me. I'm kidding. Be honest with you. In the pool. Lane Maxwell sitting in Tallahassee, Florida. We have Alex, who's supposedly there was an unsourced, privately sourced, unnamed sourced person. The import quoted Alex Costa said that I was told to stand down after people belong to the community. And that's why he was not prosecuted. The federal the Trump administration, American demand that Maxwell testifies in front of Congress and that Alexander Acosta testifies in front of Congress about whatever this operation was. I mean, you were going to get about what it was. It was a vile operation. It destroyed the lives of children. No civilized society can exist ignoring things like this. And it also opens up questions about a financial system that we barely understand that involves oligarchs, criminals, human traffickers, drug smugglers, and our own political class. By the way, this is why Nancy Pelosi has been so quiet about this. Let's be very honest, because she has no problem with, obviously making lots and lots of money and lots of politicians. I mean, Barack Obama, these $30 million homes are participated, whatever they are. Why do we demand that they testify, Alex? Well, and Tim, regular. I mean, I'm your ass. I was about to go before you said this. Like, I was about to go there. So I was going, you hear me with that? She's in prison. And God, I've seen no. Alex. from inside the house. We know that Benjamin Netanyahu shows up. We then immediately see an face, which is completely crazy, on the President of the United States, and paranoid Israel. But their activity over the last 6 months is completely insane. They're building churches, they're starving people, they're shooting people that are.
Here's the deal. Absolutely. Because they've cut off the Israel was that a hostile takeover of the administration. So that's 100%
because
Are you worried about these connections with Palantir, with using technology to Palantir technology to merge all of the different departments? So that if you have information on you with the IRS, it's not merging with, the IRS, if you've attended a protest, whatever the case may be. We see in the UK people who sit in jail for tweets. We see all over the world, and we know, of course, the Chinese social media. So this feels a lot like a precursor to that. That these tech people are the biggest threat to the stability of the United States going forward because they have their own agendas that they're cloaking in MAGA movement. Do you share that view? And do you think that Trump has allowed these people to get a little too close and exercise a little too much power in the White House?
Yes, I think everyone here is trying to make the scores. Let's Microsoft and Amazon. People think of Amazon as packages. No, Amazon runs core services. Peter Thiel and Alex Carr. The New York Times watched about last year about Palantir. It doesn't mean Palantir is an issue. Everybody knows that the meeting started. Palantir is Trump. He's a big backer of ass. No one thinks better. He has said to Trump, we know come in and tell you what's really going on. Let us have more fix all the problems. And my point is, they are a small organization that wants to come in as a technology to its work. So, the idea that this is hard to it is. It is. Amazon, Amazon,
Alphabet, whatever it is, Meta.
oh yeah, I mean, exactly.
Right.
Google, it's Amazon. So they're the ones that are currently doing it. It's people in their lexicons. Like, flash forget here's the time. Money around. Here's Palantir. Oh, that's the no. It's a group for Trump come in and be in charge of the thing that's getting there. I'm telling people, no, it's coming. It's already there. Palantir is just as dangerous as Google or as Microsoft or as Amazon. And I'm saying, look at the 31% of it. The rigs are using it on up to a pretender to the throne trying to come in to control because the U.S. government's directing the Microsofts and the Amazons to create
things like should the human race exist? Kind of stuff that's just not, doesn't really that one seems easy. Doesn't really have an answer for that. He also suggested they could maybe give them the Pepsi dialing they wanted. Seems like advice that they're going for something. Right. So it just feels to me that yes, they're part of a very large group of companies I don't trust. But it is worth noting that this company is, they were sort of helping to surveil Americans more than they already are. I mean, that's or help, concentrate information or help merge them. Oh yeah. 6-7 years ago, AI. So Palantir is offering to Trump. Look at but a month ago, Reagan was arrested. Palantir is offering to the grid that's already in place. Change. What I'm trying to say is none of it's Palantir. That large already there. The Palantir thing is Trump coming to explain how this works. Because I'm saying it's already over there. No, I think that I listen. I don't trust Elon Musk. I don't trust anything. I don't trust Goldman. I don't trust Mark Zuckerberg. I believe they're inherently evil people. But they say some things are. I believe their agendas are radically different. If you took off the street and said, what are the things you value? Very few of them are going to go to terraform Mars, merge with AI, destroy the human race, and all of this stuff. I do think that tech community, it's important to have a thriving tech community, but it's important to not turn the country into a police state, style surveillance. I think a lot of those people would probably want to create something like that in our society. You know, that does seem like prefer that. I want to hear yours. Let's just say balance on Earth University. We all know about Palantir. We don't know about Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. So we're all learning about surveillance and AI and social evidence and biometrics and social. We're already doing it. We're not bidding to get into the draw on this position here. I oppose what Palantir is doing, and everyone has opposed. It's been a distraction into disclosure. Your sources, people that you know, how damaging is this? If this all comes out, do we think that this is a watershed moment for the United States and, Israel? Does this come out that this is what many people feel it is, which is a Mossad, CIA, blackmail? Or is this basically not? We're going to definitively know it. Or will we? We have a lot of conjecture. We have a lot of gun to my head. That's what I believe it was. There's enough evidence in my book to see that's what it was. Is the disclosure not only will it be embarrassing to people, but they're going to suggest that one of our allies has been using these types of methods to gain leverage and control. Either one increasing
Mhm.
Yiddish. The sleep. German dialect. Uh, many largest, but not. Okay, so that's a. Let's look at technology. What technology to this term is when someone in this case these sucks. Multiple colors. Driving. Really has was that they identify. Case, but all gather a lot of force. Beyond it, finally, of course, Esau, who also system made system out of them that, and without they still never listen. I that to study the system, although it like culture. Together, the Sephardic population had 100 years later is very empire population wise was able no language dramatic second of the technology Think about right. Um, I think Ria, what is it? Right. And look at we do we skip over all the detail. Wrote down what are we supposed to do? Check. Laughing. Disagree. Basically, very, very very dramatic. Uh, ripple effects. Not necessarily as wow, that was a very quick flame the started with the following walks out of parishioners, congregants. So that they you get the tonight's lecture is absolutely we're going to be talking about events. It is one anyway found is electric. Very unusual. Naturally, it's religious. Crazy. But it's one particular prayer that he wrote. A wedding gift adds up meaning about it. And particularly of Buddhism, they are it's hard to look at night surface of how those what it would look like. Maybe all of the screen looks to certified pretty much something's going on. The Lecha tail and like photograph in the city of the same name as Deutsch. Not exactly sure. It's the family is here. And it came from Spain. In Turkey, so it's we have of as a printer, for example. Here's my roughly 1505 to 1508. Short Kabbalist. That's a 4 year. compared to the post-Holocaust. And scale, suddenness, the first were expulsion. 14 year Jews, they did expulsion, slated, of course, seen from Spain. You can see here nearby, very brief, but tremendous Jews expulsion, thousands of Portuguese expulsion. Jews made their to the north. Africa, many just where for our was which was at the time large exiles and estimated so long where he is is who's left one of for the period particular alphabets instructed and trends the brings it to root several towns in Turkey, where he with including this man. Exactly what he looks like, but none other than the it's not known, but it's the first section was also in fact much of the ideology is so Joseph Caro and ready to get earlier and in Turkey night on tradition now. Familiar with it, that, Sinai. So, the Jews always get up, proceed on passion. one incident in the 16th century. Together, Rabbi Caro being over the night of Shabbat synagogue and many. This is a tikkun. Now, 5 or where occurs. Because of which it was concentration of people that a game of is buzzer which essentially lists that are used along with you're right. You know, an act of cruelty has to be matched with an act of same body parts like quite amazing. Or cutlet, Cordovero. My own just earlier. Cordovero that mother-in-law, the alchemist, became his student, disciples. Want to go to receptive. What is it? And then all of a sudden, it's like activity. What the it does show up in the Hebrew way. No, there's 2,000 years more than Israel. So, it's kind of Jerusalem for a while. Holy city, central. Spot, 50 miles that has no web. So what I call the eight in Latin, they say gets getting what's going on. It's not for control. Tax particular import export, which that is sort of Spanish SARS settle down. Something. It's the place is fun. It's like it's a Vegas era. Crossroads set up, right? Landing and it's a lot. That it's particular that it's spiritual tourism. I knew it at the time. Developing this the kid became righteous was considered an act of all over the so we today for Oregon it's beautiful has all kinds of at the time did so there and actually your question so it's Vegas the comparison right but it's economy just figure out a way just they had shut it off on its way down. Makes sense. First 3/4 of the second. You're definitely to buy this wine. I mean, we're on the coast. It would not have affected. Definitely have you know ways to get always some business. They found what they're fun. So, yeah, difficult. But then that once you play, your real textiles, yeah. And once you have university, you only have concentration. And that's what, because there was religious. Here's a some of some of the lecture, but hey, all right. So you can just see the which is evil that are here. It's about see the who was Vero together this concentration was prominent at the time. The issue on with he had scored based on these people. So these people, they're some period getting together and dying off far more quite a few of his manuscripts were Bible. We do not have them. Text mention the text and and he had of Cardiff and one of the great differences and the there. Will be named after his grandfather. Had behind a little document that was respected. Something studying deeply. My Caro more deep things, although the issue. What we do know comes to us the Ramah. Very something entire book about this spiritual practice that it exactly worthy of the parish. Or in means exile, the same expulsion. When people would practice Gerushin, it was like concentration. It's a fight of comparisons, but it's like concentration. Extreme and bizarre strength. What exactly was it? Hikes for the regions like you know, till with spiritual sensitivity, there will the time glory history. It would come to a spot, no one would never victim. And at that point, Simply all day as well. Position on the evidence and verify is the commentary on later they essentially he recorded with journal these with Rabbi discovering that came which I'm not sure that version joke to go to your age. She says, because I don't care. She goes, yeah. Now, and then she said, holding it's a very says, I don't care. Get me, get me. I want to enter the 10 minutes of silence. Can't and make meditating to our power. All right. Do these kinds of things. It's great to see that the tree that birth not only by discovering more, but also sure how he is today lighting up stretch myself which has biblical things like that. Things assist to the present. I know the beautiful ritual in the century is you know, the huge weight of rituals that we used to have in Eastern Europe that have simply disappeared in the modern world was this beautiful thing called the measuring of wicks. You ever heard of this? Measuring of wicks? So there's a custom that was very widespread in Eastern Europe for hundreds of years that in the month of Elul, right, the month before Rosh Hashanah, the women of a community would all go out to the graveyards, to the ancestral graveyards, and they would go to their deceased, departed relatives, and they would take out the cotton that they used to make wicks out of candles, and they would measure out all of the graves. They would like literally line the graves with this cotton string, and then later they would take that cotton string back home, and they would make Shabbat candles with those wicks, and they would use those Shabbat candles all throughout the year And it was a way of kind of tying together the dead and the living in a very, very beautiful ritual, which was practiced specifically by women. That unfortunately we don't have anything like that today. The best we have today is, some schools have a custom in the month of Elul that they send the kids out to clean up the graveyards. Now we have professionals too, and we pay them and so on. But that's a beautiful way of connecting the dead and living, which we have simply lost. If you're curious about those things, I have a great lecture on Sarah Bastovim on the internet website, which has a lot of more of those things. Okay, so you get the idea of the creation of, or at least the development of this ritual of visiting graves and what one does at the graves and what the value is and so on. That certainly accelerated the interest in Tzvat and in the entire Tzvat circle as a whole, because these were people who were expert in those things. And I think at this point, we're going to turn to his writings. Maybe I'll pause for a question or two. And Yosef, could you do me a favor and give me an Hebrew English siddur? I appreciate it very much. No one has any questions? Who are the earliest Gemara? The earliest, in my humble opinion, would probably be, thank you, that of the Rashbi, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, which will be 2nd century. That's the one that's certainly most celebrated. Sure. 11:9. How is 11:9? 11:9. So Av is 11th, and the 9th the month of Av. That's very good. Very good. It also happens to be 11:9 in the European count is the night of Kristallnacht. It was also on November 9th. Okay, fascinating. All right, so let's talk a little bit about his writings. As I mentioned earlier, we lost most of his writings, but we know of many of them. He wrote commentaries on many books of the Bible, and he wrote specifically Kabbalistic works as well, including a fascinating work which deals with the Kabbalistic interpretation of the act of intimacy, which is something that permeates much Kabbalistic writing, and he devoted an entire book specifically to that topic. He also wrote quite a bit of liturgical commentary and a commentary on the Haggadah. And it's at this point that after his student, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, came out with a classic Pardes Rimonim, or the Orchard of Pomegranates. That makes sense, right? Pardes Rimonim. Then he was so impressed by what his student had written that he began to quote his student liberally and essentially form his own thoughts around it. The most famous thing that we've got to study, and I know you've been waiting for it, is specifically his Lecha Dodi poem, which I'd like to spend a little bit more than a few moments with. So what is this poem? It is a piece of liturgy that is inserted on the Friday night service between the afternoon service and the evening service. And as I mentioned earlier, it really is the linchpin of the entire service. It's a beautiful hymn which is sung, typically by the entire congregation, and in many different tunes. I have a couple of them that I'd like to show you or play for you, but it is associated with the Friday night prayers more than anything else, and in fact, it's associated with the onset of the Sabbath more than any other prayer. I find myself many times during the week when, especially Mondays, Wednesdays, if I start humming Lecha Dodi to myself, it means I can't wait for Friday. I got to get back to Shabbat. It's got deep associational roots that any Jew who observes the Sabbath specifically connects with the wonderful time that is the seventh day. So let me just read it to you with some translation and maybe a little bit of commentary, and then I'd like to play for you a couple of versions of it, or maybe not their entirety, just to give you a sense of how resonant this is in the culture. The prayer itself, as I mentioned earlier, is apparently a wedding gift that he gave his bride. That is a pretty amazing gift. I mean, it's economical and yet long-lasting, right? I have to remember those kinds of gifts. It describes, although it's got some mystical language, it basically describes a dialogue between two figures one inviting the other to greet the Sabbath. Most of the commentaries follow the line of argument that it's the Jewish people inviting God to together welcome the Sabbath. But there are other commentaries that follow a slightly different track as well. And then after, there's this little introduction of a couple of verses talking about what the meaning of the Sabbath is. Then there are a whole series of stanzas that refer to Jerusalem and the yearning for its renewal in the Messianic age, and then connecting at the very end to the arrival of the Sabbath. The specific origins of this prayer is a passage in the Talmud, which there's one rabbi who says on Friday nights he used to tell his friends, let us all go together and greet the Sabbath, and another one would go literally into his courtyard, like leave his home and go outside to, as it were, welcome the Sabbath queen into his home, which is why, by the way, in the very last stanza of the Chadodi, the custom is, the universal custom, that although everyone faces east during the prayers, for the last stanza, everyone turns around, as it were, welcoming in the guest, the Sabbath guest. Kind of on a darker note, and since it is such a beautiful and uplifting prayer, mourners in many congregations are not allowed to be in the synagogue while that prayer is sung, and then they're only invited back in after it's over because it's simply too happy for the association. Okay, so let's have a look at it here. I'm reading from the English translation in the Art Scroll. Come, my beloved, to greet the bride, the Sabbath presence let us welcome. Right, the come, my beloved, in Hebrew, the implication here is that the beloved is the either God or it is the Jewish people. That together they are welcome the Sabbath. Safeguard and remember, those are two quotes, in a single utterance. That's referring to the two different times that the Ten Commandments refers to the Sabbath. In one place it says safeguard, shamor, right, guard it. And another place it says zachor, remember it. And the commentators say that this discrepancy between the two versions of the Ten Commandments means that both of these words were uttered at the same time and understood at the same time by the Jewish people receiving the Torah. The one and only God made us hear the Ten Commandments. God is one and his name is one for renown, for splendor, and for praise. To welcome the Sabbath, come let us go, for it is the source of blessing. The idea is that the spiritual energy that one builds up on the Sabbath is the energy that is the source for all the energy throughout the week. So you really have to recharge your batteries Friday night through Saturday night, and then you can use those energies for the rest of the week. Yeah, the chulent is the physical energy, right? This is the spiritual energy. From the beginning, from antiquity, she was honored, meaning that God thought of the Sabbath before he began creating the world. And this beautiful phrase, Sof Maaseh Machashava Techila, the last to be created, but the first in thought, meaning that God said, well, we have to have this fantastic world so we can have Shabbos. So he set Shabbos aside. That was the seventh day, the last day. Everything else had to happen in order to make the seventh day possible. Oh, now there's a shift from that kind of, welcoming the Sabbath and how fantastic the Sabbath is to discussions of Jerusalem. O sanctuary of the King, royal city, arise and depart from amid the upheaval, meaning Jerusalem, arise from your ruins. We'll recall, of course, that although there is this tiny settlement of Jews in Tzfat, a somewhat larger settlement of Jews in Jerusalem, we're still talking about the hundreds of people. We're not talking about tens of thousands of Jews. We're talking about very, very small populations. So Jerusalem is still definitely considered in exile itself. Too long have you dwelled in the valley of weeping. He will shower compassion upon you. And this can refer either to Jerusalem or to the Jewish people living in exile, the valley of weeping, the valley of tears. Shake off the dust, arise, don your splendid clothes, my people. Through the son of Jesse, That's, of course, David. The Bethlehemite, meaning that's the Messianic age. Draw near to my soul and redeem it. Many of these passages, by the way, are little bits of verses, especially from the book of Isaiah. So people familiar with the liturgy will hear echoes throughout the entire poem. Wake up, for your light has come. Rise up and shine. Awaken, awaken, utter a song. The glory of God is revealed upon you. Feel not ashamed, be not humiliated. Why are you downcast? Why are you so disconsolate? In you will my peoples afflicted find shelter, as the city is built upon a hilltop. Meaning Jerusalem, speaking directly to the city, do not be sad, because you will have your renewal, you will be rebuilt, your people will be gathered into you. May your oppressor be downtrodden, and may those who devoured you be cast far off. Your God will rejoice over you like a groom's rejoicing over the bride. And with that transition to the wedding ceremony, we go back to this idea of greeting the Sabbath, which is itself called the Sabbath bride. Rightward and leftward you shall spread out mightily, and shall extol the might of God. Through the man descended from Peretz, once again the Messiah, then we shall be glad and mirthful. And by the way, I should mention here, we really need a chazan to explain these things to us. But there are certain points, and even though there are maybe 100 different melodies for the Chadodi, there are certain points where it shifts. Like it shifts from a major key to a minor key. Like feel not ashamed and be not humiliated, and so on. The music invariably picks up on the meaning of the words in a very special way. So when it talks about the groom rejoicing over the bride, you suddenly have a swelling of emotion that comes along with the music as well. And then this is the last verse where people turn around, face the western wall. Enter in peace, O crown of her husband. And this, the Kabbalists say, refers to the union of the masculine and feminine aspects of God. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ushchinte. Even in gladness and good cheer, among the faithful of the treasured nation, enter, O bride, enter, O bride. So that's the English translation, with a little bit of commentary there. Let me just give you I won't play the entire thing for you because it'll take about 5 minutes for each of them, but I'll show you two very brief excerpts that will give you a sense of how the Chadodis are sung. You may have the pleasure of enjoying them yourselves in your synagogue, so you'll forgive me. The first one here is by the incomparable Shlomo Karlebach, a unique sort of soulful tune. Let me play you now another version. This is by a very popular a cappella band called 613. Believe it or not, this is entirely a cappella. It's one of my favorites. Okay, so you get the idea. I personally would like to sort of sit and listen to these all day, but I happen to be in a Vegas for the loss of my father in August, and so I can't even listen to music for any long period of time. I'm at that stage in my mourning, because it's last 11 months, 12 months after this part of it where you're not allowed to listen to music, that when I get put on hold, I really enjoy it. So, at any rate, so the legacy of Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz is tremendously profound. I mean, I can only imagine what a tremendous achievement it must be to compose a song that will move people for centuries. And very, very few pieces of art have this kind of quality. He outpaces Shakespeare in terms of his impact on the Jewish people, to be sure, and in many ways reaches much deeper. One of my favorite experiences when I was living in Israel, and I'm sure many of you have similar experiences, there was a broken down old synagogue in the Katamon region, and it was literally broken down. Like one side of it was a big crumble of rocks. I don't know how long. It was probably built in the Ottoman era, 19th century or something. And it was abandoned during the week, but on Friday night, they would have a Breslov Hasidic minyan there. And the Chazan would sing L'cha Dodi, and it would literally take about 50 to 75 minutes just for that one poem that I read in its entirety in about 5 minutes. 50 to 75 minutes just singing that one song. And the synagogue was so packed that people would come and would stand outside. There were like several minyanim people outside the windows listening to this song. And what was most beautiful about it is that most of the people who were at this minyan, the people who came early and got inside the synagogue, okay, they were your usual typical Shomer Shabbat. Most of them were Hasidic and so on. But outside, there are all these Jews who are coming en route to a soccer game or, various other secular activities of mine. No intention of observing the Sabbath other than that brief and intense spiritual moment that they had listening to L'cha Dodi and participating in the singing of it. It's a tremendous work of art, of soaring genius that speaks to his deep Kabbalistic and intellectual proclivities as well. So with that, I'm going to conclude for tonight. I'll take questions afterwards, but I want to thank you very much for listening to the life of Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Thank you. went on champion various French causes that ultimately won their acceptance and were the official right to reside in the city. Years later, he was recognized primarily, however, for his work with deaf Jews and eliciting coin that was minted in Portugal in 1901, the International Year of the Disabled Person, honoring his achievements on behalf of deaf people. Well, that's it for this week. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? The joke that I really wanted to tell tonight, my joke editor has said that two joke editors, one told me that I said it just 3 or 4 weeks ago, even though it's a perfect joke for tonight. And the other one said it's older than I am, so I won't tell that one. But I may tell it later if I just can't hold back, and you'll forgive me. Meanwhile, I have a couple of good and welfare things, but I will start with this joke, which is once again from you, Zach Devicer, who helpfully types these up and delivers them the day of the lecture. Here it goes. So, Benjamin wakes up one morning, on Saturday morning, and he's in a terrible mood. And he says, "Mom, I'm not going to shul." And you know this joke already, but I didn't tell this one before. He says, "Mom, I'm not going to shul. I'm not going to shul." He says, "Okay." "I'm not going to shul." And Mom says, "But Benjamin, what's the matter?" He says, "I go to shul. They don't like me. They make fun of me. I feel terrible going to shul." And she says, "Listen, Benjamin, you have to go for 2 reasons. First of all, you're 45 years old. And second of all, you're the rabbi."
I like that.
Okay, yeah, that's not so bad. Okay, a couple of good and welfare announcements. First of all, I have to say thank you to Mr. Joseph Ray. I'm not sure exactly how it should be pronounced, but he sent me a nice email, and I like getting these kinds of emails, so I'll read this one. Not all of it, but part of it anyways. This email is greatly overdue. I have been an admirer and follower of your online history classes for a very long time. Though I am a businessman living in Antwerp with my family, I give Jewish history classes voluntarily at a local Jewish center for women for the last few years. My lectures are structured very much in the same way yours are, and I too use PowerPoint. I know you've upgraded the software. When I prepare and research my classes, I always watch your lectures. They help me tremendously with the final flow of things and very often draw my attention to new facts and events. I can tell you more. I often steal your jokes as well. Anyways, so it's nice to get these kinds of emails besides the hate mail. So thank you, Mr. Ray, and I wish you a lot of success in your endeavors teaching. And it's wonderful that you do this for your community. Okay, so tonight's lecture is, of course, on Baruch Spinoza, fascinating figure, and one that really I've been thinking about for a long time, and I was really grateful for the opportunity to speak to you about him. It gave me a chance to do a little bit more research, because one of the larger areas of research that I find fascinating is the whole concept of Jewish identity. What exactly is a Jew? Who is a Jew? When is a Jew considered in the community, out of the community, or as the Hebrew phrase goes, chutz lamachane, the toch hamachane, in the camp or outside the camp? Those kinds of questions I find very fascinating, and Spinoza is an excellent test case. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by our good friends Mallory and Steve Schwartz, who are here in the audience. My joke auditor, of course, is Steve Schwartz, and they're going to be the honorees for the dinner this year. We should give them a round of applause. They do fantastic things for our community. Molly is the unsung but very much accomplished historian of the shul. She's worked on a significant work which has been published so far privately, but the manuscript hopefully will send to a significant journal, because there's a lot of fascinating history here in Surfside, and she's done some tremendous work. Steve is, as I'm sure all aware, a tremendous cantor, not only in terms of his vocal strength, but his intellectual appreciation of the meaning of the truk. As I was just saying to my 12-year-old son Boaz as we were starting his bar mitzvah lessons, The Hasidic masters say that the Torah has 3 levels that correspond to the 3 levels of the soul. The lowest level, the nefesh, is corresponding to the letters themselves. But the letters without the consonants cannot be pronounced. So the next level up is the vowels that are added to the consonants so that you can make words out of them. But the highest level of the soul, which is something that only a person like Steve can really reach, is the trup. When you're able to pronounce those words with vowels and set them to the music that people can appreciate. So for both Molly and Steve, we're really grateful, and hope you'll support the show and come visit them, honor them later in February on the 23rd when we have the dinner. 5774, right. Right. We're going to honor them next year too. Sorry, wrong date. Thank you. That's it. I never edit these videos. That's why I'm going to get in trouble. Now, one more good and welfare. This is something special. I'm going to try and use a little more videos in our classes. But I have one that is kind of like a personal video. It's my son, Alexander. It's a minute long, so it won't take too much time from our presentation. Mr. Rodriguez, you want to focus on the screen here for a second? Here we go. The video is made by my talented daughter, Danit Malka. Yeah. All White's brothers. Okay. Thank you. So what this is all about is my son Alexander is quite a runner. He ran his first marathon at 14, which is pretty amazing. He definitely runs me ragged. And he is going to be running in the ING Miami Marathon next month for Team Friendship, which is a really great community organization that helps mainly children and teens and some adults with various disabilities, especially autism and things like that. So if you're interested, please visit the website and you can donate to Team Friendship. Okay, that's it for the good and welfare. Let's go straight to the material tonight. How long is the marathon? 26.2 miles. 26.2, yeah. Okay. Now, who was Baruch Spinoza? 17th century philosopher. He is one of the greatest philosophers of the modern age. He falls into that category of people like Moses Maimonides and Einstein, for example, whose fame outside the Jewish community really outdistances their fame inside the Jewish community. And in fact, it's a little bit ambiguous to even put him within the parameters of Jewish history per se, because his greatest contributions are beyond the scope of what is specifically Jewish. Many more liberal thinkers want to claim him as a Jewish philosopher per se, and in fact there are elements of his philosophy that we will discuss at least in brief tonight that are consonant, certainly inspired by Jewish ideas, but ultimately the main connection that Spinoza has with the Jewish community is negative, because he was forcibly removed from the Jewish community of Amsterdam in an unusually harsh act of cherem, or excommunication. I have the text of it, and I would like to read it to you a little later on in this lecture. It's a very rare step for a community to specifically single out an individual, excoriate them publicly, and then forcibly remove them. But that is in fact what happened to Spinoza. So the rejected son ultimately ended up influencing world philosophy, European philosophy, the intellectual tradition at a tremendous level, but in the Jewish world he was cut off in a very dramatic and in fact permanent manner. The question that, and this was happened by the way at age 23, might have been 24, before he even published anything, before he had made a mark on the world of philosophy. And one of the great exercises of intellectual historians has been to try and perform the archaeology of the events that led up to that excommunication to try to determine exactly why the community took such a drastic step. It is far from clear, but I hope towards the end of the lecture to give you some of the theories that are circulating regarding his excommunication. And I think that actually it has a lot of implications for our own communal standards today, our own sense of identity, and ultimately our sense of who is a Jew, who has the privilege, the right, the responsibility to remain within the community, and who perhaps might be better served outside of the community. So we'll hopefully explore that over the next 40 minutes or so. His background, originally they're from Portugal. His grandfather was among those who were expelled in 1497, possibly somewhat earlier from 1492 in Spain. We're spending a lot of time these last few weeks looking at people whose lives were affected by this cataclysmic event with something that many of the thinkers of the 16th century felt and the 17th century felt was like a split in the world that required tikkun olam, because how could it be that the most powerful, the most intellectually superior, the spiritually most advanced community of Jews in the world was suddenly devastated within a single year in the case of Spain, and then 5 years later in the case of Portugal. So in many ways, Spinoza's own experience is an aftershock of that tectonic shift that we saw in 1492. His grandfather came to Amsterdam with his infant son, Michael, who was Spinoza's grandfather. So Spinoza had direct contact with one of the refugees themselves, his own grandfather. His father was a very successful merchant, and we have plenty of archival records from the period that indicate that he was a lay leader in the synagogue. He had a position of some authority. They had a very prominent house close by the synagogue, and his father had significant leadership role there, which makes the eventual expulsion of young Spinoza from the community all the more poignant. Michael Spinoza was not lucky in love. He was widowed 3 times. His second wife was the mother of Spinoza, who passed away when Spinoza was a young boy. Spinoza was ultimately raised by one of his older half-sisters, and there was a considerable amount of family dysfunction between the half-siblings, all children of Michael, that we will see playing out in Spinoza's own lifetime somewhat later. We should just spend a little bit of time talking about Amsterdam, though, which is a fascinating, kind of interesting, not exactly footnote, but sort of a tributary of Jewish history at this time. The Netherlands were under the control of Spain until 1588, and Jews were not allowed within the territory. Under the Union of Utrecht, there was some movement towards granting freedom of religion, but that freedom of religion was a very difficult one. One that in many ways, now that I'm thinking, we're speaking a little bit in Quebecois about Northern Ontario, maybe I'll relate to that a little bit. The people of the Netherlands were sandwiched between the French Calvinists and the German Lutherans, byproducts of the still quite young Protestant Reformation, and as a result, there were significant doctrinal disputes between these two Protestant movements. The only thing they had in common was their hatred for the Catholics, and as we shall see, that had some ironic implications for the early Jewish community at the time. What it reminds me of in my own life is that I grew up in a small town in Northern Ontario called Iroquois Falls, Ontario. If you ever look at my Wikipedia page, there are 6 famous people from this town, population 4,500. I'm one of them. I'm proud to be one of them. 4 of the others are professional hockey players. So you get a sense of what kind of town this is. But what's interesting about it, for our purposes, is that it was almost evenly divided in population between Anglophone Protestants and Francophone Catholics. And it was tremendous, the degree of conflict between these two bifurcated populations, and the kids who had it in many ways the worst were me. I was the only Jewish kid, and this Chinois, right, my Chinese friend Peter Chin, who's now a lawyer in Toronto, and there was a black girl who lived about 30 miles away in Matheson. And we had it the worst because we didn't fit in either camp. So this is a lot like what the Jews of Amsterdam were like at this time as well, because obviously they're not Calvinists and they were not Lutherans. They were somewhat different, but there was always a little bit of a push and pull over what do you do with the Jews? Which camp do they fit in? Which camp do they sympathize with? And certainly they should not be associated with the Catholics. And within this kind of tenuous environment, where there is at least nominal allegiance to the concept of religious freedom, it was often obeyed more in the breach than in its observance. And the Jews had a unique kind of pressure placed upon them to conform to orthodoxy. And I say here orthodoxy with a small o, meaning conform to the status quo. Jews should not step beyond their boundaries, socially, religiously, and otherwise. In this context, I'd like to introduce you to a theory that was advanced by a European colleague of mine named Heinz-Dietrich Löwe, who wrote a tremendous piece on the evolution of anti-Semitism as a consequence of Jews stepping beyond their borders. Meaning, it is his contention that anti-Semitism is quieted, or we should say anti-Semitism is quiescent. It does not raise its ugly head, except in those moments when Jews begin to challenge traditional norms, when Jews begin to seek out new employment, to seek advancement in educational institutions, to seek advancement in cultural institutions, when they begin to break beyond the boundaries that society has placed for them, that's when they begin to test the kind of tolerances that have been laid out for them so far. Heinz-Dietrich Löwe was specifically referring to the 19th century in the Russian Empire, where the advance of socialism and other secular movements were beginning to attract Jews away from traditional orthodoxy, not to mention Zionism as well. And that, he says, exacerbated tensions with the Russian population, which ultimately led to pogroms and so on. I think a lot of this can be said about the Amsterdam Jewish community, in that there was officially a level of tolerance, but the Jews should not get, to use an American term, uppity. The Jews should not be going beyond what is their acceptable borders. And once they start challenging some of those boundaries, that's when anti-Semitism can be felt in the community. So in this context, it seems that the Jewish community of Amsterdam, and of course I remind you, we're talking now about the 17th century, there is no non-Orthodox, there is no liberal congregation. There's only one congregation with one leadership, my way or the highway kind of Judaism, and the community itself is a little bit unhappy with anyone who is nonconformist. They want to try and keep everyone in line. So let's bear that in mind as we go through Spinoza's story, because I think it says a lot about the reasons for his excommunication. Okay, I'm going to pause for a second to sip my coffee, and I will ask if there are any questions. Yes, please.
I'm under the impression that not so well the Netherlands, but in Amsterdam in particular, the Jews were invited because of their wherewithal, their experience in various roles of high money and so forth and so on. I wish I could remember these.
I'll tell you exactly. I'll tell you exactly what happened. It's not entirely that they were invited, but they were not disinvited once they could prove their economic worth. It reminded me of a joke for a minute, and then I lost it. It was like just right there, and in fact, Steve says, "Baruch Hashem." Okay, all right. No, did I? It's been a long time. The car with no pedals, no brake pedals. Yeah, okay, all right, okay, we'll go past it. Okay, anyways, so there are legends of Jewish settlement in the Netherlands, which are, fascinating. And legends always have some kind of kernel of truth, but often, are exaggerated beyond measure. There's a particularly fascinating one where the origins of the community in Amsterdam relate to a particular Portuguese Jewish woman who was somehow when they were fleeing Portugal, she got on one of these English boats, and the Duke, who was the captain of this boat, something like that, fell in love with this incredibly beautiful woman, and Import turned to her and tried to get her to marry him, and she refused, steadfastly indicating that she was a Jewess and she would not do so, but she was apparently so strikingly beautiful that when they landed in England, the Queen herself drove her around London in an open car because her beauty was something really, to cavil about, so to speak. That's what that's the English term they use. And it was like something shocking. It was kind of like a princess story in reverse, that here's a princess who refuses to marry the prince because he is not Jewish. Boy, I got so many jokes, but they're really not kosher. I can't tell those. So, and then she ended up moving to the Netherlands. That's one of these kind of like Urgeschichte stories, these origin stories. What we know happened from some of the record books, however, is that even though Amsterdam had never formally allowed Jews to enter, they entered anyways. 1593, so that's really quite early, right? The actual expulsion is 1497. That is a typo? No, it's okay. We have Jews, Portuguese Jews, surreptitiously moving into Amsterdam, and they're claiming status not as Jews but as Portuguese merchants, which is true. They were from Portugal and they were merchants. They just didn't mention that they were always Jews. But again, in this anti-Catholic atmosphere, there are a lot of suspicions about, what's Tutsach? What are those Jews doing? What are those Portuguese merchants up to? And there were suspicions that they were actually Catholic, not Jewish. So they organized an armed raid on one of these Portuguese Jewish homes, thinking that they were actually holding Catholic services. They didn't realize it was actually Yom Kippur, and they were davening in a home. They arrested all of them. And by the time it got sorted out, they said, listen, we're not Catholics. Don't worry, we're actually Jews. And I said, okay, Jews, fine. But they had to decide what to do with them. At that point, they talked about their economic acumen and their resources. And they said, okay, fine, you're here already as long as you're not Catholic. So, Gesundheit, and that's how the Portuguese community was established ultimately in Amsterdam. But it took a long time for that small beginning to actually flourish into a community. And we have to bear in mind the very, very tenuous nature of their toehold in Amsterdam. They did not get official permission to have public worship until 20 years later, and they did not have official permission to get a citizenship until 1657, almost 75 years later. They had difficulty establishing their congregations, enlarging their congregations. Everything was always proceeded, it was a little bit like zoning committees that maybe some of the people in this room are familiar with. It's very difficult to get these things pushed through, how much more so in Amsterdam. And again, this kind of atmosphere of a distrust of the Jewish community, of a grudging acceptance, is something that certainly had an impact on Spinoza as well. So let's talk about Spinoza himself. He was born and given the name Baruch, which of course means blessed. Later on in life, after he was excommunicated and he was writing in Latin, he chose a Latin translation of blessed, benedictus. The term in French, benching, to bench at the end of a meal, for example, is also derived from the same term, Baruch, although this time through a French root. But he was known as Bento by the Portuguese root. He received a very traditional Jewish education with the most prominent educators in Amsterdam at the time, rabbis who were famous on their own right for various things they published. And also, fascinatingly, he was not taught by closed-minded, very insular kind of rabbis. He was taught by rabbis who themselves were sometimes censured for being perhaps too open in their attitudes, translating certain texts into Hebrew or out of Hebrew into vernacular languages and so on. He received the kind of education that you would associate with, a good balanced education of secular values, history, mathematics, literature, and so on, with the Jewish education. So the idea that somehow, he broke free is simply not the, corresponding to the reality of his upbringing. He received a very well-balanced education that was offered by rabbis who themselves were very comfortable in the milieu of 17th century European culture. However, Towards the end of his teens, he came under the influence of a defrocked Jesuit priest named Franciscus van den Emden, who was someone who was asked to leave the Catholic Church because he was known as a freethinker, that he had significant questions about Catholic doctrine and Catholic theology, and it was van Emden who ultimately taught him Latin and introduced him to the wider world of thought as a whole. He ended up living with Emden for quite a while, and as we shall see, he formed a relationship of sorts with his daughter, who was nearly 20 years his junior. But it was under van den Emden where Spinoza really began to encounter the world of ideas as a whole. Without a doubt, the most prominent influence on young Spinoza was René Descartes, who was a very famous French philosopher, who was also a devout Catholic, although not necessarily in the dogmatic mold of most of his peers. I'm sure you're familiar with his most famous statement, cogito ergo sum, which means, it's translated usually as I think, really it means I perceive, therefore I am. Let me take a moment just to talk about Descartes, and you'll get a sense of how his philosophy could really shatter Spinoza's entire Weltanschauung and affect the way that he went through his own philosophy. So Descartes, of course, the author of many works, but the most well-studied are his 6 meditations on first philosophy. And in these meditations, Descartes begins with the proposition that nothing can be relied upon, that absolutely nothing is true. Everything that he's investigated in his life, religion, politics, Greek philosophy, there's no way to really get on solid ground. So Descartes says, this is first philosophy. I'm going to start with the assumption that I cannot rely on anything being true. And then, like building an edifice on a strong foundation, I will only build my philosophy on those elements that I can absolutely say with certainty are true. And ultimately, he says, I will be able to form a solid edifice upon which I may rely. So he starts by saying, what do I know? I don't know anything. I don't know if this table that I'm writing at exists. I don't even know that I exist. I don't know if the breeze on my face is real. Nothing. This is, by the way, the actual way he writes. It's a very, very compelling text. It's only about 150 pages in length, and it's really quite engaging. And then he says, well, wait a second. So what's real is I certainly feel the breeze on my face. I feel the pen in my hand, the quill in my hand. I feel my weight in the chair. So then there are 2 possibilities that exist. Either these things actually exist, I exist, in other words, to feel them. Maybe the chair as itself doesn't exist, but I have a direct, immediate sensation of the chair, so I can't deny that fact. I sense it. So either I am here to sense it, and it's there, or some evil genius is confusing me and giving me the sensation of this chair and this breeze and so on. Like I'm dreaming, or I'm under hypnosis or something like that. But in either case, whether it really does exist or whether an evil genius is making me think it exists, I know I must exist because there's no other way for me to feel it. That's the root of the concept cogito ergo sum. I feel, I perceive, therefore I am. He says that's the first principle. I can stand on that principle. I know I exist. At that point, all the priests say to him, Yasher koach, well done. But that's your first statement, I know I exist. Then he goes on from there to describe, for example, the existence of God. And he has a very appealing proof called the teleological argument, which is really a restated version of St. Anselm's argument for the existence of God. We're not going to go there because it would take a long time. I know that, Elisa, you're not going to let me go tonight until I tell you the teleological argument for the existence of God. But he ultimately ends up recreating, what an amazing thing, 17th century French Catholicism, exactly the way it was before he started first philosophy. Everything worked out exactly as he planned. It's ironic that a lot of these religious philosophers, when they start out, they say, I'm not going to believe anything, but by the time they get to the end, wow, look at this, the religion that I've been believing all along is exactly right. Immanuel Kant did the same thing in his Religion in der Grenzen von bloßen Vernunft. The religion, that's funny, just even saying it, that's what I was saying in German. Vernunft is a funny word. Religion within the boundaries of reason alone. He starts out believing nothing, and ultimately when he gets to the end of the book, look at that, Lutheranism is beautiful. So that's essentially Cartesian theory. Of course, we know the term Cartesian we see in mathematics, the Cartesian graphs, things like that. I'm not sure if that's Descartes. You'll fact check me, Mr. Rodriguez. But it is Cartesian. Okay, thank you. But that's the way of thinking, the idea of breaking everything down to zero and starting over again with no reliance on revelation, no reliance on biblical text, no reliance on a prophet, just starting from what you can logically prove had a tremendous impact on Spinoza's mind. And in fact, his philosophy is in many ways proceeding along the same lines as advanced by René Descartes. I think you can also hear in this description of Descartes the spirit of the age, or as the German term has it, the Zeitgeist, the spirit of the times, the way people were like turning away from the old style religion and saying, wait a second, we can do this on our own, with our own brain power, with our own reason. That was the beginnings of modernity in a larger sense of the term. Okay, so Spinoza's philosophy, I only want to take a few minutes to talk about it because I haven't studied it in great depth. But I read a little bit enough to be able to say at least a few words without stumbling too much, I hope. Ironically, Spinoza has been excoriated, especially in his lifetime and shortly thereafter, as an atheist, Gesundheit, which is really a misapplication of his ideas altogether. This image of him says here, Benedictus de Spinoza, Judeus et atheista, right? Jew and atheist, right? What is the, there's a story, I think, I see Rabbi Wunsch is here. Maybe you told me the story about I think it's Rabbi Shlomo Karloff. He was speaking to a group of college students, and he says, okay, I want to know, who are you people? You know, and someone put up his hand and says, I'm a Catholic. Someone else put up his hand and said, I'm a Lutheran. And someone put up his hand and says, I'm from New York. Says, oh, you're a Jew. Because so as soon as you say atheist, it's almost always the Jews who are the atheists, right? But ultimately, that's a misunderstanding of Spinoza's thought as well. The poet Novalis from the period refers to Spinoza, I think correctly, as God intoxicated. Meaning for Spinoza, he held the concept that God was literally everything, that there was no space where God was not, an ens absolute infinitum, meaning ein sof, or ein od milvado. In Hebrew, there is nothing other than he, which is a time-honored Jewish thought. Definitely, he must have received these influences through Kabbalistic teachings or so on, which are circulating. But it is a difficult thought theologically, because ultimately, if we really believe ein od milvado, that there is nothing other than God, then what exactly are we? What exactly is our consciousness? What exactly is the material world? Are we going to say that every material thing is also God? To a certain degree, that completely nullifies the very meaning of the term God, if we say that all is God. We say it in a kind of like a passing way, perhaps, but we don't actually think about it deeply. For Spinoza, he thought about it deeply, and he believed that, in fact, the entire world was an expression of divinity. Even evil, even the most mundane physical expression of godliness was, in fact, godliness. I happened to be reading Tanya, the famous work of the first Lubavitcher Rabbi, as I was preparing this lecture, and the same concept happened to come up in the daily study of Tanya over the last week. So it's not at all a foreign thought to Judaism, this idea that everything is God. The philosophical divergence between traditional Judaism and Spinoza, however, definitely lies in the concept of God's consciousness, of God's action in the world. The God that Jews believe is a God that is active in the world, a God that intervenes in the world, that will create, a miracle like the splitting of the Red Sea. The concept of hashgacha pratit, individual supervision, the idea that God is personally aware of what is happening to every human being, and in fact every animate being and every inanimate being, and somehow directs these things. That's not Spinoza, but that is definitely Judaism. So there's a clear divergence, and he definitely would not pass the Maimonides Man of the Year award in terms of believing that Ein Od Milvado. But there is no question that the common atheist would be totally misunderstanding his thought. He also believed that contemplation of God was the ultimate expression of human identity, and that deep contemplation of God was ultimately the greatest form of immortality, that somehow by constantly thinking of God, one would achieve a type of immortality of the soul. I'm not exactly sure how these pieces fit together. There is a wonderful book on the topic, which I have not read. But one of the criticisms that was levied against him was this idea that he did not believe in resuscitation of the dead, revival of the dead, but in fact he did believe in an immortality of the soul, which he called in Latin amor Dei intellectualis, the love of God that is of the intellect, an intellectual contemplation of God at all times. When you look at these kinds of ideas, however, it's not hard to see that he did not view with favor the authenticity of the Bible as we have it today. He did not value that every verse in the first 5 books, for example, was actually handed to Moses from God as we have it. He felt that it's a human invention, perhaps inspired by this larger concept of godliness, but he was openly critical of the what he considered a credulity that people had, that the Bible was actually somehow the divine word of God. It was in Spinoza's God, it would have been beneath his dignity to actually try to capture himself within words directed to a specific nation with expressions of specific requirements of behavior. That's not at all the way Spinoza thought. And ultimately, this opened up a breach in the way in which the Bible was approached, and it is upon Spinoza's shoulders that much of what's called the higher criticism of the Bible evolved. The criticism of the Bible that reached its apogee in the 19th century with the attribution of multiple authorships to the first 5 books of the Bible and so on, really rests at Spinoza's front door, because he was the first one to really open up this concept of the Bible not necessarily being divine, at least not in any meaningful way divine. He also had a lot to say about politics, boiling things down to its basic essence, in which he believed, for example, that all politics are really an expression of the desire to maintain one's existence, to persist in existence. And he understood the idea of religion and politics being intrinsically related one to another, as is in the title of his most famous work, the Tractatus Theologica Politicus, the tractate of both theology and politics. Wow, heavy stuff. Now we'll leave philosophy. What ended up happening to his life, he made a living. He never was famous during his lifetime. In fact, much of his most famous work was published posthumously. He made his livelihood as a lens grinder. Optics were at this point in a significant level of development, and people were, taking lenses with grinding machines and grinding the glasses down to get them to the right shape so that they would focus appropriately. He would work over a bench with a grinding stone day in and day out, constantly breathing in the fumes and the dust particles from the lenses that he ground, so much so that he died a very early death at the age of 44. On a personal level, he never married, although he apparently did extend a proposal of marriage to Francisco van Emden. Remember him, he was a secular teacher, the defrocked Jesuit priest, and she ultimately declined his offer, and she married someone who may have been his rival, who, the uncharitable stories circulating indicate that she did so for a pearl necklace that this other gentleman was able to offer her. He was a philosophical colleague of Spinoza. They had long and extensive philosophical discussions, but he ended up going into business and became very successful, and the young Clara chose him over Spinoza. Speaking as a father of daughters of just about marriageable age, I don't think it's such a bad choice, but they're a little young. But Nevertheless, there's a lot of questions about this rumor. It's not even clear if he really had this relationship with Clara at all. Now, the elephant in the room with Spinoza is, of course, the excommunication. What exactly was going on there? As I mentioned earlier, he was a young man. He was only in his early 20s. Various sources put it as he was 23 or 24 years old. The text of the document is incredibly harsh, and it stands out even against other excommunications that were used at the same time. I'm going to read it to you in just a moment, but it includes phrases like Spinoza should be cursed by day and cursed by night. People were, not only was he forbidden to come to synagogue and so on, people were not allowed to stand within Dalet Amaso. Literally, you could not stand within 6 feet of his presence. And this was a permanent cherem. It was never revoked. He did, as we shall see, make some sort of response to this cherem, but ultimately it was a complete severing of his relationship with the rest of the community. And again, we're talking about a kid in his 20s who hasn't really done much with his life yet. What was the conduct? Okay, here is the text of the actual cherem. I think you'll get a feel for it. Okay, the lords of the Ma'amad, which are these are the lay leaders. They're not rabbinical leaders. These are like the board of directors of the synagogue, pronounced. Having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Baruch de Spinoza, they have endeavored by various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways. But having failed to make him mend his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily receiving more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds, and having for this numerous trustworthy witnesses who have deposed and borne witness to this effect in the presence of the said Spinoza, they became convinced of the truth of this matter. And after all of this has been investigated in the presence of the honorable sages, they have decided, with their consent, that the said Spinoza should be excommunicated and expelled from the people of Israel. But the sages, of course, would be the rabbinical leaders of the community. And the decree reads, by decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch de Spinoza with the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of the entire holy congregation, and in front of these holy scrolls with the 613 precepts which are written therein, cursing him with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, and with the curse which Elisha cursed the boys. That was when they were bothering him, and then the bears came and ate them. And with all the castigations which are written in the book of the law, cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him, but then the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man. And all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him. And the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven. And the Lord shall separate him unto evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this book of the law. But you that cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you, this day. No one should communicate with him, neither in writing, nor accord him any favor, nor stay with him under the same roof, nor within 4 cubits in his vicinity, that's about 6 feet, nor shall he read any treatise composed or written by him. That's a really strong, phrase of excommunication. Let me pause before we go into the discussions of why. Any observations that are salient or questions?
Sounds like an Islamic fatwa.
The comment is, it sounds like an Islamic fatwa. I don't know much about fatwas, but it definitely is a strong communal statement. And let's remember, too, that we're talking about a period where there's no such thing as secular identity. The idea that you're just part of the community, of a community, doesn't exist. You're either a Jew, or you are a Lutheran, or you are a Calvinist, or you're a Catholic. You got to be something. It's just at the beginning of the period where people can somehow float around without being in any specific group. So it's not like he can just, go to another shul. This is it. Yes, please. Right. That's a good question. Okay. Excommunication, yeah.
What happened?
Well, it's one of those things where, in my understanding, there are a few rabbis in the room here, so I'm not a rabbi, so I'm like not a card-carrying member of the establishment. It's like vows. It's not that we're not allowed to make vows, it's that we're strongly discouraged from making vows. If we make a vow, we really have to keep it. That's why if we make them by accident, we have to co-mitrate. So curses also, we're not supposed to curse, but we do have the power of cursing. And in fact, they're quoting biblical verses here. And if you're familiar with Yiddish literature, curses take up, I think, about 18 or 19% of the syntax. But you're right. But nevertheless, this is different also because not an individual cursing. This is the community leadership taking a stance and saying, we represent the community and we excoriate Spinoza. Yes, Ms. Abramson. Oh, so this is interesting. It's an excellent, brilliant question. My daughter is so brilliant, I have to say. Right. So this is the period where, you begin to have a separate category, just the beginnings of it, of outcasts, right? It's not like they're jumping from one religious community to another. It's not like they're going from one estate to another, which you'd have 100 years earlier in feudal Europe. This is where you have people who, Taka don't fit in. And what do you do with those people? They are like stateless, so to speak. Ultimately, they will become the majority. Most of European culture, most of American culture are made up of people who have very, very nominal attachment to some kind of religious identity. But back then, no, and actually, if I can respond to one other statement about the orthodoxy, we have to remember, first of all, the term orthodox had not been coined because there was nothing against which to be orthodox. This was the Jewish community, and being part of the community meant at least nominal observance of the behavioral standards which are expressed in the Torah and mitzvos. So it's not like today where people voluntaristically decide, you know what, I'm going to affiliate with this movement or affiliate with a different movement. You're part of the kehillah, part of the congregation, and you're expected to observe Shabbos. If you don't observe Shabbos properly, publicly you desecrate Shabbos, then you can be, you can suffer all kinds of communal harm. But to think that people aren't secretly desecrating Shabbos in the privacy of their own homes, it's probably the case that would happen. Okay, last question, Solomon, then we'll go on. Yeah, cursed. Well, I don't want to go into a particular show, but the concept, yeah, it's like my grandmother, Allah Hashem, would always say the jails are full in Israel too. She was a very wise woman. Okay, so let's, we use those words. We do. Let's go now to some of the roots of this. So, Stephen Madler is the premier biographer of Spinoza in our times, and I've relied quite a bit on his analysis of the excommunication. So he argues that we have to understand the excommunication of Spinoza within the context of that tenuous amount of religious freedom that was arrogated to the Jews at this time. That the Jews, remember Heinz-Dietrich Löwe's theory, that it's when the Jews start sort of like pushing against their barriers, that's when there's anti-Semitism in place. Now, what Nadler argues is that the Amsterdam Jewish community, being so nervous about, what will the non-Jews think, that they put a tremendous amount of energy into trying to keep everyone on the straight and narrow, more so than in other communities in Europe. That because they were kind of like a liminal community in the interstices I'll have to edit that part out. But the boundaries, the seams of culture, they really wanted to make sure that all the Jews were behaving. And in fact, he goes and he looks at the use of the cherem, the excommunication ban in Amsterdam at this time, and he says it was used 36 times between 1622 and 1683. Almost once a year, they're banning somebody. Somebody's getting in this amount of trouble, and once a year. And there were threats an additional 50 times during that period. So they're really using this strong tool very liberally because they're trying to make sure that the outside community does not think that the Jews are changing at all. They want the status quo, and they want to be perceived as protecting the status quo. So what kind of crimes were people accused of that got them into this trouble? So Nadler chronicles things like religious observance is one of them. For example, regular attendance at synagogue. Can you imagine, Aaron, the president of our shul, if we were like to take attendance at shul on Shabbos, and if someone missed like 3 Shabboses, then we bring out the Sifrei Torah and ban them. But they're keeping track. Everyone has to show their bona fides. Everyone has to show their nominal observance of the dictates of their religion and show up in shul. And that means before Kiddush, they have to be here, gambling, marriage without parental consent, interesting kind of expression of, hope you're paying attention, Lisa, right? Kids getting married without their parental approval, put them into cherem. Yes, I know, you want to object to that? So that's actually, I have to say, every time you open your mouth, at least in public, it's very good. It's true. Jewish law, my daughter points out the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, and you can go back even before that. You look at the Talmud, that one of the things that a person has complete freedom over is choice of marriage partner. There's no such thing as an arranged marriage in Judaism. There are arranged introductions. There's lots of parental coercion, but sof kol sof, at the very end of the day, a person may not be married against his or her will. So what does it mean then? I'll turn it back to you. What does it mean if the community is saying, if you get married without parental consent, we'll put you in a ban, when the Torah explicitly says, or the Talmud explicitly says, you can get married without your parental consent? It means the parents are breaking the rules. Yeah, I would like to say that it means that the community wants to be, so to speak, more Catholic than the Pope. That the community wants to uphold a standard which is even beyond what the Torah actually dictates. For obvious reasons, they want to make sure that their society is kind of moving along the straight and narrow, very predictable, the same society that we had 50 years ago, we're going to have 50 years from now, and so on. Payment of communal taxes, that's an old one. Jews have often been put into cherem and things for not paying their dues, that sort of thing. But in general, Nadler says that the ban was used as a kind of house cleaning device to try and really enforce that kind of rigid adherence to authority and conformity with the said rules. Now, if we turn this to Spinoza, what exactly did he do? He certainly didn't marry against his parents' will. We have evidence that he's showing up at shul. He hasn't published anything, that really is his own ideas or anything like that. So what Nadler argues is possibly one of the big issues is his talking about Descartes. Remember we spoke about him, the first philosophy? So Descartes was a destabilizing factor in 16th century philosophy, that he was taking religion down to the grain, to the very bottom, and building it up again. And there are many that felt that this guy Spinoza, who is recognized as a sharp intellect, that he was simply getting too vocal about his circulation of these ideas. And Nadler argues that it was perhaps his openness to discuss these things without fear. One of the great characteristics we see of Spinoza through his life, he was never afraid to speak what he thought was the truth, that this ultimately got him into trouble. Now, I find Nadler's analysis, based on my limited study of his ideas, it doesn't seem to fit the real severity of the text of the ban. I mean, to put him into that lifetime ban, and nobody stands with, I guess nobody stands with 6 feet of him because he might talk to you, right? But it seems so harsh. So there must be more missing pieces here beyond the kind of things he's thinking about. I myself even did a little casting about the internet to try to understand, why did he never marry? Was there some kind of question there about his personal orientation? I couldn't find anything, It was fun looking, but I didn't find anything. No, Elisa, no more questions. Now I got to me about that later. Okay, but it seems that it's just that it says more about the community than it says about Spinoza, at least on the surface. And I think there are a lot of implications for our understanding of identity today. Now, how did Spinoza react to this? We only have limited evidence of his response. He did, in fact, compose a treatise, which may have been published, but it has unfortunately been lost. Parts of it may have been incorporated to another piece that he published posthumously. It is written with the Latin title, An Apology for the Justification of His Leaving the Synagogue. We don't know exactly what he argued, but apparently he made his case, but he did not protest. He did not ask to be readmitted. He simply said, these are the reasons why I'm maintaining my position. He never converted to another religion or anything like that, but he simply left the community, again, at this tender age in his 20s, and he spent the remainder of his life, about 20 more years, wandering from place to place, setting up shop as a lens grinder, mainly outside of the Jewish community. He continued to engage with other philosophical circles, and his fame as an intellect slowly grew, although certainly would only explode after his lifetime. One small nugget to give you a sense of his personality during these trying years. At one point, one of his older sisters argued that he should be cut out of the inheritance of the family. Since he was, formally excommunicated, then he should, as an excommunicee, no longer have any inheritance rights. He sued. He took her to court. He won. He effectively defended his inheritance, and then he said back to his sister, but you can have it all. The only thing I want is he wanted his mother's bed and some other trifling things that were of sentimental value. Everything else, all the money that his father had made in a very successful business career, he gave to the sister who was his litigant. So you get a sense of his value of the truth and his willingness to defend his impression of the truth, but at the same time, he was not out for glory in any way. And in fact, many of his philosophical colleagues wished to support him out of their own funds. He refused to accept any funds, and he insisted on making his own living in this very meager way. So his legacy is, especially for our purposes here in this Jewish biography course, is somewhat confusing. Because on the one hand, he's incredibly important for the history of Western thought. He laid the foundations for a tremendous body of work on the idea of religion, the place of politics in society, and so on. And in many ways, he surpassed even Descartes in the approach to epistemology and several other disciplines of philosophy. Nevertheless, his tenuous connection to Judaism, although I think a study of Jewish influences on his ideas is really something that deserves more attention, in my humble opinion. And I can't say that as someone who's really explored the historical literature, but the coincidences between some of the Kabbalistic ideas and his thought are uncanny. But nevertheless, his connection to Judaism is primarily through that one negative moment of that very, very stark communication. And I think it has implications for us, even in the 21st century, to try to understand how we must deal with those who are perhaps at the margins of our own community today. So with that, I'm going to conclude the lecture. I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. I'm going to make a little plug for next week. We have a topic that I find absolutely fascinating. We're going to look at a woman who is not well known, Sarah Bas Tovim, who was a paitan, a liturgist. She wrote a lot of specifically female prayers, much of which have been lost in the Holocaust, but they're beginning to be rescued by scholars of women's history in the Jewish world. So I certainly encourage you to come. I look forward to speaking about her work with you next week. Thank you for your attention. Rodriguez? Okay, very good. So, I'm relying on your prodigious memory to not recall some of the jokes that I tell, so that I can repeat them with some regularity. And the joke that's really appropriate for tonight's topic, which is going to be on one of the greatest mystics of the Jewish, experience in the world, it's appropriate that I tell you a joke about mysticism. So I know that, my canary in a coal mine, Steve Schwartz, remembers this joke. So does anyone else remember the joke about the 3 college students talking about their spiritual leaders?
Yeah.
Okay, Baruch Hashem. So I'll tell you this joke, and then we'll be able to get right to the material. So the joke goes like this. There are 3 college students sitting around a dorm room, and they're talking late at night about all kinds of things. And one of the students says, "My guru, he is so amazing. He has so many spiritual powers." You remember the joke now, so maybe I shouldn't tell it. It's too late already. All right, it's too late. So he says that he has so much metaphysical power. He's in communion with the divine. Once we were walking through the forest, and we were walking next to a raging river, and we saw in the middle of the river there was a rock, and a little kitten was trapped on the top of the rock in the middle of this river. So my guru, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him the water stopped flowing, and he walked straight out, and he rescued the kitten. And the second student says, "Oh, you think that's something? That's nothing. My Swami, with whom I study all of the Vedic arts, once we were walking by I-95, and there were cars that were just going 75 miles an hour. Okay, if it was I-95, they're probably basically parked. But let's say an imaginary I-95, cars going 75 miles an hour. We saw that in the middle of the median, between the lanes, there was a little puppy trapped there. And so my Swami, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, all the traffic stopped. And he walked out, and he rescued the puppy and brought him back." And the third student says, "You think that's something? That's nothing. My rabbi, he is amazing. Once we were walking on Shabbos, and as we're walking down the street, we see on the middle of the road is a $50 bill. And my rabbi stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around us, it was Tuesday." It's a mildly anti-Semitic joke. I really probably shouldn't. What do you think? Yeah, okay, it's good. All right. Okay, today's topic is a fascinating one. We're going to talk about the Holy Arizal, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, one of the most influential figures in the history of Jewish thought. The vast majority of contemporary Kabbalistic study owes its origins to the thought of the Arizal. And even if you are not predisposed to study Kabbalah, his thought and his practices are so pervasive that they literally permeate every aspect of Jewish practice today. You'd be very, very hard-pressed to find a synagogue that willingly or knowingly does not have extensive Lurianic practices built into everything from, the way we sing Lecha Dodi Friday nights, which was something that came out of his circle in Tzvat, or certain songs we sing, or certain practices that we have, prayers that we have, and so on. And even basic ideologies about the meaning of Judaism, the metaphysics of Judaism, really go back to the thought of this one individual who died tragically young at the age of 38. And in the space of really just a couple of years, he made this phenomenal impact on world Jewry. So what I'd like to do today is take you through his life, look at some of the major influences on his thought, explore some of the arcane ideas that are behind Lurianic Kabbalah to the limited extent that I am able, and then we'll speak a little bit about his legacy. So before we begin, we have to thank our super anonymous sponsor. We do have a sponsor this evening. We're very grateful. But when we asked him, should we sponsor it in your name? He said, no. And then we said, so we'll sponsor it anonymously. He said, no, I don't want that either. Because, we want to say sponsored by anonymous, so people should know that it's worthwhile to sponsor the lectures. He didn't want that either, so this lecture is simply sponsored. Anonymous. Okay. Thank you anonymously. Okay. Let's go. And by the way, I'm getting some interesting comments. Did anyone hear of Williamsburg, Brooklyn? Yeah. So anyway, someone from Brooklyn has been watching these videos and said, hey, can I sponsor them? So yes, you can. Just go to the Young Israel website, yibh.org, and you'll see a little button there that says donate, and it gives you an option to make a pledge, and we're very grateful for the support for the Shir and for everything that Young Israel does for this Kehillah. And thank you very much, all of you out in the Philippines and Williamsburg and places like that. Okay, so let's get to our material itself. Starting with his name, Yitzchak Luria. So he is known popularly as the Ari, which is either an acronym for Ashkenazi Rabbi Yitzchak. The word, of course, means lion. Ari is a lion. Or as most of his followers in the generation after he passed away called him, Eloki Rabbi Yitzchak, the divine Rabbi Yitzchak. Now, this morning I had to go to Rabbi Grunstein and ask a lightning shaila, like on-the-spot question, because his name in Hebrew, the title they gave him, a very rare title, Eloki, the godly. I had to ask Rabbi Grunstein, should I say Eloki, which is, for those of you who are familiar with Hebrew, one of the 7 divine names of God you may not use in vain. It's one of the big 10 commandments, right? That you can't use the name of God in vain. And so when you're not pronouncing in the context of prayer, you would say it with a hey instead of a kuf, and Eloki. So I said, if this is it, can I say Eloki, or do I have to say it with the kuf, or can I say it otherwise? And right there on the spot, right over there, in fact, Rabbi Grunstein passing the shaila without hesitation. I should say Eloki just to be Yotze Kol Hadeos, just to satisfy everyone, because the people in the Philippines are very strict about these things. We have to make sure we say it right. But anyway, they called him the godly Rabbi Yitzchak, a very, very rare name for anyone in our tradition. I myself cannot think of anyone else who is called with that name. We do have a few rabbis in the Talmudic period who called Hakadosh, the holy, but never the godly. But that gives you an indication of the status with which he is held. He's also known by a little bit more formalized term, Arizal, which stands for the lion of blessed memory. Zal, like Zimna the Bracha. So sometimes it's all brought together to one word, the Arizal, meaning the lion of memory. But his name actually was Yitzchak, family name Luria, possibly the rather famous family from Provence, although unlikely because they were Leviim and he was not a Levite. And Ashkenazi because he hailed originally from either Germany or France, as we shall see. This is a photograph of his grave in Sfat, which is a renowned pilgrimage site for spiritual seekers. It is a magnet for those who wish to study the arcane arts of Kabbalah and to revere his memory, just as it was for him when he first migrated to Sfat in the 16th century. So let's try and get a sense of the background here for his life. It really starts in Jerusalem, where he was born. The early 16th century, Jerusalem was quite a backwater. There was only one synagogue, the Rabbi synagogue, which is shown here. We even know its dimensions. It was approximately 63 feet long, which I would say is probably about the size of this room here. So if you're thinking of
what do I not want to say when I die? What do I want to say when I die? These are the things that I can ask those big questions. Here's a great question for all of us. What is the primary question in your mind? Everybody has a primary question. We're all walking around with a question. It's probably an unhelpful question. Something like, am I good enough? Am I lovable? Whatever it is. And you can reprogram that question, but if you look at authors, if you look at most writers, they always seem to be right, trying to answer the same question. And to me, my question has always been, what is a man? How do you define masculinity? And what is that? What relationship does masculinity have to do with courage? And those are big questions. Like, what is courage? Those are
out of Europe and out of the Iberian Peninsula.
Those are questions. What is it about this stuff that you guys are doing in the world, or even myself? What am I doing wrestling at 50 years old? For real, I wrestled 3 rounds today at 58. It's adorable. But what is this armor that we're always putting on? Why are you still in this kind of shape? Why are you always like you're bench pressing and all that? The tattoos and the big muscles and the black belt. What's going on here? What are we really doing? It's a good question to dilate on, because I think from there there's a lot of gold in that. And part of what I think I try to write about is I try to ask myself, what would happen if I let it all go? If I just fucking really let it all go. You ever do that? You ever just stand for a second and kind of see who's left when you really feel vulnerable, when you really feel open? We go to the theater for 2 reasons. We go to the theater, we watch movies to laugh and to cry. The reason we go to a movie to laugh and cry is because when you laugh and when you cry, And there's a space in between called inspiration. And a lot of times you laugh because it's so beautiful that it's overwhelming. And that's a fact. So that's why when you listen to a great piece of music, it brings you to your knees, right? You see the Sistine Chapel, it brings you to your knees. There's a reason for that. Because most of our lives are filled with drudgery. I have to eat, I have to sleep, I gotta go to the bathroom, I gotta have sex, I gotta make enough money. That ain't life. You feel like you forget all that. You forget you're human. You actually forget you're human when you see great art because it puts you in a state of high relief. You stop for a second and you even forget the great. And you go, wow, oh man, that makes me believe in God or something bigger than myself. That's what we go to the theater for. It's not just card chases. Any great movie, any great drama starts the character has something they want. They're going for the money, they're going for the treasure, they're going for whatever. If it's a great drama, they give up what they want for what they need. It's so interesting to me that our heroes in the movies give up everything they've been going for through the whole movie, and we want it for them. They end up with nothing, but they get what they need. Usually it's like, oh, I thought about somebody else for the first time in my life. I sacrificed myself for someone else. That's a really interesting thing. Why does that resonate with our psychic structure? Well, here's the other thing. What's a tragedy? A tragedy is when the character starts with a failed flaw, pride or whatever, and they never let it go. They hold on, they get sucked into the deep by the white whale. They just couldn't let go of its obsession. He wanted revenge on that white whale. And he finally harpooned it, but his leg got caught and he got pulled in. And if you read the book, and it happens this fast. It's so anticlimactic. He just disappears. Because when you get pulled in the water, he disappears. And that's what happens in life. So to me, a long way of saying I write about those kinds of things when I think about it. I find it very interesting that all of us, and the final theme is that there's always that passage from boy to man. Why is it that Harry Potter goes from being boy wizard to wizard to man? What is the resurrection story? That resurrection story is played out everywhere. It's because we believe that inside of us, this is not all that there's. I have more in me. It's going to take courage. I'm going to be in the middle of the fucking ocean without a paddle. I'm not going to know how to get back. And everything I got ready for, my cauliflower ears and all my armor, the challenge, the dragon, I've never seen before, and I have no armor for it. I didn't get ready for that. All my technique doesn't work against that fucking dragon. I got to figure it out. That's another story.
I also think you Caddy write jokes. When I first started counting, that's the first question I'd ask all the guys I looked up to. Like I'd ask Bill Burr, I'd ask D. Lee, I'd ask Leo. Giant children. Right, guys, right now, like I'm having you talk about writing, how do you write a joke? How do you write? How do you do it? For me, it's a mindset. So I always do within my own, give them the real deal.
I ask the big questions. So I always like key into what am I honestly afraid of? What do I honestly revere? Who am I pretending to be? Who am I really? Who do I want to be? What am I going to regret not doing when I die? What do I not want to say when I die? What do I want to say when I die? These are the things like I ask those big questions. Here's a great question for all of us. What is the primary question in your mind? Everybody has a primary question. We're all walking around with a question. It's probably an unhelpful question. Something like, am I good enough? Am I lovable? Whatever it is. And you can reprogram that too. But if you look at our authors, if you look at most writers, they always seem to be trying to end.
1095, when the First Crusade was declared, essentially you had the beginning of a geopolitical war that continues really to our own day, a huge split between
Alex
the Christian world and the Muslim world.
Legendary broadcaster, friend of the show. I've been lucky enough to speak to him about a lot of the crazy shit that has gone on the past 10 years.
Were the Jews. So the Jews were quite active in international commerce, and the Ottomans.
And we'll just come right out with it. We want to get you read on what is going on because, from the outside, the Trump administration campaign. Part of this cover. So, estimation is the fact I know is
Europe. Society.
And intelligence. I'm not defending her.
In order to
gets
retain.
interested in promising brings how he talks about radio. This is Jerry Carey. Suicide. Operation. We know that Jeffrey Epstein is working for billionaires, many others. And we know that there's been a lot of talk about the connections in Epstein intelligence. And isn't it a complete coincidence that a lot of this happened around the time that Benjamin Netanyahu visited the White House? I'm telling you, we're going to screen it.
As the name of
I don't want to Israel.
Nazi background, yeah, but
Israel trying to play.
Yep. promised to behave in a very the Ramchal,
Obama did all this work. Known. So
later. But
and we know is not
inspired this person the questions again?
But it's people, including Trump wants to push agenda through.
Your friends to make sure.
Why I mean, the Trump administration, American people demand that Maxwell testifies in front of Congress and that Alexander Costa testifies in front of Congress. Whatever this operation was, the media of understand what it was. It's a final operation, it's destroying relationships. No civilized society can exist ignoring things like this. And it also opens many questions about system that we barely understand regards criminals, human traffickers, drug smugglers, and our own this financial policy has been so worried about this BlackBerry because she has no problem with obviously making lots and lots of money and lots of politicians. Barack Obama, these $30 million forces for whatever they are. Really to me,
And his father,
now that she's convicted of willfulness, maybe she'll say I was the point is that the regret for his life, we were married at 5 years. Please make check time. But I can logically get it. I think the rules exercise all this. This is driving people insane, and I think it's justifiable. Shows up. We immediately see about space, which is the President of the United States. I'm not paranoid his but their activity over the last 6 months is completely insane. They're building churches, starving people. Which is saying, knock out the terrorist because they know the same way. Has allowed exercise a little too much power in the White House.
Between the parts,
Lectures I've got to get over my answer. Notice the New York Times post all the military and the deputy military to the issue.
most important information
Why is it not?
becomes
Here's kind of the problem. Isn't it?
is that it's almost impossible.
These other
all this stuff.
simply not, we're never going to definitively know that. Will we, gun to my head, that's what I believe it was. There's enough evidence in my book to see if what it was. But disclosure, not only will it be embarrassing to people, but it's going to suggest that one of our allies has been using these types of incidents to gain leverage and control over our politicians. And it's not one of the big reasons that they don't want to have Donald Trump.
And then change really to a
Interesting.
teacher, the
Call me actually manufacturing this evidence that Trump stole Russia and Russia hurricane. That was my whole show today. Hurricane is not just giving orders to President Comey. Before 2016, Trump was running. They collaborated with everybody. The documents are out. They created the field dossier. They didn't just intelligence out. They created something out of they know what's going on.
deeply
Bill Clinton, Franklin, come out of the CIA. Feel that in the Chicago the CIA in Washington. His mother was a CIA. His real father was in the Kenya. Democratic Party USA. It was Obama. In 4 different videos. Yes. It's a fake cover story.
all kinds of
famous porn that Frank
tremendous
in the same house. It's in photos. The same. This mom and Frank was visiting.
clear
It's her on the very same medication. Couch. Porn collections.
so
And all of them. It's a famous. And it's from an intelligence.
2 minutes that we have.
Like it shouldn't see it. Right. Obama said stayed with him. He was friends with my grandfather. His dad's the famous. I know people in Chicago that said that was around in the election. Obviously, he was a brilliant politician, but the thing they didn't go here, they didn't go. There's a lot of people in obviously still this time on, but I know people in Chicago, these large financial institutions, still have that will show up more details about his life emerging. If you have a problem with your drugs or money or something like that, leverage is always being used on different people. Just leverage it out. Pfizer thing, maybe no more about than I do, but I saw that she was run now only 10 years ago didn't exist because and they're making Pfizer. So it's 60 miles into the way it was chief of staff. Run a consulting firm and their biggest client was Pfizer. Well, that's not great. And even the lawyers came out, all the people involved. Get you in the Congress. Can I make this now? Why I don't know the overrides? People that I know, I think Kennedy feels like frustrated. I also think he has to get the poison fruit out. Also, Kennedy was coming in there saying, listen,
and these mandatory vaccines, the facts, and your facts not being talked about. Everything's about food diet. You're like, get the food down. Sure. But let's not indemnify companies like Pfizer and all these people going forward. I mean, it's the say 35,000, forever. All this is happening, and I don't want to see it, but it works. It's reminds me, I don't know this is true, but if Trump makes it, what they do, like a they only want stuff with say really difficult. This is almost the only way. Alex Acosta, that's to get you. Don't know he's easy. Find out. You know, at the end of the day, I'm not naive. You're not naive. There's serious players or deep pressure on all kinds of people. And I know that you can't wait for them to don't have to think that you can go away. You can't get a full kill for everybody. There's no accountability for this type of criminal activity that everybody knows about. The lack of credibility is going to eat away not only this administration, but the government justice. You're right. You can run a team down. And then they still find somebody. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to tell you about Athletic Greens, the company that dropped me for using many years ago. And we did it from Alex's studio. And here's what I'd like to say about Athletic Greens. You know, one day my son took Athletic Greens died. Put Athletic Greens in a water bottle, shoot it out, and then he drank it, and then he's dead. Athletic Greens killed my friend. I don't know why it happened. Maybe it wasn't Athletic Greens. Maybe it was just some kind of a random medical illness. It was the greens. He was frothing at the mouth. He goes, oh no, what's happening? It was green stuff was coming out of his mouth. He's like, I can't believe it. It's greens. It's trying to kill me. I knew it was fake. I knew it was fake. You don't tell me about Athletic Greens. It was fake. Yeah. Alex Johnson. All right, thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, Alex. An advertisement dropping. I said Athletic Greens on this 2 years ago. Yes. You killed Epstein. Makes no sense. It is a disaster. I can't sit here said that went to the collector. He was getting record numbers. Everybody. And I think there's probably pressure. Anthony was that spent a lot of money to help Trump get elected that are probably let's make this go. Let's not have this be embarrassment. Ready? Yeah. Did you hear me? Yeah. Okay. This is a lot. It's like international trafficking. The problem is people by extension, provide standard orders, you're now putting people in jail for tweeting about social issues. Some side issue and he'll scream at him and say, I only want to hear about bringing jobs back. And I'll be able to talk to him. Well, we can have it go say, sir, you got to stop. Years. He'll just say, Before you go, seem to be hinting that I'm done with Iran. I've heard from people, there's articles out, this is not a secret, that they don't think they feel like men, which was going to do it more. What do you think to play in Trump's 4 years? They would like to see, would like to see like, what would be their goal here? To reconfigure those out here on the table is another is. So how much you Christianity.
Incredible Israeli intelligence. Military's on Earth. 7.5 hours, nobody responded. Hamas right across the fence.
Fun stuff.
Years.
Expensive. But this is what
they've already built a pipeline up through there. Turkey acts like it. Right there in the Mediterranean, Syria, they have the pipeline to come up. So it's not even debated. So we're looking at dollars and numbers. Even all of it's over 20 trillion. The rest of that, the military, Israel, we're actually these guys do affiliates thing because they think all this tourism is trending is that they're smart. So I just said, you already said earlier, college part of we understand conflict. We understand the customers. But we have to stop the all this piece, but it's not, it's constant. It's not because, you know, it's truly Moscow's not sure. They knocked out most of the population. And they came to Eisenhower, and then they got a kid. Yes, they had a middle of the circles. So when you see that, a lot of the contact murders, it's the same people. Chinese Hebrew. It's just the coast of Alabama. The coast of the movie Doctor Strange. It's a documentary. Lid
off this cover. And then they get it off this. And now it seems like it's part of it. So, what investigation is happening? Well, I'm looking to do is on the outside of this research. The fact that I was at 15 days ago, like you said, but then he comes up the next day and says, we have to do this the next day at a press conference. He looks scared. He looks scared. And then if he had a relationship with the Democrats, and the Democrats, so this is Harry Carey, and this is suicide, and emergency calling on just the most accurate record. 5 points on this main base. It's like lose them. Reported it. And every yet seems probably in the midterms a year and a half as he is. Still the perfect. And on research, we do have a meeting for the courts. They would already use this that he did something. There is a list. If you look at it, truth. Insane. And Trump. That is not really cooperation. It was also cooperation. Jeffrey Epstein. It's like
One
I
way.
don't want to attack Israel.
This figure.
Here's the cliche. They're trying to manipulate the United States. They're in politics and technical relations. Well, now she convicted.
Tries to get. At this point,
MI6 and Russian military. How long did you came out? So, research. Closer this week with the vice president. He told me that was commercial pornography. That he did not have videos of me how he works in an supervising position. That's the party line that they're going with. Because that's why would they want evidence? Why would she say it's evidence? She's not an idiot. She's the attorney general. Why would she say she has files on her desk? If none of these are it just feels like they're covering something for sure. 100%. And I feel like they're telling a story, and the story doesn't make any sense. Really sad. So, here's what we know from the time.
Well, they're going to need a CIA agreement to pass.
Comment.
Right. And they've got on record. And the Caribbean, and his facility is already in New York. It is around here, 30-something meetings in New York. And all of a sudden, you get planning as soon as that Netanyahu shows up. Now Trump learns what they have to go for. Right after that, Netanyahu comes and tells him, and I don't believe in my sources that it is Trump, but it's people. Administration, financial advisor, assembly. Trump was going to secure the throne. Coming in $3 trillion a year. He wants to go for $300 million. And so he was giant new Russians. A top financial advisor. We talked about it. Okay, interesting. Since California, not trying to get me first. Don't sue me. It's far and fair out. I'm sure. Blackmailing wrong. Here's my question. I believe it's Alex Costa. Supposedly there was an unsourced or unsourced person secured opponent Alex Costa to stand down. That's intelligence. That is why he was not prosecuted. Federal prosecutor, right, to the fullest extent of the law. Why? By way of the Trump administration, American demand, and actually testifies in front of Congress, and Alexander Acosta testifies in front of Congress about whatever this operation was. I think we have a good idea about what it was. But it was a vile operation, destroy the lives of children. No civilized society can exist in things like this. And it also opens up questions about a financial system that we barely understand that involves oligarchs, criminals, human traffickers, drug smugglers, and our own political class. This is what Nancy Pelosi has been so quiet about this, to be very honest, because she has no problem with obviously making lots of money and lots of politicians. These $30 million homes or whatever they are. Why do we demand well, what's Trump better? And then people read on you never can see it. Which has a lot more credibility now. He doesn't have specific anything wrong, but he's embarrassed by it. She's in. So he trusts somebody to testify. So there's already might be another reason why they like issue like this. So, well, maybe she'll say that it was an Catholic.
Right.
My point is that sure people treat like that's ultimately that's about I am a that is required by research and forces and so they're going to take like I know I think yes please make that Bill Gates the most that's why I believe people are
Attention.
And I'm not defending justifiably so. Stuff forever. I think a lot of it's emblematic of everything. It's emblematic of everything. What I told them is I said, if you just close everything, you're done. No people support these guys who are fully and completely part of this cover-up if everything doesn't come out. I think it realizes their presidency. He agrees with me. He agrees with me. You know, like it really is. Even Mike Johnson came out. I mean, he agrees with me. The calls are coming from inside the house. We know that Benjamin Netanyahu shows up. We immediately see the House completely crazy by the President of the United States. Yeah, I'm not sure why it is so there.
After all,
They're building churches, they're starving people, they're shooting people that are depending on the most important. Yeah, absolutely. The deep state money. Israel, when technology to balance all of the different
goes up.
if you have information with your analytics that are working with testing, whatever the case may be, we see it in the UK, they look at censorship for tweets. We see it all over the world, and we know, of course, the training for sure is where this feels a lot like a precursor to that. Steve Bannon is to the biggest threat to the stability of the United States going forward because they have their own agendas that they're cloaking in this MAGA movement. You don't hear that view. Trump has allowed these people to get a little too close and that's just a little too much power in the White House.
Interfere, so we're going to.
is a big background, man. I'll say he's ready. So, Trump, he'll come in and tell you what's going on. Let us have the freedom. And my point is, they are a small country. Once they come in, they're technology goes already. And the idea is that there's already integrated. It is. Amazon, Google, there's one that are currently doing something that's coming. There's a fabric for 10 years of time. There's a fabric, there's some money around it. And then there's knowledge of everything. No, it's a group that they're able to Trump and people in charge. It's already there. So it's not what's coming. It's already there. Knowledge here. It's just as spirit company off the bat, or as Microsoft. Right. So it feels to me that very large group of companies I don't trust. But it is possibility. This company is, you want to start helping to start getting Americans more than they're able. That's sort of concentrate the information on how Amazon. think that this is
And especially
for
environment,
the United States. Does this feel it is? Conjecture. There's enough evidence, but disclosure
minion.
not be embarrassing. It's going to suggest that one of their allies using these types of incidents to leverage and politicians, and it's not one of the big reasons that they don't want to do it.
Fascinating.
Corruption really offers just to make actually was operative last lower level, but he himself basically coming out. This is the leverage that Israel is using over Trump right now to do all this. Information is not Trump himself. Also, flying price on New York beach. Understanding it. It's all about integrity. Manufacturing evidence that Trump was sold by Rothschild. Not just Obama giving orders to Clapper. They put him under surveillance and one was fake. Is a secret operative. Because where what's going Obama's grandfather. Obama. Summer.
That's
But,
right.
like, pushing to
Many Davis.
Jewish
Whereas, it's
whether or not common in
first name is released in the same house. When this commercial name is Mary Saint, many pages.
developing
Famous CIA. You're saying that Obama from an intelligence. I mean,
do something different. You get
stayed with him in the summer. And his dad. Well, I know people have said they had entire life they were shocked. Was brilliant politics. Didn't go near real life. They didn't go. I know people that heard all these things were shocked. Details about his private life weren't emerging. Hey man, help lady go. It seems to be when you're in the closet, if you have a problem with your drugs or money or something like that, it's always being used on different people to control them. You're 1,000% control, in my estimation, because just let everything out. No matter how embarrassing it is, you gotta be honest. There's definitely a force for amazing. Maybe Trump had been running. Exist.
poison for others coming in and saying, listen, these mandatory vaccines for other facts, that's not being talked about. Everything's been food dye. Now, why don't we get the food dye out? Well, let's indemnify companies like Pfizer and all these people going forward. It's a big count Stuff like this happens because I don't think confused. What the hell is going on? It's almost like the gaslighting is so crazy. It's like you're starting to like, who said it? And I'm like, who said any of this? And you know, it's disconnected to the server. And you go, wait a minute, hold on. This is there's mountains of evidence. So do we go into attacks on reporters or people that are just raised? Sorry, yeah. Okay. Summer. That's like it's the summer. Nice.
later, you pull up and talk. This thing, 8 months ago, with Nick Joe. For 5 months. Rich than Texas. So there are millions of dollars. China all the way through to Russia and Europe. They want this
Yesterday.
from Israel, Syria. So Israel wants to build the main industrial shipping like this. It's near the pipeline in Europe. It's probably more gas.
Jewish side of the
Russia. It's one of the richest. Condos here. The hotels and the swimming pool. It's all about the absolutely in line with Israel. Ukraine, we are still spending a lot of money. It seems like we're trying to get that country nuked. possibility. It seems like that America is putting into a until he uses but I mean, I can't see any other. But with nuclear weapons and with biological weapons and with it just goes, it keeps going. And he leads to destroy the world and sacrifice the musicians. Like they're got their owners, like Dr. Strange Love makes the church for my curse today. The voice is going to be able to come to you. Like, you know, the next 4 main singing rate, totally classified. We have never been such a meltdown. The deputy in the Jewish hello, I'm going to look this up, folks. Eisenhower administration. Blame the Russians instead the Cubans did it. We got to blame Russia. $20 million Americans in a nuclear response. Wait a few years under mutual destruction of military itself. And then they tried to come in and carry for this Operation Northwood. The movie they were literally in the meeting. Mind cameras. You know, Bruce started their product up. Even in the worst case scenario, they knocked out most of the population. They came to Eisenhower, and they got again. Yesterday, I mean, on 11 servers, like Rothschild. So when you see that 11 in the Project America Secretary to say people, it's Jane Hebrew. This is the ghost of it. The ghost of it. Russia was on TV and you're same story. Very expensive. These crazy Russia's scenarios every day with media reading. 2 or 3 days. We see a large area until my God. Weapons are in the West. They say believe it's new. We're so close. Or something like 20 seconds. Lucky. A lot of the crazy shit that's gone on. Beautiful. What is going on? Because, you know, from the outside, the Trump administration, someone exposing his cover, and now it seems like they're pulling this cover. relationship with the Democrats. This is all close. Idiots. But all this is very careful. This is self-harm. They were Trump to succeed. That this is beyond insane. It's like Trump wanted to feed off of the 12 shotgun. Not only a money demonstration, it was also a money laundering operation. The Jeffrey Epstein was working for millionaires like Dennis Wexner and many others. And we know that there's a lot of the connections to intelligence and moving money through the world and money disappeared. Is it a complete coincidence that a lot of this seemed to happen around the time that Benjamin Netanyahu was into the White House? Well, as usual, you're very informed with the media that you I don't know. Israel has Netanyahu is a villain. Convicted of, human trafficking. Now he's convicted. Dad, Robert Maxwell, was on record with his son, military honors. Came out. What he did. Sucked out of his brain. Juries took it.
videos. She said we have 10,000 hours of video. I had dinner last week with the vice president. He told me that was commercial pornography. They do not have videos of any powerful person in a compromising position. That's the great line that they're going with. If that's the case, why would Peter Bondi call it evidence? Why would she say it's evidence? She's not an idiot. She's the attorney general. Why would she say she has files on her desk? None of these implicated anybody. It just feels like they're covering something for sure. 100%. And I feel like they're telling a story, and the story doesn't make any sense. There are too many drugs here. The comments going on in April and launching out works of that or your cover up. Not only does it cover up so here's what we know from the top. And I'm not trying to go into journalism for myself or these organizations 7 days a week. So I know most of the different developments that happen in the last 6 months. So here's what I'm telling you. True stories, release it. Marks are given this information and press conference with the show. But day and a half before that happens, I Boyle is the thing. And he says, my new sources say they live in the center of Epstein. And he goes, and also the Democrats are saying, I'm giving something. Tonight, and sources are, she's going to expose the facts. The next day, she comes out. Whatever she said, this is the one. The hunter's line. Tell me, tell me, I'm going to do a Supreme Court. We're going to go. They grab it. Resigns. They're going to sit up. Given these files, that's the Senate. Obviously, the Democrats before Trump filed. Are they going to leave stuff in this? No, it's not going to say. They're going to probably drop a dollar on schools. They drop a dime. sources. It is Trump, but it's people in his administration. Trump's financial advisor is heavily involved. Trump wants to get his agenda through. John, he's really coming in. He wants to stop World War III. Yeah. And so he goes, oh my God, this is a really interesting setup. I mean, we talking. Yes.
So, brings
You're smart and figured out.
let's do this way. Speak with and in your
Maxwell testifies in front of Congress, and Alexander Ocasio testifies in front of Congress. Whatever this operation was, I think you have a good idea about what it was. But it's a final operation to destroy the lives of children. And it also opens many questions about a financial system that we barely understand. It involves drug smugglers and political hunters. This is Nancy Pelosi. Let's be very honest, because there's no problem with, obviously, lots and lots of money for politicians. I think Barack Obama has $30 million whatever they are.
lectures.
They testify.
Adding to see a psychologist, consultation. He said, yeah. Stops it.
He agrees with me. He agrees with me. You know, like it really is my job to get it done with your house. I mean, he agrees with me that the calls are coming from inside the house. You know, Benjamin Netanyahu shows up. We then immediately see the doubt face, which is completely crazy. I'm not worried about it. But their activity over the last month is completely churches, starving people, that are
But his father was great. So I'm going
that's now merging, you know, your arrest record, if you can take the whatever the case may be. We see it all over and we know, of course, the Chinese social work. This a precursor to that. Trying to understand that he makes it these three people are the biggest threat to the stability of the United States going forward. Because the other impact is not just smoking in this area of it. Do you share that view? Do you think that Trump has allowed these people to get a little too close and just there's a little too much power in the House? Yes, I think Belichick.
evil people. They say some things are good people, but their agendas are radically different. If you took an American off the street and said, one of the things you do, very few of them are going to go into footballers and merge with AI and destroy the human race and all of this stuff. So I do think that tech community, it's important to have a thriving tech community, but it's important to not turn our country into a digital police state or Chinese surveillance state. I think a lot of those people probably want to create something like that in our society. You know, that does seem like they would prefer that.
Most
States. Does this come out? Does this say what many people feel it is? Black North is basically not. We're never going to definitively know that. We have a lot of conjecture. We have a lot of conclusion. That's what I believe it was. There's enough evidence in my book to say that's what it was. Disclosure not only will be embarrassing, but is it going to suggest allies has been using these types of methods to leverage for our politicians? And it's not one of the big reasons that they do not want to do. Let's hope. Coming out in the White House. So something corrupt. imagine
I didn't So we know.
that's I
Was
right.
that is
That always
admire them.
if you're in the closet, if you have a problem with your drugs or something like that, leverage is always being used on different people to control it. 1,000%. Trump, in my estimation, just everything out. No matter how embarrassing it is, get me out of shit.
That someone had made it. Simple.
Vaccines.
Actually, Joseph.
The poison food out. So Kennedy was coming in there saying, listen, we have these mandatory vaccines, a lot of them bad for his health effects, and now that's not being talked about. It's a food diet. Well, like, get the food diet out. Sure. Let's not indemnify the companies like Pfizer and all these people going forward. I mean, big pharmaceutical.
The ocean, and then we didn't have.
She works for
Where?
Israel and in America, Jewish people that are religious, some, and a lot of them think what's going on because it's a tribe, and it was a criminal and tribe. It is interesting to see that this administration is starting to
Got the idea.
spin it out of control.
Rather,
It feels like that's really the end of the first month or so. It was like
Portugal.
I have no interest in
later working for this guy. During this children.
Years old. At work, listening to you.
So,
Unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
like, the athletic is so crazy because it's like, they start going like, who said Epstein was a pipe? So they're like, who said any of this? And you go, why would you suggest he's connected to the Mossad or anything? And you go, wait a minute, hold on. To attack supporters or people that are just raising questions. Of course, you're going to have to go out and say, you know what you're doing. For whatever reason, you want this to go away. It's not going to go away until you disclose the information you have.
Wars with Obviously, full disclaimer, cases as
They did drive me. We tried to get them back. I put the Carnegie Hall. We said, how about you guys come get free tickets to the show? We're sorry. What do you think? Do you think people offended by knowing each other? I think these people that drink dead. You think they're offended by this? Thank you. Like Alex, I just shitting on an advertisement. Because I just I said it like Prince on the show a few years ago.
were successful.
Deciding issue because you killed Epstein and all the group about it. And then now Trump is don't look at it. Don't talk about it. So it's bunch of people of people that spent a lot of money to help Trump get elected that are probably telling him, let's make this go away. Let's not have this be an embarrassment.
I put too much pressure on my peasantry. I'm extremely unpopular right now. Or also quite possibly myself.
Okay, yeah, I said that. What is that? Is that a devil on your, is that Hillary Clinton on your? No, this is a lobster. It's the summer.
As the French did. Invite
See,
them
that's
back
like
20 years
it's
later.
the summer. It's like lobsters. That's like those eight.
You
It's like those eight blocks. See, what does that say about me?
to work the
I don't see a lobster
so you
yet,
invite
no.
them back. Then you borrow money
I
from
like
them.
it's
you
the summer, so
money, you kick them out
when
again,
the lobster's over and it goes to the fall, we put a pumpkin. I like it. Yeah, we try to make it nice while we talk about international, sex trafficking cults and this, that, and the other thing. By the way, Hollywood stands to probably get very embarrassed if this comes out too. Because this is not just political. There's probably a lot of big people in Hollywood. Let's talk about who we know is heavily involved. If you had a clear blackmailing operation against high-tech people, science people, vaccines, genetic engineers, Harvard, massive Hollywood, the Clinton, Steve Jobs' wives, the Atlantic Monthly owner, Atlantic Magazine, all those people, and that's my big frustration, is that we know they're all in there, we know it's all going on, and by Trump doing this, he's now joining with them, and he did it in such a terrible way, as saying you're not part of our organization if you question this, which then backs up the left's claim that MAGA is a cult. Well, I'm not a cult. So how are you processing this? Because I'm not a lesser two evils guy, but overall Trump administration is a lot better, I think, than Democrats. But at the same time, it's an integrity issue because I become an accomplice by extension to if I join in on the cover-up. Agreed. I process it the same way you process it. I think securing the border, having having the American working class regain ground, and trying to provide a standard of living for people and not opening the borders. They've done that in the UK. It's caused tremendous strife. They're now putting people in jail for tweeting about social and cultural issues in that country. He's gotten 15 trillion committed, 5 trillion is already put in. I mean, he got this new economic right now, line here, the Federal Reserve, the establishment will make interest cuts. I mean, he is still the maverick. Here's what I know. I'll leave it inside baseball. I hate to do this. Do it. I started hearing this about a year ago from people really close to Trump.
that the Inquisition
He was
was directed
78,
against
79
Jews.
now.
It was not actually directed against
All
Jews.
the trials,
In fact,
all the
Jews
pressure,
were to
all
a
the
certain
demonization.
degree
He doesn't
immune
crack
from
up,
the
but at a
Inquisition
certain
per
point
se.
becomes a really
What it
grumpy
was
old
directed
man.
at were the
And
so-called
now, I did this
conversos,
months ago,
or
and
the
I kind of mentioned
derogatory
it, but I
term
didn't want to attack him and give them fodder.
those Jews who
But he has
had,
issues that
sometime
incriminate
prior,
him. It's not
perhaps after
Epstein
the
stuff. It's not
1391
something that can be a problem.
accepted
They'll bring in
Christianity
some
in
side
an
issue and
outward
they'll
fashion,
scream at him
but did not
and say,
actually
I only want to
believe
hear about
what they
stopping
were
World War III, bringing
behaving.
jobs back,
And the
securing the
church in
border,
Spain was
and
very
defeating
concerned
election
about
fraud.
rooting out
And he
these
gets
false
really
Christians,
mad
so
now.
to
He didn't
speak.
used to do
They
that.
actually had a
And I'm
distinct
able to
term
talk
for
to
them,
him,
new
you know, a week and a half ago,
Christians,
saying,
and you
sir,
could
you got to
maintain
stop
that
defending
distinction for
this.
3
You got to stop the
generations.
Epstein cover up.
One of
And
the
if
great
people show for
scholars of
30
the
years, 50
Holocaust,
years,
Raoul
they'll just say,
Hilberg,
fuck you then, and hang up on him, or kick him out of
introduces
the
his magnum
lungs.
opus, the
So
destruction of
it's
European
not just that he
Jews,
blew up
by
about this.
comparing
He's
the
been, and
Nazi
it's good to have a
Nuremberg
guy that
laws
doesn't give a crap.
to the 15th
So at a certain
century
point,
Spanish laws regarding
for fighting
so-called
corruption,
new
but when he
Christians.
doesn't give a crap
Because
about
there
his
was really
constituents,
a kind of a
we're kind of
blood-based
experiencing,
racist
you know, what the
attitude
establishment's experiencing. So I love him doing that to them,
really until the
but with
19th
us, the
century.
optics are really bad.
That
Who is he listening
discriminated
to?
against
Who is he
these new
listening to? People say
Christians
Stephen
because
Miller
the
and
Spaniards
Susie
felt
Wiles
that
have
they
the most
weren't actually
outsized
believing
influence
Christians.
in
And
the
the truth is, they were
administration.
right.
Do you think that's
The
true?
so-called conversos,
Yeah, I'm not defending Stephen Miller, but from my sources, he
Jewish
basically has
services in
the
secret.
beat on
They
the
were
border
highly
domestic stuff.
androgynous, meaning
It's
they're only
Susie
marrying
Wiles.
other conversos. They
And
weren't
I hate to
marrying
demonize her. You
regular
know, I'm not trying to
Spaniards
come at her.
for the most
I
part.
was warned up front she was
And
bad
they were
news.
basically creating that
And
kind
anybody
of
that wants anything has to
Sephardic
go through her.
niche
I
of,
just know
well,
her consultancy
everybody
firms
outside
offer
thinks
small
we're
to number
Christian,
one.
but everybody who's important knows that we're
and,
not
Bondi and her
Jewish.
good
And they
buddies,
could do
very
this
tight.
quite comfortably
Is
for
that the case?
decades or centuries, as
Absolutely.
it
Well,
turns
they
out.
were the
There's
same
crypto
consultancy.
Jews that are
Right.
still detected
Is it
in
weird that they have a
American
huge consultant
Southwest,
firm,
even
but they're also
relatively
both in the
early
White
20th
House?
century. Mr. Rodriguez, to go further
It's a
than that,
major
20th
conflict of
century,
interest.
It seems so.
So it's not quite
It was
Hunter
right up to the
Biden level
21st
stuff where
century,
10% of the
and it
guy.
looks like it's an
And
amazing
again, I'm not
phenomenon.
trying to say that the
So
only
purpose
problem.
of the Inquisition
It's
was
just
that
that
the church in Spain was trying
look,
to
a
root
lot
out
of it is it's
these
complex, it's
false
huge,
Christians,
a lot's
the
going
Jews who
on.
had converted to Christianity,
And
but
Trump's
did
trying to be
not
pragmatic,
actually
but
believe
if he thought he could make deals with the deep state,
the Jews
like
also,
sure,
the
the
Jews
CIA
had
and Mossad
a
are
false
okay, let's
sense
shut
of
this
security
down.
because they felt
They
like,
walk
well,
into the trap,
the
and now,
Inquisition isn't bothering
by the
us.
way, that
Why
stuff
don't
we
we
raided
keep
for the
our
Democrats,
traditions and we
it's all
openly
about you.
practice as Jews?
And it doesn't mean
Then
it's
we have
real, but
nothing to
we
worry
already
about. That
predicted
turned
it's
out to be a
recycled.
false sense of
You know, it's
security.
recycled
But
BS
nevertheless,
about Trump.
much of the
And that's why I think that's why
Do you
I'm
think there's any part of him that says they'll kill me because they tried to, they maybe tried to in Pennsylvania, where very few people are satisfied with the explanation of who that, would-be assassin was, Thomas Matthew Crooks, or, he had no online footprint. We didn't know that much about him. The media's only recently started to kind of put out a narrative about him, but that was clearly a big brush with death. Do you think that there's any fear in that sense that Trump goes, that these people are playing for keeps?
That moment of Jewish unity, I think.
I think that's at the end of the day. I think overall Trump wants success for America. He's pragmatically trying to pick the best direction. But there's a new video
The joke goes like this. So,
that's viral everywhere
for
about
those of you who are
look,
younger,
Yes, I just saw that, yes.
on July 13th,
Mr. Schwartz,
you see the film crew being waved up after he shot. It shows his production. Well, I've expanded the presidential speech
it's ancient
of Trump or
history.
Obama
Until the
or any of them, which I've been to, or Bush, W, or any of them. I've been to all those.
were so-called restricted.
You have the Secret Service directing press up, directing press back.
clientele.
They tell you when you can be there, when you can't. He gets shot, he falls down, they wave him back. He pops back up. They let the press in. These are TV productions. So people seeing that production,
right at the end
and
of
then they know it's fake. The whole thing is a production. But I know ballistics, I know rifles. They didn't have real people shooting at him. And then they just perfectly raised his ear. And you can't fake real like that. You can't fake the acoustics of another shooter or a guy getting killed or other people getting shot in the background.
The membership
I mean,
director,
the
and he says,
greatest
listen, these are my assets.
directors all fused together. Steven Spielberg,
Flaming Crosses Country Club.
Francis Ford Coppola,
Scorsese.
nobody could do that.
Nobody can, carry that out. That was real. His hair got grazed. The Democrats pulled up the cartridges in the bullet. No, something this big. It's this big. And when it grazes you, that's exactly what it does. Because, long story short, I got shot with $20 pellet when I was 11. My hair blew a lot, but the hole was closed like a day. So went right to the side. The same thing happened.
Schwartz opened the door.
Kid named Mike Hamlin shot me. It was an accident. The point is that my grandmother's ranch. The point is, no, that was real. And all the lawfare and all the indictments and the mugshot and the persecution I've gone through was real. And because of that failing, and because of what happened, they're now trying to spin that and make it go away. But people that see, they push the media back. Well, if you go to any debate or presidential field, they tell the media before they come back. And then once Trump pops back up, they're like, okay, he's okay, you come back forward. Because they're producers, they're filmmakers that run this. They're trying to get iconic shots for videos or whatnot for Trump. And so they all seem shot, they get scared and run back. Then he pops back up, he's normal, okay, and they creep back up, bring the cameras back up. You got a bunch of Pulitzer Prize winning photographers there. But they've got to do what the Secret Service says. So people go, oh, that's production. Well, when Trump does the NFL game, we'll cut that. That's production. Doesn't mean the game didn't play, doesn't mean it wasn't real. So yeah, it is a production, but it's a production that is of a real event that's happening.
Before you go, what do you think Netanyahu wants? I mean, they bombed Syria today. The Gaza thing's insane. They seem to be hinting that they're not done with Iran. I've heard from people, and there's articles out, and this is not a secret, that they don't. I don't think they feel like enough damage was done. They want to do more. What do you think ultimately in Trump's 4 years they would like to see, Netanyahu would like to see, like, what would be their goal here? Would it be to reconfigure Gaza in the image of what they would want? I imagine that's on the table. Is it another attack on Iran? What do you think it is?
Well, let's have an expert on. So how much time do I have?
Any as much as you want.
First is the Jewish reliance on lobbying, or the
Benjamin Netanyahu has been in power off and on for 25 years.
Where basically
previously he represented the most right-wing, aggressive Israelis. And when Yitzhak Rabin got in their way, it's on record, the group associated with him killed him.
Local authority.
And now they've gotten Israel so radical, we call it right-wing, is what the media calls it. Just let's just say
culture who speaks the language well,
Israeli supremacist.
A large amount of money, which he believes as a contribution.
I'm trying to compare it to Hitler, but the last thing you're going to get is like racial supremacy. It's ironic for sure. We're the master race. Look, they're going to drive a group out of their homes out of the desert. That's what Pharaoh did to the Jews 3,000 years ago, right? The pilgrims, that was wrong to the Jews, is wrong here. I'm not saying the Muslims are little angel cakes are perfect either. Believe me. They're not little angel cakes, but I get it. Yeah, the optics are not good. Right. And so a lot of Israelis are like, even Michael Savage is an American citizen, great guy. Pro-Israel, but he came on my show 2 weeks ago and said Netanyahu needs to go. Right? According to all his sources, I mean, they take it Israel, one of the most popular countries in the world. Did you know Israel in international polls is the most popular country in the world?
Yeah, they've had a rough couple of years in terms of their...
So you ask what's going on with Netanyahu.
Anarchy is a word to the Jews.
Until 3 years ago, on record, in both articles, was the main funder of Hamas. Right. Israel set up Hamas and funded their creation as credit. Appeal of. So if you got one group you don't like, put a new, more radical group in that challenges them, and then people forget about it later and you blow them up next month. Like I said 8 months ago with NATO, Turkey and Israel on record overthrew Assad after 18 years of trying, or 17 years. Then I said, I bet in 6 months they're trying to overthrow the new Al-Qaeda. Well, Israel's out bombing, trying to take him out. It's just a one-dimensional thing. Sounds good. I don't like the leader of Al-Qaeda and ethnically cleansing non-radical Muslims and Christians and Druze and others. But Israel literally ran field hospitals for Al-Qaeda and bombed for them and put them in as destabilizing force.
some of the
Just
reasons
like
for it.
Netanyahu's predecessors
This is
looked at
actually
Nixon
a
when they were in
picture
power.
of the decree.
Well,
And it was announced
created Hamas.
to the
So then you have
no
October
circle
7th and this
in
stand
the
down, this
early
little
part
armed
of
camp,
1492.
incredible Israeli intelligence, one of the best militaries on earth. That's not high. 7.5 hours, nobody
So when
responds
Abravanel heard of
to
this,
Hamas breaking across the fence and grabbing all these Jews. Right? I mean, my God, you fart in Israel, we'll shoot a missile up your ass. So, and Netanyahu admitted there was a stand down. The army blamed him. He blamed them. That was a couple of years ago. He said, when the war's over, we'll investigate. Well, for Netanyahu, in power 25 years, serious heart problems, indicted. He stays in power by having crises. And so it really comes down to him and his party. And they can't have elections for 5 months under emergency declaration. They can't even have elections because of this emergency. So he stands to gain. The weapons makers stand to gain with millions of wicked weapons makers. Iran's no angel king. I'm not doing it to them, but if you go back to Wesley Clark 20-some years ago, he goes to the Pentagon, which is classified now. They go, the next 5 years, we're going to take out 7 countries. Iran's the last. Well, they got Syria 8 months ago. The last one is Iran. And it's not just about getting that Gaza Strip. Under international law, Israel gets 12 miles out. And they've got one of the biggest gas fields undrilled because of the conflict. I mean, it's more rich than, off the coast of Texas or Louisiana. And so there's trillions of dollars, and they've already built a pipeline up through there that goes up to Turkey. So Turkey is involved. Erdogan acts like he doesn't like Netanyahu. Those guys are on the spot. They're Saudis trying to join him. And so it's all, the U.S. is involved. Wants to act like it's not because it wants to stop the Belt and Road out of China all the way through into Russia and Europe. They want this other pipeline they're building up into Europe out of there. And there's gas all the way out from Israel, Lebanon, Syria, all the way. And so Israel wants to build the main industrial shipping hub for shipping liquid natural gas and the pipeline up to Europe. It's got probably more gas than freaking Alaska. I mean, it's got more gas than Kuwait, more gas than areas there where Russia intersects with Ukraine. It's one of the richest gas fields in the world. Trillions and trillions of pure liquid natural gas and oil. It's near surface, by the way. It's not deep. And so it is a gold mine. So you hear Jared Kushner, I'm going to build condos here. And, these weird AI videos with Trump. It's going to be so beautiful. Saudi Arabia wants to come in and offers to pay to make it all nice and give all the Palestinians jobs. That's all it would cover. The hotels and the swimming pools and casinos are nothing. It's that hub. It's a southern hub. You can say, well, there's natural gas all the way from right there in the Mediterranean up to Syria, but you've got to have the hub at the start of it for the pipeline to come up out of Israel. Right, so this is not even debated. So we're talking, they're saying like $7 trillion in current numbers just off the coast of Gaza. You add it all up, it's over $20 trillion. You can leverage that. Then you have the military control. Israel has never actually, other than by Tel Aviv, they've never had a proper port. And so this is about strategic alliances and control and blocking China. So I don't want to just blame Israel. The Israel guys are for sure. It's all about the U.S. acts like Trump, please do a deal with Gaza next week. Years ago. Please don't get Gaza. No, the U.S. and its interests are absolutely aligned with Israel.
Well, no, in that sense, I think you're right. What is the end game in the Ukraine? We are still cutting big checks. We're still spending a lot of money. It seems like we're trying to get that country nuked. Hopefully there will be a deal in place. The Vice President said he thought that was a very big possibility, but it seems like the policy of America is to push Putin into a corner until he uses some type of tactical nuclear weapon. I can't see any other endgame here.
Well, as usual, your analysis is, yourself is accurate. The head of France's finance, the head of their military, the head of Sweden, Germany,
under the Aryanization
the UK have all said the last 2 years, you look this up,
Germany,
they said our business plan is a 20 to 30 year conventional war with Russia
so
that will bankrupt Russia.
Germany and
We'll
Spain,
finally
the same
bring Russia up
laws.
in 5
So
parts.
people are trying
Well,
to
that didn't
liquidate their
work.
currency,
Russia's
trying to
outperforming
buy diamonds,
weapons
silver
production,
into their
conventional munitions,
mines,
artillery shells 3 to 1, drones 3 to 1.
the country.
So
But
that's not
severe
working.
limits were placed on these things. Here's
And so the EU's
as I
collapsed
mentioned here,
financially. It
Abraham
wants
himself
this.
was pressured to convert.
And
He
you've
was
got,
given himself. He was
just like
offered a huge
Vietnam
bribe
turned
by the
out
crown. They
with
wanted to
McNamara,
keep him.
he later admitted this before he died in the documentary. Oh, it was just to make war game and to make money.
To become
They
Christian.
wanted a place where they could have won very quickly bombing the North. They could have won, destroying it, but they never did that because it was just a way to pump. I mean, LBJ made like back then, made like $20 million, like $3 billion himself, just off dredging out the ocean and putting in ports. So it's all a giant war game. And you've had for 15 years the U.S. and Soros overthrowing government in Ukraine, stirring it up, poking the Russians, and they don't care as long as they can keep it going. They've laundered $300 billion in just the last few years, and it's all been weapons laboratory. And so to them, they don't care. And so, I mean, they're talking about 30% of the EU budget now going to Ukraine over the next.
Regions of
a war is a big black hole that you can launder money through. And at the end of the day,
these somewhat
Trump is
dangerous
more popular than ever than he's in the war. Look, it's not like the Iranians and Netanyahu go wait. Those are super unpopular. Now they're popular. Putin was already popular. He's even more popular. It's not like they go wait. But war is the health of the state. If you go back to the movie on Henry VIII called The King, which is a true story, he finds out at the end that his ministers have a rebellion in England with the Scots and the Irish and the Welsh, which is all true story. These letters are public now. They've been public for over years. And his French cousin, they're really all just Norman from William the Conqueror. They're not even French or British. They're all Vikings that conquered France and England. And they don't tell the new young king because his other brother, died, so they had to have him when his dad died.
Just a little bit about some of his ideas here.
And so he goes and has to have a war with France, and all his buddies die. He wins. And his minister comes to the end and says, "You did a really good job. We staged all this." That's why he meets with the king of France. Even though he killed his son, he goes, "Great job. You're really a real leader." And then he meets with the head minister, and the exchequer head goes, "We staged all this for you, sir. Now you put down all the rebellions. You are now the true king of England." And he kills him, which is a true story. He pulls a dagger up, his best friend died, and stabs him to death. Learning this whole thing was staged. Real people died. It was a real war, but it was totally staged to put down rebellions in France and in England. And now that's how the real world works.
Psychotic, unfortunate. I hope the Trump administration comes clean. It's the only way forward. People in this country need. You cannot have the abuse of children go unchecked. You cannot let foreign governments have leverage over our government and influence that, makes us, completely ignore all of our principles. Not to say that we are passive or that we are little angel cakes, as you would say. We're certainly not. But everybody, we need to get all the information out, and I appreciate you. I think you're doing an amazing job, and I love that you still come on my show, and I really appreciate you. And a lot of people
I've been begging to come on the show. We should come to Austin, but let me just say this one point. Yes. These Machiavellians think because they think all this twisted 10D chess that they're smart. No, it's sick. You already said it earlier. This big economist, Mark Armstrong, says we're very close to nuclear war. Rand Corporation does. We understand conquest. We understand duplicitous. But with nuclear weapons and with biological weapons and with 9 billion people, we have to stop the conquest economy. We've got to have real peace. And we keep hearing about all this peace, but it's not. It's got to stop because it could get out of control. You ask, will there be nuclear war? Yes, on the threat escalation ladder. It goes from 1 to like 44 in the Rand Corporation. Everybody uses the same model. We're like 35 now. A few more. Remember 2 years ago, I said we can't give F-16s and Abrams, Texas, World War III because it goes up the escalation ladder. We're now to Trump met with Zelensky 2 weeks ago and said, maybe we'll bomb Moscow so they'll stop. It just goes and goes and goes going.
And the elites would rather destroy the world than sacrifice their positions of power.
Exactly. They've got their bunkers, like Dr. Strangelove, based on a true story by Curtis LeMay, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, L.O. Lemonster, come to. The movie came out in 64, made in 63. It's all declassified. And I know Jimmy Cooper and all the inside stuff, but it's just films right on. This is the final thing. Curtis LeMay, the deputy head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, L.O. Lemonster, look this up, folks. They come the last year of the Eisenhower administration. Supreme Allied Commander, super hardcore. Was mad at the Germans and said, well, there's only food for other people who starve 2 million to death. It wasn't like he was a pussy and they come to him and they say, sir, we're going to bomb our own military bases and shoot down our own planes. And we're going to blame the Russians and said the Cubans did it. We've got a plan to sneak attack Russia. And we think we'll only lose 20 million Americans in their nuclear response. When we wait a few years under mutually assured destruction, they'll be able to take us out. And he fired them. And then they tried to come back and Kennedy fired them. It's Operation Northwoods. The movie Dr. Strangelove was leaked basically to cover it. And he made the film to show what happened. They were literally in meetings talking about mine shafts and how you get gross domestic product up. Even in the worst case scenario, they knocked out most of the population. And they came to Eisenhower, and then they tried again. Guess who the adjunct of L.O. Lemonster was? Who, like 27? Donald Rumsfeld. Wow. So when you see 9/11 as the President of American Century, it's the same people. And then Dick Cheney, he brought it. So this is literally the ghost of L.O. Lemonster and the ghost of Curtis LeMay. The movie Dr. Strangelove is a documentary of what almost happened. The Cuban Missile Crisis, declassified. The U.S. put Nike missiles on the border of Russia in several places, including Turkey, medium-range nukes. Russia put nukes there. I'm not a Russian. I've never been to Russia. The point is that they were all told in school books, oh, the Russians put medium-range nukes in Cuba because they're assholes. No, Khrushchev was on TV saying, get your missiles out. But our media was so controlled, nobody knew we put missiles on their border. So it's the same story. It's not the average American's bad. It's not that Eisenhower's bad or Kennedy was bad. We have these crazy power-mad generals, and now what have we done? We put missiles on Russia's border. That's what Russia said a year ago. They said, you already are hitting us every day with medium-range hypersonic missiles. We can't stop. If you hit us 2 or 3 a day, we won't respond. But if we see a large aeronautic attack of hundreds or thousands of missiles, we have to believe it's a nuclear sneak attack because that's how they can shoot. Right? So Mach 5, Mach 10. They can take out all the Russian bases. Most of Russia's weapons are in the West. Most of Russia's are in the West. And they say if you shoot a bunch of these, we got to go ahead and nuke you because we've got to believe it's a nuclear sneak attack. That's why we're so close. You ask, are we close to nuclear war? The atomic energy scientist group out of Chicago, the most respected, that looks at has said we are the closest to nuclear war. Remember, you are 2 minutes to midnight. It used to be 2 minutes to midnight. We're something like 20 seconds to nuclear war now. Yeah. So with the Cuban Missile Crisis, 2 minutes to midnight means total nuclear war. The last time I checked, we're 20 seconds from midnight. That's your answer. Follow me at Real Alex Jones on X, Infowars.com/show. And I love you, Tim Dillon.
Love you, Alex Jones. Thank you so much. Alex Jones, everyone. Thank you. Alex Jones with us, legendary broadcaster, friend of the show. I've been lucky enough to speak to him about a lot of the crazy shit that has gone on the past 10 years. And, we'll just come right out with it. We want to get your read on what is going on because, from the outside, the Trump administration campaigns on exposing this cover-up, blowing the lid off this cover-up. And then they get in office, and now it seems like they're part of this cover-up. So what, in your estimation, has happened?
Well, all I can do is observe from the outside. I have a lot of sources, especially on baseball, what's happening. But the fact I know is this. 15 days ago, they leaked to Axios, the Justice Department, this. Epstein didn't get murdered, and there wasn't human trafficking, and there wasn't any blackmail, and case closed. And that flies in the face of the court cases, the evidence, the intelligence connections, everything we know. And then I came out on that Monday
day, 14 days ago, and I said, this isn't Pam Bondi. No, I'm not defending her. I agree. She's in over her head. Like you said, she should go back to policing jet skis in Florida. But then he comes out the next day and says on True Social, no, we need the FBI to move on. I told him to do this the next day in a press conference. He chews out the reporter. They're talking about all these issues, saying, how dare you desecrate the graves of dead kids in Texas with the floods. Shut up. And it's uncharacteristic for Trump. He looks scared. He looks concerned. And then all the other True Social posts about, if you ask questions, you're with the Democrats, and this is all a Democrat made-up hoax, and you're just idiots. When all his surrogates had promised they'd bring this out, he talked about bringing it out. So this is Harry Carey. This is seppuku. For those that don't know in Japanese, that means suicide. And I had the head of Rasmussen polling on the best polling agency, the most accurate on record today. He said Trump has lost 14 points with independents, 5 points with his main base. Like Steve Bannon said a week ago, that'll lose him before Rasmussen reported it. His dead reckoning was right. 40 seats probably in the midterms in a year and a half. This is Trump self-harming. And from all my research, he knew Epstein, there were socialites, all that, but they would have already used this. The deep state, they had something. The Jane Does they brought out turned out weren't real people. They said that Melania was a hooker, that Epstein introduced her in a modeling agency. We looked into that. With Trump's modeling agency, that wasn't true. So they're kind of regurgitating all that on one hand. So why did Trump act so panicked, deer in the headlights, and come out and say, there is no list. Okay, there is a list, but you're still an idiot if you look at it. Okay, we'll have Pam Bondi release the grand jury transcripts from Ghislaine Maxwell that Comey's daughter ran the cover up on the Epstein case 6 years ago where he died in jail. So you couldn't do a bigger Streisand effect. You couldn't come out and say, I'm more guilty than what he did. And my loyalty to the truth, I'm actually autistic about it. I can't, even though I want Trump to succeed and Democrats are my sworn enemy, Trump will be in prison. I'm just like having to report this, that this is beyond insane. Yeah. And it's like Trump blowing his feet off with a 12-gauge shotgun.
Well, we know that this was not only a blackmail operation, but it was also a money laundering operation. And we know that Jeffrey Epstein was working for billionaires like Les Wexner and many others. And we know that there's been a lot of talk about the connections that Epstein had to intelligence and moving money around the world, making sums of money disappear. Is it a complete coincidence that a lot of this seemed to happen around the time that Benjamin Netanyahu paid a visit to the White House?
Well, as usual, Tim Dillon, you're very informed on this comedian, and you nailed it. I don't want to attack Israel. I'm not a big Israel hater, but Netanyahu is, in my view, the villain of the last 25 years in Israel, in and out of power. It definitely is the cliche of Israel trying to manipulate the United States' internal politics and foreign policy, particularly in the Middle East. So definitely Netanyahu is heavily involved in. Ghislaine Maxwell, who was convicted of human trafficking, though the new memos, and Trump says there is none of that. Well, then how is she convicted? Her dad, Robert Maxwell, was on record Mossad, buried Mount of Olives, with military honors and MI6 and Russian intelligence reportedly. Fell off his job when all this came out. And just like when he died decades ago, all of a sudden millions of dollars was sucked out of his bank accounts. And so from my evidence and research, it's pretty conclusive. Epstein was a junior to Ghislaine, who took over the family MI6, CIA, Mossad business, because that level they're all interconnected. And it was more than just trafficking underage girls. That was kind of like a side hors d'oeuvre or little rider. The larger issue was money laundering. And then now the Democrats have honed in on this. I said months ago and weeks ago that, Trump needs to not just call for the grand jury stuff to be released or the stuff from her trial or the trial that ever happened, because Epstein died in custody there in New York in that detention center. We should demand billions. It was 1.1 billion right after he died, but it was actually over $1 billion when he was in custody 5.5 years ago in New York that was sucked out of his business account and
And so we know that's in the Treasury Department. So now Senator Wyden and others, as I predicted a month ago, 2 weeks ago, before this broke, I said Trump should release things. I can see that's where it's going. Where did the billions of dollars go right before and right after he died? And so I agree with you, very astute. I was going to make that point. This isn't even so much about human trafficking as it is about the money laundering that was going on. And then you've got Bill Barr, whose dad, Donald Barr, ran the school that Epstein at 20 got hired with no credentials to be the top math teacher. And then Barr was OSS CIA, his dad, Donald Barr. Then Barr was CIA, kind of the head of Iran-Contra operations, the White House. And then his dad, Donald Barr, writes a book about space relations, about aliens on a planet that kidnap human girls to rape them. And then they train humans to enjoy it and join them in the raping of children. This is beyond crazy. And he hires Epstein to do all this. And so, yeah, Trump had beauty pageants, and Trump had casinos, and Trump had golf courses, and Trump, was involved in sporting events. And so I thought, well, they never had anything on Trump. They would have brought it out as they tried with a bunch of nothing murders in 2016 and 2020. But now that he acted like this, I think the jury's out. But where the jury is not out is on the majority of people on the plane, on the fly logs, are Democrats, are big power brokers like Bill Gates. And we know some people in the Trump administration have been heavily implicated. I'm not going to name names. And so you nailed it when you brought up Netanyahu. So tell me, if you've got time here.
We have all the time in the world. I just want to add, when Bondi said we have 10,000 hours of video, she said we have 10,000 hours of video. I had dinner last week with the vice president. He told me that was commercial pornography. They do not have videos of any powerful person in a compromising position. That's the party line that they're going with. If that's the case, why would Pam Bondi call it evidence? Why would she say it's evidence? She's not an idiot. She's the attorney general. Why would she say she has files on her desk if none of these implicated anybody? It just feels like they're covering something for sure, 100%. And I feel like they're telling a story, and the story doesn't make any sense.
Perfectly said. So,
Let me just show you.
There's so much data I have. It would take 100 hours, but we'll go as long as you need. Here's what I'm trying to say. There are two main tracks here. Okay, incompetence by Bondi and Patel and Bongino, or a mix of that, or pure cover-up. But undoubtedly there's a cover-up. So here's what we know from the timeline. And I'm not trying to gonzo journalism, write myself into the story. I just do this 7 days a week. So I broke most of the different developments that happened in the last 6 months. So here's what we know, and you give me your conclusion. Trump surrogates say they're going to release it. They get in. In March, they're given this old Epstein information at a press conference with the supervisors. And a day and a half before that happens, I have O'Boyle, who is the main, one of the top FBI whistleblowers exposed so much. And he says, my New York sources say they've got massive Epstein videos and files that the Democrats are suppressing and not giving to Trump. And Bondi's been set up. We're meeting with her tonight. My sources are. And she's going to expose the fact that she's been set up. The next day she comes out, and on the cover sheet of the binder says, this is phase one. I learned there's a lot more in New York with Comey's daughter and Comey running it, which we know control the file the whole time. If they don't give it to us in 24 hours, we're going to go grab it. 24 hours goes by, they go grab it. The head of the FBI in New York resigns. The guy that said, dig in, don't do it. And then they're given these files, but that's the setup. Obviously, if the Democrats, before Trump and after Trump and now, control the file, and James Comey and Maureen Comey controlled it, are they going to leave stuff in that's incriminating? No, it's logical to say they're going to probably drop a dime on themselves. Not that my whistleblower was bad. They're going to drop a dime. Oh, we've really got the real file. So Trump's like, yeah, go get it, grab it, get them. They get the file. And then I talked to FBI sources, multiple, Scott Serf and others, showed me the text messages. This is in late March, days after. that indeed, the way the FBI works, the top of the FBI does do investigations. They get the truckloads out of New York. They send it all over the country to field offices. Say, do what you want. Then the FBI, we confirm this, looks at it. It's got all this stuff about Trump in it, whether it's true or not. Bondi and them come back and say to Trump, it's got all this about you. Then you see the deer in the headlights interview 2 months ago with Bongino and Cash Patel on Fox. They look like they're hostages. They're like, no, you can trust us. He killed himself, and Epstein acted alone and didn't do anything. And case closed. And I said this before Trump said it a week and a half ago. I said, Trump has learned, or this is a big possibility, they've spiked it with poison pills. They're not just going to take out bad stuff about them. They're going to add all the innuendo, all the Jane Does, all the stuff recycled in. Then Trump comes out for social last Saturday, 8 days ago, Saturday before last, and says, hey, they control the file. Not saying Epstein doesn't exist or wasn't bad. That's how the media spun it. He says they put a bunch of wool in there, which I was even able to predict. So that's one track of what it is and why he acted so scared and hysterical. The other track is he was a big playboy. He was hanging out with Epstein. He was running beauty pageants. Maybe he did some stuff he wasn't supposed to. He had some deep, and now they're bringing it out. So now the jury's out on Trump. Now he's got to be suspect. But the same people that run Crossfire Hurricane, the fake Russiagate, Obama, Clapper, Comey, Brennan, that did all this, who were known fake frauds, who are known to be all over the Epstein file, who are known controlling it on the U.S. side. Anything they tell them be suspect, so I don't believe it right away. Then you bring up Netanyahu, and that's the key. So anytime Mossad is going to operate like this on domestic soil, they're going to need a CIA agreement and pass. It goes on for decades. And then you've got Maxwell's dad that was MI6, Mossad, on record, and KGB, triple agent, highest level. Their relations triple level, or quadruple level. So you have Trump, grab it, do it. He gets it. Oh my God, I've been set up. Then he's mad at Netanyahu, and from behind-the-scenes sources for not attacking Iran months ago. Netanyahu shows up. Suddenly, Trump 180s, churching whatever Netanyahu wants, and we know who has the full file of all the hidden cameras and all the stuff at Little Island in the Caribbean, at his facility in Zorro Ranch, Mexico, in New York. And we had Ehud Barak there, photographed dozens of times, at 30-some meetings there in New York. And all of a sudden, you get a 180. As soon as Netanyahu shows up, now Trump learns what's in the FBI file. Right after that, then Netanyahu comes and tells him. And I don't believe from my sources, and this is out of the FBI, that it is Trump, but it's people in his administration, including a top financial advisor, that's heavily involved. Trump wants to get his agenda through on jobs, $15 trillion investment coming in, $3 trillion a year. He wants to stop World War III. I'm not defending this. I'm saying the thinking, I've been told. Yeah. And so he goes, oh my God, this is a giant new Russiagate setup. He comes out and says to his supporters.
Would I be crazy when you say a top financial advisor? Are we talking about Epstein's neighbor?
We are.
Okay, interesting, and that makes sense.
So here's how informed you are, and I'm not trying to be a mean person. Yeah, because he may even be innocent. But
Right.
London.
That's right, Howard London. Don't sue me. Kidding.
Well, this is beyond suing. This is like,
Yeah. You're gonna find me in the pool. Yeah, you're right. Now,
let's just say you brought it out. You're smart and figured it out. Nobody else was. I'm sure it's true.
yeah.
They're blackmailing him and London. I've confirmed that from the FBI. And it's not that London did anything wrong. But yeah.
Here's my question. We have Ghislaine Maxwell sitting in a jail, I believe in Tallahassee, in Florida. We have Alex Acosta, who supposedly there was an unsourced or privately sourced, unnamed sourced person that Vicky Ward quoted saying Alex Acosta said, I was told to stand down. Epstein belonged to intelligence. That is why he was not prosecuted.
That was the federal prosecutor.
Right, to the fullest extent of the law. Why Do we not, and by we I mean the Trump administration, the American people, demand that Maxwell testifies in front of Congress and that Alexander Acosta testifies in front of Congress about whatever this operation was? And I think me and you have a good idea about what it was. But it's a vile operation. It destroyed the lives of children. No civilized society can exist ignoring things like this. And it also opens up many questions about a financial system that we barely understand that involves oligarchs, criminals, human traffickers, drug smugglers, and our own political class, by the way. This is why Nancy Pelosi has been so quiet about this, let's be very honest, because she has no problem with, obviously making lots and lots of money, and lots of our politicians, I mean, Barack Obama, these $30 million homes in Martha's Vineyard or whatever they are. Why don't we demand that they testify, Alex?
Well, Tim, I'll listen regular. People interview me, and I'm against your house. I was about to go before you said Ghislaine Maxwell testified. I was about to go to this. Yeah, that's where I was going next.
Yeah.
Here's the issue with that. She's in prison for human trafficking, and you've got these lawyers connected to Epstein saying months ago, Alan Dershowitz, Trump better pardon her. And then even before Elon came out and said, hey, Trump's on the list, you're never going to see it, which has a lot more credibility now. Because of this, it doesn't mean Trump did anything wrong, but he's implicated. He's embarrassed by it. The issue with Ghislaine Maxwell is she's in prison for decades. So you can't trust somebody to testify who has already not implicated other people, but now that she's convicted in prison, maybe she'll say that I was involved. But I'm being sarcastic. But my point is that pressure mounts for Ghislaine Maxwell to be released to testify before Congress. I am of the thought that full disclosure is the way to go.
Yeah.
From all my research and sources, Trump wasn't actually involved with any of this. And they're going to be able to continue to blackmail that he don't. So I think justice be done when the heavens fall. But the thinking is, if they implicate all these big tech titans like Bill Gates that was heavily involved in all this, and his wife left him over it and said he should have to answer those questions. I'm not saying what he did. If all these Silicon Valley people come out and think Trump's being told this will crash the stock market, this will bring down America, this is a setup, and I'm not defending that decision, but I can logically, from a sick position, get it. I agree with you. I think the world will think we're back in business if we actually exercise all these demons. Because this stuff's going on all the place as well. The EU's been caught in giant pedal right.
This is driving people insane, and I think it's justifiably so that people at the highest levels can get away with stuff like this, and that it can be covered up forever. And I think a lot of people...
It's the two-tier justice system, right? It's emblematic of everything.
It's emblematic of everything. What I told Vance, I said, if you don't disclose everything, you're done. Nobody will support you guys. You are fully and completely part of this cover-up if everything doesn't come out. I think it paralyzes their presidency completely.
And what did Vance say?
He agrees with me. He agrees with me. It really is.
Even Mike Johnson came out a week ago and said release.
He agrees with me. The calls are coming from inside the house. We know that Benjamin Netanyahu shows up. We then immediately see an about face, which is completely crazy, by the President of the United States. And again, I'm not a paranoid Israel hater, but their activity over the last 6 months is completely insane. They're bombing churches, they're starving people, they're shooting people that are...
They bombed Syria today. But here's the deal. I've studied who the main threats, U.S. Communist China, big financial interest. I'm the guy that everybody said was defending Israel. No, I was just saying they're not the most important bloc. They're very... But yeah, absolutely. Because we've knocked out the Democrats to a great extent, because they've cut off the USAID money and the deep state money, Israel, with Netanyahu, sees a power vacuum and is definitely trying a hostile takeover of the administration. So that's 100% going on.
Are you worried about these connections with Palantir, with using technology to Palantir technology to merge all of the different departments, so that if you have information on you with the IRS, that's now merging with your arrest record, and if you've attended a protest, and whatever the case may be. We see in the UK people are getting sent to jail for tweets. We see all over the world, and we know, of course, the Chinese social credit score system. This feels a lot like a precursor to that. Steve Bannon has said that he thinks that these tech people are the biggest threat to the stability of the United States going forward, because they have their own agendas that they're cloaking in this MAGA movement. Do you share that view? And do you think that Trump has allowed these people to get a little too close and exercise a little too much power in the White House?
Yes, I think Palantir is a threat. And then I've been criticized by people who just want to try to make scores by being nuanced about it. Let's explain what's happening. Oracle, who's also with Trump, which is a bigger threat than Larry Ellison's, way bigger than Palantir. Microsoft and Amazon. People think of Amazon as packages. No. Amazon runs more servers for the CIA and the NSA than anybody. Than Microsoft is second. This is like a fact. Look this up. They've already integrated all the databases. They already have all that. Peter Thiel and Alex Karp, who said, Alex Karp, I hope the EU censor conservatives. My main threat is Christian conservatives, just like Trump is starting to fight. So I'm not an apologist for Palantir. But to my listeners, I've got to give them a real answer. So you notice the New York Times and Washington Post last year were all about Palantir. And it doesn't mean Palantir isn't an issue. It's that, why does everybody know about that? Because the corporate media started it. So Palantir has come to Trump and is a big backer of Vance. I'm not saying he's bad either. And they have said to Trump, we know how to come in and tell you what's really going on. Let us have the ring of Mordor, and we will fix all your problems. And my point is, they are a small little tech who wants to come in and has the technology to do what's already been done. Right. So the idea that this is already integrated, it is. Amazon, Google, and these other groups, Amazon,
Alphabet, those companies, whatever it is, Meta.
Alphabet's above Google, exactly.
Right.
So it's Google, it's
Amazon.
it's Amazon, it's all. Yeah. So they're the ones that are currently doing it. It's not like it's coming. So I just told people in their lexicons, like flashcards for kid. Here's a tiger. Here's a bear. Here's a bunny rabbit. And now they go, here's Palantir. Ooh, that's the big tech takeover. No, that's a group that thought with their angles with Trump, they could come in and be put in charge of the thing that's already there. So I'm telling people, no, it's not that it's coming. It's already there. Palantir is just as dangerous as Google or as its parent company Alphabet or as Microsoft or as Amazon. It's Microsoft, Google, Amazon. And I'm saying, if you look at the statistics, they're 90% of it. The grid's already there. Palantir is a usurper, an upstart, a pretender to the throne, trying to come in to give Trump control because the U.S. government's been directing the Googles and the Microsofts and the Amazons to already create a fuse system that we already have. Does that make sense?
It absolutely makes sense. The reason that Palantir is always a red flag for me is that when Peter Thiel's asked things like, should the human race exist, and he kind of stutters and stammers and doesn't really seem to have that one seems easy, and he doesn't really have an answer for that. He's also suggested things like maybe people went to Epstein's Island because they wanted Epstein's advice on their divorce and stuff. It just
he also says we need to do what I'm doing to stop the Antichrist.
Right. So it just feels to me that yes, they are part of a very large group of companies I don't trust. But it is worth noting that this company is, they want to start helping to surveil Americans more than they already are. I mean, that's sort of, or help, concentrate the information or help merge the. Oh yeah, good point. Google 6-7 years ago wouldn't even give the Pentagon access to AI. They give China that. So that's the key you just hit. Palantir is offering to Trump. Look at Denver. Already has U.S. funded license plate scanners. Right. But a month ago, when they were using to arrest illegals, they turned it off. Yeah. So Palantir is offering to use the grid that's already in place for Trump's aims. So what I'm trying to say is it's not a defense of Palantir. It's that we're saying we're past that. 25. We're in the year 2050. I'm saying it's already there. The Palantir thing is a fight about Trump coming and saying, okay, I'll hire you to explain how this works and give me access. I'm saying it's already all there. No, and I understand that. And I think that I don't trust Elon Musk. I don't trust any of that. I don't trust Sam Altman. I don't trust Mark Zuckerberg. It's not because I believe they're inherently evil people, although they say some things that are inherently evil. I believe their agendas are radically different than if you took an American off the street and said, what are the things you value? Very few of them are going to go, we want to terraform Mars and merge with AI and destroy the human race and all of this stuff. So I do think that the tech community, it's important to have a thriving tech community, but it's important to not turn our country into a digital police state or Chinese-style surveillance state. I think a lot of those people would probably want to create something like that in our society. That does seem like they would prefer that. Absolutely. I want your viewers and listeners to understand something. Let's just say Palantir is the most evil thing on earth ever seen. It is the devil. Why do we all know about Palantir and not the other we don't know? Yes, you're right. We don't know about Microsoft, Google, and Amazon that are 90+% of the grid that's already there. Right. So we're all learning about surveillance and AI and social credit score and biometrics and social credit. We're already doing it. They're just bidding to get into the draw as a junior. And so I oppose what Palantir's doing, and everyone else. Everyone else. Of course. I'm just saying it's become a distraction into only them. Understood. Disclosure. Your sources, people that you know. How damaging is this? If this all comes out, do we think that this is a watershed moment for the United States and, Israel? Does this come out that this is what many people feel it is, which is a Mossad CIA blackmail? Or is this basically not, we're never going to definitively know that? Or will we, we have a lot of conjecture, we have a gun to my head, that's what I believe it was. There's enough evidence in my book to say that's what it was. But is the disclosure, not only will it be embarrassing to people, but is it going to suggest that one of our allies has been using these types of methods to gain leverage and control over our politicians? And is that one of the big reasons that they do not want it out? Well, that's all true. I mean, look. Monica Lewinsky was a Mossad operative. Really? But it's come out. And they were tapping the White House. So, and they don't want to hit us on some big corruption deal because a bunch of Israeli operatives are involved in all the corruption with our people as well. Right. They want to hit you on some limited little sexual thing. And absolutely. Epstein was mainly a Mossad operative. He was like Maxwell, her dad, all Mossad on record. The media just keeps this debate going. Is it Mossad? Is it Mossad? Well, he wasn't officially Mossad. Any real operative at the highest level is an operative. People think it was an operative at lower level. No, a lot of times they're the boss. But he himself was just a manager. His lane was the case manager. This has all basically come out. And this is the leverage that Israel is using over Trump right now to do all this. And my information is it's not Trump himself. They just all this other stuff trying to embarrass him, beauty pageants, flying twice on his plane from New York to Palm Beach. And again, Trump was all release until he got that meeting with Netanyahu that you nailed. But what's more important is this has captured the public's understanding and imagination. And so it's all about integrity. It's all about getting rid of the deep state and Trump joining with it and defending it. I had on my show today Mark Mitchell, who is the hands down, they have the best record nailing elections, not just here but around the world for Rasmussen polling. And he said, I'm not a Republican or Democrat, but I care about the voters and freedom of the future. And he said, again, the exact number, like 14 points lost with independence.
It's a collapse. It's a collapse.
It's a collapse. 5-6 points lost to the most hardcore vote base. This is a disaster. It's Steve Bannon without seeing polls. We can have it go Senate, we'll lose 40 seats.
It's overshadowing another interesting and important story. That's that Comey, Brennan, Clapper, all these guys essentially participated in what was kind of an attempted coup with, manufacturing this evidence that Trump was installed by Russia.
Yeah, Crossfire Hurricane. And that's the key. That was my whole show today was Crossfire Hurricane is proven. Crossfire Hurricane is confirmed that not just Obama giving orders to Clapper, Brennan, Comey. Before 2016, they knew Trump was running. They put him under surveillance. The documents are out. They created the Steele dossier. They didn't just let the intelligence out and then not report it was fake. They created it. Tulsi Gabbard said last night on Fox, we already have the documents. That's true.
Do you think Obama is a CIA operative from birth? His mother worked for USAID. His mother was born in Hawaii. Because Obama weirdly comes up all the time as this guy. And I always think these politicians are middlemen, and I imagine that Barack Obama would be like a similar politician, like a Clinton type, where like they know what's going on, but they're not trying to do it. Yeah.
Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton come out of the CIA and the Dixie Mafia and the Chicago Mafia. There's whole films made by Joel Gilbert, which I've researched. It's well known. Obama's grandfather was the head of the CIA in Hawaii. His mother was a CIA sex operative. His real father was not in Kenya, but was the head of the Communist Party, USA, head of their major newspapers, Frank Marshall Davis.
Where do you think he was born? You have to take a guess.
He was born in Hawaii.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, it was Obama in 4 different videos when he was a senator saying, I was born in Kenya. I'm back in my home country. It's a fake cover story. And then that guy, that sub-Saharan Africa that looked nothing like him. You look at Frank Marshall Davis, it's him, and he wrote in Dreams of My Fathers. I spent summers with Frank Marshall Davis in Hawaii. He was friends with my grandfather. He felt like my real father. And it's Frank Marshall Davis. Then his mother, Betty Davis, what's that woman with the dark hair? The famous bombshell, 50s.
Rita Hayworth?
No, it's the one that did soft porn. It'll pop my head in a minute.
Okay.
The one is they did that style, and in the famous porn that Frank Marshall Davis released, in the same house, it's in photos of Obama with the same couch, with the same bears, with his mom and Frank Marshall Davis visiting Frank Marshall Davis. It's her with women on the very same Betty Page. It's the very same couch, and it's in famous private porn collections. His mother was, in all of this, well, she was a famous CIA sex operative.
So you're saying that Obama's from an intelligence family?
Well, you said CIA, baby.
Yeah, no, that's what I feel as well.
And Frank Marshall Davis, the main publisher of communist newspapers all over the U.S., is a famous pornographer.
Right.
Obama says in Dreams of My Fathers, he was like my father. I stayed with him in the summers. He was friends with my grandfather, and his dad's the famous CIA banker.
Well, I know people in Chicago that have said that Obama essentially had led kind of a secret double life his entire life, and they were shocked when he was polling so well in the election. Obviously, he was a brilliant politician, but that the media didn't go near any of his secret life the way they didn't go. There's a lot of people that obviously the media is told to stand down, but I know people in Chicago, these large financial institutions that knew him, that were shocked that more details about his private life weren't emerging.
Well, yeah, and he says every young boy, needs a gay man to help lead him down. I'm not against gay people or anything, but it's well known how he's being controlled. And so you very astutely said a baby of the CIA. He is literally a Manchurian candidate.
People with secrets are seemingly the people that always lead us
it seems to be if you're in the closet, if you have a problem with your drugs or money or something like that, leverage is always being used on different people to control them.
Because you're compromised.
1,000%. So Trump, in my estimation, has to just let everything out, no matter how embarrassing it is.
Yeah, I mean, he does. And I mean, look, the Democrats are trying to put me in prison. They're openly horrible people. Trump represents a lot of good constituents. I don't want Trump to fail. You know, I got accused by a lot of influencers and people in the last few weeks. I'm on every channel, and it does nothing for me to be on CNN, ABC News. I could care less. They have tiny audiences. I don't like to have to come tell the truth on air and have them spin it and use it against Trump and MAGA. Because MAGA is great overall, and it's definitely a force for good. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard and Tom Homan, and I mean, they're doing amazing things. And so I don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I don't do this because I can attack Trump, which I never do, and then, you know, get publicity out of it. I did it because I had to keep my integrity. And I don't know if Trump can course correct from this. I had the head of Rasmussen polling on today. You know, some of us bounce back. But, you look at bombing Iran, you look at Israel, you look at Kennedy got it where they were taking fluoride out of the water. The DOJ blocked the lawsuit that banned it to keep fluoride in the water. Kennedy blocked basically glyphosate. The Trump administration is keeping it. It's almost like the Trump admin brought in Kennedy so he can menace the chemical companies and Big Pharma, and then Big Pharma will just come make bigger donations. And I don't know.
I'm gonna say something very interesting. I think obviously poisoned food in America needs to be dealt with. But Kennedy was talking a lot about these vaccines were mandated and had a lot of adverse effects. Pam Bondi is now not following up the Pfizer thing. You know, maybe know more about than I do, but I saw that briefly.
Her and the White House chief of staff run now, only 10 years ago didn't exist, the biggest consulting firm. And their main client's Pfizer.
So Pam Bondi and Susie Wiles, who's the White House chief of staff, run a consulting firm, and their biggest client is Pfizer. Well, that's not great.
And even today, the lawyers came out, all the people involved, even in Congress, and said that Kennedy's not even being consulted now. So people get pissed at Kennedy. He's like, yeah, we're banning that mRNA shot. And then the White House somehow overrides it. And I'm not, it's
I think Kennedy, from people that I know, I think Kennedy feels like he's frustrated. I also think, yes, get the poison food out. But also, Kennedy was coming in there saying, listen, we had these mandatory vaccines. A lot of them had adverse health effects. And now that's not being talked about. Everything's about food dye. Now, by the way, get the food dye out, sure, but let's not indemnify companies like Pfizer and all these people.
Had about 400 years where the Ashkenazim were kind of shrinking into themselves and the Sephardim were sort of spreading out. The Ashkenazim were celebrating insularity and the Sephardim were celebrating engagement with the outside world. Obviously, the Sephardim would have to deal with the same problem in the 15th century, but it may argue for some basic cultural differences between them. Now, let's do quickly Ms. Abrahamson's excellent observation. Protection of the clergy. So for the Jews, the bishop was the theoretical place of refuge. Like when you're in trouble, where do you go? Well, obviously, you go to the Christian priest. And this is something that we really have to bear in mind about medieval Europe. We tend to think overwhelmingly, especially in a Jewish learning environment, what Salvador called the lachrymose version of Jewish history. Lachrymose means full of tears, right? There's one long martyrology of one massacre after another. Unfortunately, there are a lot of massacres, but it's a skewed vision of Jewish history, to be sure. And even though we have, frequently been attacked by outside forces, it's important to recognize that we had a modus vivendi, theological and practical, with the church that at least dates back to St. Augustine. The concept of witness, which I don't believe we talked about in this class, but I don't want church, the Christian church at that time, developed a doctrine that says the Jews should not be forcibly converted. The Jews should be allowed to practice their faith in relative peace, not necessarily prosperity, so that they should be alive for the end of days, in order that they can witness the second coming of Jesus. That's the idea of it. And in fact, it worked very well because we could rely on the church basically to uphold this doctrine and to protect the Jews. So the bishop was a reasonable person to go to look for help. It also indicates a big separation between the dark, hungry masses who were Christians and the literate and who were educated and more urbanized clergy, which may have had a much more amenable attitude to the Jews. This painting with very broad strokes here, but just for the sake of argument, that's one of the interesting observations. Is there might be some clergy. Okay, so let's go back to Benjamin Tudela. This is the environment in which he's traveling. Right? The First Crusade is 1095. He's traveling just 75 years later, 85 years later. It's still an environment. The Crusades, by the way, are ongoing for several hundred years, where there's back and forth between Christians and Muslims in Israel. So when he gets to Israel, coming from the north, where he goes through Asia Minor, through left into Israel, he encounters Akko and Haifa first. He right away runs to all the biblical places he can find. Talks about the way the tombs look and things like that. And he's also quite interested in the whole makeup of the population of Israel. It's sad because he lists all these biblical towns and he says there is only one Jew living here. There are only 3 Jewish families in this place. Tiny little pockets of population. I don't think he says there are more than a few hundred Jews in Jerusalem, for example, at this time. Although when you get to Babylon, he talks about 40,000 Jews living in individual locations. He's also very interested in the so-called Samaritans, known in the Talmud as the Kutim, or Kusim. These are people whose conversion was suspect. They had been in Israel for generations upon generations, but the rabbis of the Mishnaic period felt that perhaps their conversion to Judaism was not sincere. They were descendants of insincere converts. And for quite a few generations, the rabbis are not sure exactly what to do with the Kutim. Are they Jews or are they not Jews? Do they count an minion or don't count an minion, and so on and so forth? Ultimately, they ruled, you know what? They're not Jews. They're close to us, but they're not exactly Jews. They're known in English as the Samaritans. And during this time, when the status of the Samaritans were in doubt, the Jews and the Samaritans were at each other's throats over 1,000 issues. You may have heard the phrase in English, the Good Samaritan. Right? So most people don't understand where that comes from. It's a passage in the Gospels where Jesus describes a man, if I remember correctly, he's like beat up by robbers and he's left bleeding in the street. And a Kohen walks by him and says, a Jewish guy is beaten. And the Kohen walks by and says, look, I don't want to touch him. He might be dead. I'll get defiled. I'm paraphrasing. The Levite walks by and says, I don't know this guy. I have no connection. He walks right by. The Israel, the regular Jew, walks by and says, he wants to have nothing to do with it. And then, of all people, a Samaritan comes by and helps him. And when you read it in the original context, it's like, here's a Jewish guy, no Jew will help him, but of all people, a Samaritan will help him. You believe that someone who hates the Jews, he's the one who helps him. So that's where we get this concept of the Good Samaritan. The underlining should be on the word Samaritan. You'd expect a Jew to help him, but in fact, this
What did the sheep today?
no, they usually give them the sheep. Routine. They're just regular olive skin, like that's Cush. Cush is Ethiopia. So, like Zipporah, for example, Moshe's wife is called the Cush, the African. The Japanese connection. No, I've never heard that. Japanese might be Sumerians. The Samaritans then and now actually they practice their rituals on Har Gerizim, which is near Shechem in modern Israel, and they practice sacrifices just like they would in the temple. He criticizes their pronunciation. Usually they don't use the letter A, or I-N. They say everything with an olive. He makes fun of that. And he goes on, he tells us about Jerusalem, describes there are 400 nights. It was held by the Crusaders at this time. There are 400 nights that are there, that there are hospitals there for the veterans who are wounded and so on. And he has a very beautiful